Hello everyone, it's Love here, and today a very different video, as you can probably tell from the title. We will be talking about the Pro Tour situation, and I'll tell you, it's pretty crazy. If you don't know, all of the top 8 decks were red aggro decks. I kid you not, every single one of them. And we'll actually check the stats, because it's in such a nice form that you see them one after another. Look at this. By the way, Pro Tour Final
I'll tell you.
Fantasy. Would you guess that it's after Final Fantasy if I didn't tell you, or it wasn't in the name? So look at this. 4 mono red aggro, 4 is it aggro. All of the decks are red aggro decks of different flavors, and there are a lot of discussions after this, because like I want this to be just so you guys know, I want this to be a quick video just opening the discussion. I want to talk a little bit more with you guys and see what you think, so be feel free to comment, and I will give you my opinion. We will talk about best of one and sharing some my opinions and my feelings as a creator. It's not a big channel by enemies, but it's also not the smallest channel, and I'm reading a lot of comments from you guys, so I kind of get the idea where everyone is, and I honestly hope this will be a good value, get you up to speed with what is going on, and maybe give you some like perspective of that maybe you are not alone in probably what you think and think about playing the game. So I really hope it will be fun video for you to watch. It's not perfect, but I'm recording it over and over. I try to get it right, but it's never perfect. So just keep it in mind. I just try to, do the right thing, basically. Don't forget, this is best of 3 at the highest level. This is supposed to be this healthy, flourishing format that, like, every time you are complaining about best of 1 mono red, it's like, well, just play best of 3. This is real magic. And that's fair. That's a good argument. And that's why it hits so hard after Pro Tour, because this is the real magic. This is tournament, high-level play with the best players, and it's still all mono red. And by the way, this is just a different tournament. It's not as relevant as Pro Tour, so just as an extra, because I wanted to show you something else. This is a different tournament, played one day later. It's MTGO Challenge. It's not like at the same level, so don't get it twisted. This is just a fun anecdote basically for you. Look at this. We have 1 Dimir control, 1 Azorius control. Every single top 16 deck is red aggro, and the split is very similar. Mono red, mono red, mono red, mono red, mono red, mono red, and the rest is it. This is hilarious. But let's go to Pro Tour. Just so you know, it's not the first tournament, and I think a few days ago I also seen a different tournament, not Pro Tour, that was literally top 8 only red decks. I even considered making video back then.
The world is on the brink of war.
Captain America. You don't even know what this is.
So that's why there is so much emotions and discussions right now, because this is supposed to be the flourishing format that usually has new decks, varied builds. Those are the best deck builders, best players, and this is freshly after new set. The only new card that is really being used is Vivi, and the second one, I might not be 100% correct, I didn't check every deck list, but what I see is Self-Destruct and Vivi. Those are the cards that are kinda played, and really nothing else, and no other archetypes except red aggro. So now, as you see the situation, we'll go in best of 1 to see if it's different, and then I will tell you about my experience, my opinion, and just what I feel playing standard every single day for over, I think, close to 4 years by now with daily videos. It's ridiculous. It's been a while, and I also played with Embercliff era, so I have a bit of comparison. But we'll talk about it in the last part of the video. For now, facts and value, because I want you guys to be on the same page. So after this video, both best of 3 situation and best of 1 situation. So this is literally the top win rate, and just so you know, this is from June the 10th. So this is data for Final Fantasy, I made sure it is, and it's Platinum to Mythic, because those are like the most competitive leagues. Let's see the top decks. Aggro, 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 aggro. All of them are red. And you can see Monstrous Rage, Monstrous Rage, Monstrous Rage, Monstrous Rage. To be fair, Goblins is like the only non typical mono red deck, because this deck works completely differently than the other cards. I'm not even sure if they have monsters rate, but we won't talk too much about the goblins. Let's focus on the bulk of red aggro decks. And even though you see different colors, this one is Mardu, this one is Rakdos, this one is Boros, basically they all use the same core cards: Mice, Monstrous Rage, and you know, some fluff, Swift Spears, and they just add 8 different protection spells. You can play white ones. Rakdos is usually only color Sellsword. We can actually check the deck. As you can see, this is literally mono red. This version actually runs Forges even. You can make tens of flavors of mono red. As long as you use all those red cards with Monstrous Rage, you will be in probably like tier A. And this is the highest tier of decks. The only non-red aggro in tier A or tier 1 is Omniscience, and I played with this deck. I actually ranked into Mythic with this, and this deck is incredibly powerful and super resilient. It's basically red aggro in control version. It's turn 4 wins. This is a different topic, and I think the big reason we see Omniscience is because everyone is focused on trying to not die to mono red, you know. And we have all the new decks below. Landfall, where are you, Landfall? Yuna 48, other Yuna, Landfalls, Chocobo decks, and that, you know, I don't even mind this, because those are all the players that are trying to make new cards work, and you see how hard it fizzles, because they are just not on the power level of red mice with Monstrous Rage, like nothing is. And just a funny fact, if you are on the draw in mono red mirror, you are probably dead, because the first player gets so much advantage that with same draw they just win. So it's not just that you are behind on the draw if you play non-red deck. Even aggro decks on the draw basically lose the game unless they have very good draw. So that's how best of one looks like. So you know, now you are clear what's up, and I will talk about my experience with this whole thing, because I hope that you are interested, and I kind of want to share. You know, I by no means know everything, but I'm thinking about this all the time since months and basically years. And I'll tell you, Standard, in my opinion, is not in a very healthy place. Mono red, in my opinion, is way over the line. And I think it might be not a problem of a single card. I think we went so far that a lot of cards in red are just too strong. Monstrous Rage and Cory are the ones that are mostly talked upon. And guys, I will give my opinion on this one, because I've seen some opinions that Monstrous Rage is not a problem and it shouldn't be banned. And I'm usually cautious with giving my opinion, because I want to make sure that it's 100% correct. But here I will just give my opinion. Monstrous Rage should be banned. It should actually be banned last time when we talked about it. And I just disagree that this card is not a problem. I don't think that's a reasonable take. And I will give you my opinion. Monstrous Rage is too good, and it also creates a very bad playing pattern, because blocking in Magic is incredibly important. You know, I don't want to go into the details because it can be boring. This is supposed to be a quick, you know, update video so we can talk openly about this whole thing. But just so you understand, the fact that you have defender's advantage when you are choosing the blocks is one of the big mechanics in the game that lets you play longer games, because you get to choose if you block and how you block. So the aggressor is always at a little bit of a disadvantage. However, with Monstrous Rage, it completely reverses. You are always at disadvantage when you are blocking, because if you block, you get steamrolled and your creature will die. So you not only lose the whole progress, but you still get hit by basically the same amount. So, you know, I don't want to sidetrack fully on, you know, the ban discussion, every card. This is so much to talk about that we can make, you know, more videos on this if you guys are interested. I have a lot of opinions. I think a lot of them make sense. So I will gladly talk about it if you're interested. But the point is that I think mono red is both too strong, it has many cards that are too strong, and it also is very unfun to play with. And I think both of those things matter. And in best of one, it's like the worst case scenario, because in best of three you have sideboard, and that's the problem. As you can see, even in best of three, they are fully dominating every other deck. I think you can I'm not, you know, following every tournament, like I'm not a tournament player, but I think you can say it is kind of unprecedented that we have this kind of domination in the format, especially in Standard that generally is lower on power. The fact that we have Pioneer decks that are kind of basically Standard mono-red, this format is supposed to be way stronger than Standard, and it seems that the new aggro cards for Standard are just so good that they are played everywhere. You know, just to give my feeling, and generally, you know, I make decks every single day, and I'll tell you, it's so hard to actually make any new decks with the new Final Fantasy cards. I'm really doing my best. I spent my whole days just thinking about the next deck, and very often I have like tons of ideas, but everything like, it will die to mono-red, man. I need to make something different. And in the outros, I'm basically forced to, you know, just say that this deck is cool, but it dies to mono-red. It basically feels like a disclaimer at this point, and it just makes for such a weird situation when you have so many interesting cards. I really like Final Fantasy set, like, you know, we are not going into Universes Beyond discussion, this is for another video, but as card design and stuff like this, I really like the set. I think there are tons of fun cards that are great to build around. The problem is that all of them are too weak to what we have in mono-red aggro meta, because that's like, this is kind of official. Best of 1 is dominated by aggro, best of 3 is dominated by aggro, and this is basically the same deck across the format in like 2 versions, the red version and Izzet version. And this is I think this is too much, so I think this is, just to be a little bit positive here, I think this is a good thing what happened on Pro Tour, and I know it might seem counterintuitive. It's actually a really good thing, because now you cannot say that Standard is flourishing. Like, you don't have even like this, you know, the smoke screen to see what you want to see. At this point, it's just glaring obvious that something is wrong. And that will probably mean that there will be, I think there will be bans. The question is what bans there will be. We might talk about it more in the ban video if we'll make one, because I have some predictions, but the question is, will the ban hit hard enough? And there's always a chance that there won't be bans, but I'll be honest, at this point I cannot even imagine not making an action. That would definitely be a very bad sign, and I think it won't happen. I think there will be something banned from mono-red. So yeah, you know, guys, just I'm always really stressed, and I'm recording this video for like 5th time from scratch. I'm actually recording this for like 2nd day, that's why I didn't see the video yesterday. It's always really hard to talk about it because there are so many topics. I try to, like, there are so many things that I want to say, but I don't want this video to be 5 hours, so I need to, you know, just give you the pieces that I think are the most important. And when you talk from a little bit your heart, it's hard to, you know, just have everything organized perfectly. So I want this type of videos to happen when there's something to talk about, and I just want to, you know, say a few things, see your reaction. If there's something we need to, you know, talk more, we will just make another video and talk more. And, you know, I want this to be kind of back and forth, so I hope you like this style of videos. Tell me in the comments, I really care about what you say, so I will be reading those, and I will tell you my feeling as a content creator. Definitely I think that something has to change. Mono-red, Standard, I use them basically the same right now. It's not in a healthy place, and mono-red needs to be hit very, very hard to make game more enjoyable for everyone. And I kinda see your comments, guys. I see, you know, comments on Pro Tour, like a lot of people were saying that they didn't even watch this because it's like, you know, many hours of literally the same aggro versus aggro that they've seen plenty on the ladder, so it's just even unfun to watch. It's not very fun to play, and I'll tell you, I played mono-red and Izzet a ton. I played with those decks, and if you don't know, before the last ban video that we made on this channel, I actually hit number 2 Mythic in the world using mono-red, and I had winning streak of 16 games in a row at literally top of Mythic ladder. I know those decks, and I'll tell you, when I win with this deck, it feels weird, because you know you shouldn't. You know you should not get this advantage. So for example, when I played Manifold Mouse, I played against control decks very often that traded 1-for-1 with Get Lost. And I drew this, and they drew Get Lost. And I won, because my card is 2-for-1, and control decks have lower value in their top decks. control decks should not have lower value on their top decks. That's the whole point of the archetype, that they win the long games. So you know, there's a lot of discussions, every game is different and stuff like this, so it's anecdotal evidence, but I'm telling you that I played those decks and I know from both sides that they feel too good just for the cost that you pay for those creatures, and you very often win and you know you shouldn't, and this is the feeling that you should probably not have when you are winning, and generally you want to feel satisfaction that you earned the win. With mono red it feels, oh my god, I really shouldn't win this, oh, I feel bad for my opponent, and that's the feeling I'm getting when I play this deck. So just so you know, it's not from perspective of control player getting hit with red aggro, it's from both perspectives, when I get hit by aggro and I also hit with aggro, and it feels bad in both ways, and that's when you know that it's a little bit too much then. So guys, I hope that you will enjoy this video. Please support it, share, like, because I really wanted to do well, so you know you guys are happy with it.
With Final Fantasy, Mono Black has been better than ever, but with my version in particular, it might also be the most toxic. Alright guys, we've got such a sweet list for you guys today with this Mono Black discard, and we have some brand new cards from Final Fantasy that are going to be so much fun and make this deck so much better. We competed really well with this deck, which is a breath of fresh air because we've had some really hard times these last couple of days. Sorry for no video yesterday. We grinded our butts off trying to make some really fun things for you guys, but standard is just so fast right now. It's impossible to work, you know, anything in that's not, you know, killing your opponent by turn 3 or completely disrupting what they do. But speaking of disrupting what they do, this deck does that extremely well. But today, let's talk about some of the new cards. We've got ourselves a brand new Final Fantasy character. I know I'm going to botch this, guys, but I'm calling him Jet today. I'm gonna pretend the CH is silent or something like that because I'm not too sure how to say this. But this guy is really sweet, and the whole reason why I wanted to build a deck is because of this card. It's a creature that's very easy to deal damage with because it's got Menace, and when it does deal damage, it simply flips over. It transforms into this absolute beast of a 7/7 Menace creature, and for 2 turns you're going to be able to draw a card and force your opponent to discard a card. So we decided that we're going to be discard tribal, just really hammer home all the discarding effects so that way your opponent can't cast anything, and we target, you know, the most important pieces of their deck. So of course we started off with Duress, and then we go into turn 2 after Duress for some more hand hate with Crew Claw's Heist. Now this is important because you're going to see some Deep Cavern Bats in the first couple of games. I cut that out, I put in the Heist. I'm enjoying the Heist very much, you know, a lot more than I was the Bat. It's working really, really well for us. And then on turn 3, we followed up with Liliana. Of course, we started off with Duress, and then we go into turn 2 after Duress for some more hand hate with Crew Claw's Heist. Now this is important because you're going to see some Deep Cavern Bats in the first couple of games. I cut that out, I put in the Heist. I'm enjoying the Heist very much, you know, a lot more than I was the Bat. It's working really, really well for us. And then on turn 3, we followed up with Liliana right into the Jet. So there's going to be a lot of discarding going on, but we've also got to draw some cards. So of course we've got the Unholy Annex. Why would you not run this if you're in Mono Black? This is going to draw some cards, and it's going to be a win con of sorts because we're going to be draining the opponent out with our demons. And we have a brand new demon from Final Fantasy for a 2-drop, which is super helpful for curve. You can go into turn 1, cut down, turn 2, demon wall, turn 3, annex. The curve is so beautiful with this deck. It works really, really well. And then our other win con here today, besides the annex, is going to be Bandit's Talents. This card's going to drain the opponent out. If you don't have an annex on the field, it's pretty easy to go level 3 on this and actually draw cards off of that level 3. So today, I mean, again, it's pretty simple, guys. We're just hammering the opponent's hand over and over again. We're gaining a lot of life, and we're removing everything off the battlefield when it hits there. It's an annoying deck to go against, I'm sure, but hey, that's not for us to decide. That's for our opponents to decide, you know? So we're going to jump right into it. Enjoy the video, and we'll see you guys back here at the end. Peace. All right, here we go, guys. Today we're going to be playing some Mono Black discard, and this thing has been doing work for me in the ranked ladder so far. A lot of wins. We've got some really cool stuff in the pipeline that I'm working on that I haven't quite gotten dialed yet, though. That has kind of been hurting my rank a lot, but I'm really trying to get Genova and Sephiroth and stuff to work. I'm even working on some Kefka stuff, but it's been a little bit tough. So today I'm just gonna cleanse the palette here, get some really good wins here with our Mono Black list. Been having some really, really good luck with it so far. So tons of removal in my hand here. Opponent might be in a little bit of trouble. This could be a bad matchup for them. This could be a bad matchup. Turn 2, what do we got for turn 2? Nothing really, right? Guess I can do this. I think this Chocobo will be still hopefully within range of my cut down, even if they play a Fabled Passage or, you know, an Expanse. It should still be within my range. They're probably... I'm dropping this off. Yep. They sure are. Chocobo number 2. Okay, I didn't really anticipate a second one here, but fair enough. All right, and unfortunately, I do have to leave my Go for the Throat. I feel like open for the Traveling Chocobo. I will take care of this one. And I guess Momentum Breaker is actually pretty good here. Yeah, this is fine. Because they have to play a Fabled Passage more than likely, which means they can't even get their Chocobo down. Nope, they've got it. All right. So we know their next card coming down here is almost certainly going to be that Fabled Passage. But we just keep destroying everything that comes down, and we just keep leveling up the Bandit's talent. Eventually, we will win the game. It is that simple. Hopefully we can find an Annex though to get some extra card draw. Good news is I don't think the Birds deck has too much for card advantage. I think we're pretty much safe when it comes to that. This does draw them cards, but aside from that, I mean, it's pretty minuscule stuff. Yeah, I think we can play that. Think we can play that. So let's go. Not too worried about the Fenrir hitting me once or twice. Cut down is actually so good. Okay, cut down was so clutch there. All right, here we go. Let the draining begin. Oh man, my headphones. I gotta get a new auxiliary cord because I can barely hear sometimes. It goes in and out. All right, let's unlock the demon here. That way we start gaining some life. Yeah, I really don't think Birds has anything for us. And here we go. We got our brand new card here, the Reluctant Guardian. I don't know how to say the name. I want to say it's Jet. I'm just going to say Jet. I think the CH might be silent. Who knows? But GG's, we don't even get a chance to play it. Let's go. Big win. All right, I'd say that's a pretty easy first game for us there. Let's see if we can get the same sort of treatment here. Let's go turn 1 Duress into a Deep Cavern. Well, maybe we go with the Bandit's Talent. I'm not sure. Let's just take that out for now. Let's give them that hello back. I don't want them to turn 1, you know, get a card out of my hand here. Let's go with the talent. Let's go with the talent. And we get one of their Rankle's Pranks. That's nice. Ah, they've also got a talent. Ooh, that's kind of tough. But I think it's going to have to be the Deep Cavern Bat. Ooh, another Bandit's Talent is nice. Yeah, let's play it because next turn they're probably going to play out their Preacher and we're going to go ahead and minus the Liliana to take it out. Another Rankle's Prank probably getting discarded here. Yeah. Level up the Bandit's Talents. Here comes the Preacher. We minus that. Ooh, I'm just out of range of that cut down. That's fine though. We still want to use that 1 extra mana here to level up the other Bandit's Talent. Seems good to me. And now we're just looking for the Annex. I mean, we're up against the mirror match though. Hopefully I can find my Guardian here. Okay.
Got something big. Got something big.
A land. All right. And we level up the Bandit's Talent again. That way we can maybe draw some cards here. It depends on how the opponent's turn goes here with their card draw at the top. If they get a land, they could play this and also draw a card, which would be pretty bad for us. We want to keep them down to 1 card minimum here. Now, there's no way they're going to play a spell here. It looks like they missed a land drop because they don't want me to draw the extra card. Oh, they did find the land drop. Oh, and a Preacher. Wow, they're really full sending here. So I get the extra card then off the talent. I didn't think they'd do that. With Demon Wall is interesting. Let's see. Let's see if I'm going to plus the Liliana here. I don't know. It feels like I should. Feels like I should plus the Liliana. So let's go ahead and do this. Do this. And plus Liliana. All right, so now the opponent's in a position where they're, you know, not going to draw any cards off of the Preacher because they're, you know, lower life total than we are. So they're going to get a 1/1 out of the deal, which is fine. I'll take 2. No big deal. If they go for Liliana, though, I might block and look to minus the Liliana to take out the Preacher for the long term. But then again, the Preacher might still get the 1/1. And if they attack my Planeswalker, let me see. Whenever a creature attacks the player... Okay, so I don't think they're going to... Yeah, they're not going to get the 1/1, which is good. It's really good. Perfect. Let's go. Play this. Yes, this is too good. This is too good. All right, and then we play the... Go for the throw on their turn when they activate their Liliana, maybe? Yeah, this game's over. We got him. We got him. What are we playing? Yeah, I thought that might be the case too. All right, let's take out the Preacher. Are they going to plus Liliana here though? Because if they do, I draw 2 extra cards. I doubt they're going to do that. If they play a land here, that would be so silly. Okay. Ooh, Momentum Breaker. Okay. Let's do this first. Let's attack into Liliana. And then we do Momentum Breaker, which will end up taking a card out of their hand, which triggers both of these. So they're going to be at 4 life. They're going to be at 4 life, and essentially we put them in a position here where they can't play or do anything with their next turn, because if they do, they're going to get bled out for the talents, and they lose the game. Demolition Field on the Sanctuary is actually a very smart move. Takes away that opportunity for me to get them down to 1. All I really have to do, though, is find 1 discarding effect here, and we're good to go. There it is. If they have anything in their hand that's not a creature or a land, I win the game. Let's find out. Bom, bom, bom. GG's. And its talents for the win. Another big, sweet win there against Mono Black. It's the mirror. I mean, I like our deck. It's feeling really, really good. I'd like to try to get the flip, though, on the Final Fantasy creature. Maybe I'll add 4 just for the sake of the video so we can get the flip. We'll see. Alrighty, opening hand looks good. We're on an absolute roll right now. A lot of good early drops here. Turn 1, turn 2 action here with Cut Down and Duress is always so nice. Because depending on the matchup, one of these 2 cards is going to have some, you know, good opportunities here. Did they take a mulligan? They might have just taken a mulligan. I think I might have seen that, but they did. Okay. Which means that I feel a little bad about this, but it is what it is. All right, it's mono red. At least we got a target. I'm just happy about that. I was hoping to be a Monstrous Rage, but that's fine. Okay, we've got options here, guys. We've got options. I think their turn 2 is going to be the Emberheart Challenger, right? So, like, why not play the Demon Wall? I feel like if I go with Cut Down here or hold the go for the throat, like let's say they play the Challenger, I mean, they can't get through the 3/3 anyways. So let's just play out the 3/3 wall and hopefully make a block here if they're, you know, silly enough to attack. Sweet. Made the right call. Made the right call. And now we might have better targets too for our removal spells. I feel like I want to hit the Challenger right now just so they can't get those extra cards though. I really can't have them, you know, finding those exile pieces on its Valiant triggers. I want to keep their hand as, you know, minimal as possible. Here comes the Nemesis. We blow it up with the go for the throat and then they can't attack. I mean, we're cooking right now, guys. There's nothing Mono Red can do to us right now. And we're going to hit their hand with Talent next turn. If I get the Annex to gain life too, I mean, GG's. Imagine these are both lands. That would have been epic. Now, they do have this land out here, though, the Village, that can pump up their Heartfire Hero over and over again. So, I mean, if they just want to wait 2 turns... Oh, I guess they're just going to go ahead and bypass the demon by taking it out. 3, 4, bring that up. You know what? I need some cards. I think we have plenty of time to get this rolling here. What are the odds of that actually being something I can hit with the duress? I mean, probably really low, but I'm still going to do it anyways because I mean, I'm not going to have another opportunity to play it, so. All right, so they've got themselves a 2 mana, deal 5 damage to a creature, which doesn't really help them too much. Extra cards, we love that. We love that. Oh, we really love that. All right, I think game's over, guys. We literally drew the 2 best cards we could have drawn there. And Annex with the Demon Wall is absurd. Now we start draining the opponent with also life gain. Sheesh. Here comes the 2 mana destroy my creature, though. That's fine. It's totally fine. Get some extra cards here. Ooh, cut down. Not able to hit that, but I'm sure it'll find a target soon. I'm sure it will absolutely find a target. Yeah, I mean, what do you do? What do you do if you're mono red here? There's nothing you can top deck to save you here. Even if you have a big pump spell here, that's fine. Give your lizard haste. Do it. Yeah, I didn't think you would. I didn't think he had what it took. Yeah, I mean, it's a 6/6 demon there. What are you gonna do? What can you do? What can you do when there's a 6/6 demon staring you down? Dude, we might have found something awesome here, guys. This deck has been absolutely slamming the opponents today. We might have something sweet here. All right, some extra cards. Liliana minus seems pretty darn solid. There it is. GG's. GG's. Not once did we never have it there. We were locked in from beginning to end. Love it. All right, going first. We do have the Jet this time. I'm going to keep saying Jet, guys. I'm sorry if it's not Jet. If you're a Final Fantasy avid player and you know all the names to these guys, I do apologize for any mispronunciations because I have not played too many Final Fantasies. Top 1300 player here, guys. We're in the thick of it now. It's getting intense. We see a white source though on turn 1. I think I want more information here. Maybe we get rid of an opponent's removal spell here. That way the bat can get something better. Ah, Boros Auras, I see. Okay. What's our turn 2 creature? A scavenger. And they did that on purpose not to play it on 1 because they have the protection, it feels like, right? Oh, I guess not. Huh, that was kind of odd the way they played that then. Huh. I think I'm okay to play the Annex here and get it rolling. Maybe? Or should I just do this and then blow up one of these? Yeah, these might be a little bit too problematic not to hit. Oh, I really don't know what to do here, guys. I don't know if I should get the Annex down yet or not, but I just feel like next turn they have the potential to really pop off, especially when they have all these extra 1/1 counters that they can stack on each scavenger. Just don't want to take that opportunity or chance. Ah, okay, setting up for a 0 mana ruckus. That's fine with me. Buying a little bit of time, which is good. That's fine. That's fine because when I kill that, I'm going to go ahead and discard another card out of their hand, which is big value for me. Hopefully I can find a kill spell off the top here, or Liliana or something. Not the case. That's fine. I still have the Jet. Jet. I swear, man, that one's going to be impossible for me to hammer down. Jet or Jet. Who knows? And we've got ourselves a flight. It has taken flight. We might have lost this one, guys. Just, I don't think we have enough removal for this one. If we draw into Liliana, they're cooked, but I pretty much need, oh, I guess Momentum Breaker too. That could be really solid because those two things could bypass the ward. But they're gaining a lot of life here, which is a bummer. And we kind of need, one of those two things like next turn or it's over. Let's see. Let's flip over our jet, which is pretty sweet. You guys get to finally see this for the first time. They discard a card, we draw a card. And it's a duress. A duress, okay. Well, I cannot take the damage from our opponent here, so unfortunately I have to do this, and I have to pray they don't have like a Sheltered by Ghosts. That's all I got. That's all I got. I can absorb 3 of the trample, or 3 damage. They do have Sheltered by Ghosts. Nice. Or Monstrous Rage or something. They GG us, which is unfortunate. Man, can you imagine though if we had Liliana in the hand, we would have absolutely just ruined that opponent's day, you know what I mean? That's unfortunate. That's a hard L because we have tons of removal. We just didn't find enough, so GG's. All right, that one was a bit disappointing, but our hand looks really good here. This is actually a really good starting hand. We got good duress into the demon wall, into an annex. Gonna need a lot of removal once again.
The crypto industry moves fast. We can't keep up with everything. Or can we?
Going first, let's try to use the big stuff. I really want to showcase you this Ultimacia combo, but it's so hard to do, man. Like, it's so hard to, you know, make it work in standard.
That's unfortunate. That's a hard L because we have tons of removal. We just didn't find enough, so GG's. All right, that one was a bit disappointing, but our hand looks really good here. This is actually a really good starting hand. We got good duress into the demon wall, into an annex. I'm gonna need a lot of removal once again here. And Giada is our first creature we're taking out here. Yeah, I think we're just gonna focus on taking things out as they come. Let's just let's do it now. I don't really want the opponent to be able to get the added mana from the Giada. And which angel are we playing now? Resplendent. Resplendent Angel. All right, we're getting this down immediately this time. I need to make sure I'm drawing cards consistently to help finding these removal spells. I like Deep Cavern bad. It can block. And another Resplendent Angel. That's fine. That's fine. We take one of them out with the Momentum Breaker. And another Duress is interesting. I don't think I want the Duress, though. I think I want to just do the Breaker and the Bat. That way, if there's not a, you know, non-creature spell, I can still take it. Perfect. Let's go. That's huge. That was a big hit there. Then these Demon Walls are going to be nice, but I don't think I actually even need the Demon Walls. I'm just going to create the big 6/6 body that can actually block. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Let's go. Now we're draining the opponent. Dude, between Annex and Bandit's Talent, this deck is so easy to just figure out a way to win, you know? You just got to sit back and let your deck do the draining for you. All right, here we go. Unlock this door. We're drawing some more cards. No attacks. Just there you go. Hopefully we get some removal spells here off the top. Maybe go for the throat. Cut down. Liliana's good. We needed Liliana last game. But I'll take it now too. Another Giada. Okay, at least it came down later. That's good. They do gain some life though. Once they've gained enough life with this Resplendent Angel, they start spitting out more angels. All right, Liliana, come on down.
Enough with the mysteries. Sacrifices must be made.
All right, and let's get a couple Demon Walls down just because I know they can't really block or do anything sufficient here, but I have won games with the demon walls in the past by simply putting counters on them and attacking in with menace. So that's been really nice to have that as a backup. Looks like they're going to activate their land here, which means they're going to create tokens when they attack, which wouldn't make too much sense. Yeah, GG's. They're kind of locked out here. Feels bad, man. GG's, though. I do like an Angels deck, you know? Angels are really fun, so respect that. Okay, going first. We got another Jet. Let's go. Hopefully this time we don't let him down. We can actually win this game. Opening. Oh, that's not good. This is all bad. I guess if they can't get anything to the graveyard, we're good, right? I mean, I don't know. This is tough. You want to take away the reanimation pieces for sure, but I also don't want them to be able to get there or ramp there fast. That card is just too good to get them going. All right, let's go ahead and get down. That's going to probably end up helping them because they get to pick the card they want to discard for now. So let's just get the Demon Wall down for the time being. I'll probably end up still using this for discard. I just want to make sure, you know, we thin out the options that they have in their hand here a little bit. Ooh, yes, please. Yes, please. Now, unfortunately, Jet does have only 3 toughness, so we might get hit here with the Brotherhood's End. On top of that, too, they still have Bitter Triumph. Come on, use the Bitter Triumph. Yes. Yes, Queen. Let's go. Now they need another red source in order to hit the Jet with that sweeper of the Brotherhood's End, so that's good. And they didn't discard off the Bitter Triumph, which means they still haven't found their big stuff yet. This is the only downside matchup that we have here because, you know, the opponent kind of wants us forcing discards here. First things first. Oh, come on. Let me attack. Let me do the thing, man. Let me do the thing. Man, I want to show you guys how fun Jet can be when there's nothing to contest him on the board and we just flip it and just, you know, draw those cards. It's just so oppressive because we were going to force a discard of 2 here this turn with the Momentum Breaker, and who knows what we would have top decked with it. If we get a Duress too on top of that, man, we could have hit 3 of their cards there in 1 turn.
This is Pod 5, the first fully immersive sleep system. Intelligent, adaptive, effortless. It doesn't replace your bed, it transforms it. Pod 5 listens and responds to your needs in real time, adjusting temperature, elevation, and sound.
Final Fantasy Collector Booster Box number 2. Okay, listen. That first box that we did was pretty dang good. Very, very happy with it. Last pack magic is really a thing. It was pretty awesome. Go check that out if you have not seen it. We're going to jump into 1 more of these. I'm really digging the set. Very happy with our pulls, like I said, from the last one, and excited to try. We have a few more things that we're on the hunt for. We did pretty good. We did miss a little bit, I would say, on our Surge Foil, so we're certainly hoping to have a little bit more luck here today. In addition to that, if we can find one of those colored chocobos, that would be pretty cool. I'd like a traveling chocobo as well. I mean, I'll take one of the colored ones, but I like that card. I need a Cloud. I need a Tifa from the main set. Both from the main set would be pretty sweet. And a Buster Sword. And then I think I'd be pretty happy. I know I got a little wish list here. And that's okay. We're excited. Let's get full zoomed in here. This is I'm again, I opened quite a bit of collector product and booster packs, and we've done a lot of different sealed on the channel. This set has me nervous, but that's mostly just because the price of these. So hopefully, wish me some luck. Cross your fingers for me. Here we go. Let's get some cool hits. Let's get some unique stuff. Honestly, if we get some good variety from the last one, I would be pretty stoked about that. There's some really, really good through the ages cards, so hopefully we can find one of those here today. We had an awesome hit with the Urza this last box, so let's give it a go and see. We're going to start with a Jidor, Aristocratic Capital in foil. This is a Kenrith, the Returned King. This is a really cool art for Kenrith. in the Noctis. That's pretty neat. I really like this, actually. And you know what? I think the sometimes on full art cards, it feels like some of the text and things like that can, you know, maybe be a little overshadowed or hard to read, but this one looks pretty good. So I think good selection on the art here. There we go. Okay, let's go. Listen, not Surge foil, but this is freaking sweet. This is one of the few cards I very, very much wanted out of this box here, so I am taking it. I was pumping my fist off screen there a little bit. I'm very excited about that. Really cool. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Good way to start here. We got the Summon Esper Manda? I don't know. Holy moly. But that does look pretty sick. I really like the summons. How about a Siegfried? Famed Swordsman? Human Warrior Rogue. And a Ninja's Blades. Okay. Little forest action. Little summon. Little sleep magic. Little dwarves. Very cool. We did not get a uncommon Sid in the last one. We did get a secret rendezvous. We actually got 2 in the same pack, which was really kind of cool. I do hope to see a different one of those today as well. Some uncommon hits would be neat. What do we got? Oh my god. Listen, I asked for Cloud. We're gonna double him up. Not the Surge foil, but you know what? It's pretty dang good. And this is a Venser Schaefer Savant in foil here. That's a pretty good hit too. That's a cool one. That's neat. Through the Ages, that's a good one. Gosh, they did good on these. Some of the arts are just awesome. Neat hit there, really neat hit. How about an extended art Vincent? We got the Surge of him last time. Very cool.
Indulge in the freshness of lilies and the sweetness of caramel.
Oh! Ooh, the full art Genova. This is cool. Wow. Yo, that is sick. That is really cool. And then we got the full art Summon Primal Odin. I really do like that they made these sagas full art. And then another summon. A whole lot of summons in that pack. Oh, look at that. Another summon. Ooh. Woodblock art Crystal Fragments. You know what I noticed too? Oh, hello? Hello? I noticed what's interesting in this is that, and I'll showcase it here. Maybe I got it in the last pack, but extended art uncommons is pretty interesting. They really went kind of all out with the treatments on the uncommons, which is a little uncommon, I guess. Not to add any tropes there, but all right. Double Cloud into a Xanarkin. The full art. The full arts of these lands look really good. Good foiling on this one too. It's really nice. How about a Search for the Frozen Esper, non-foil. Little Nature's Claim. Titus. Titus? Titus. I always called him Titus. Eunice Guardian. We got the extended art last box. So now we're following up the normal one. Cyan. Vengeful Samurai. Double strike whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard. Put a 1/1 counter on him. Ooh. Yo, that's actually kind of sick. I don't know if it's like it's not gold. It is like a dark brown background. That's kind of cool. It actually looks really good with the art. Neat. Hey, an Aerith. We haven't seen one of her either, so that's cool. Nice to pick that up. I like the regular frame of this too. That is neat. Nice. How about a Fang? How about a Torgal? See? Extended art uncommons. It's kind of cool. Gold Saucer. Double Torgal. Who's a good puppers? Okay, double Clive. Double Clive. Cloud. Hello? Clive? I'm thinking of Clive. Clive would be a pretty good borderless search foil hit. Look at this Chocobo. He's so cute. Oh my god, this is huge. Yo, this is actually huge. This is an insane hit. For not being Surge foil, this is... Wow, this beats a good portion of the Surge foils too. We got one of this in our last box, non-foil. Holy. Wow. Okay. We're gonna follow it up with... Ooh, Sir Conrad the Grim. This is a good hit. That's cool. Terra is insane. Fangirling here a little bit. How about a full art Jill? Oh, this one looks sick too. We got a couple... I think we got one regular frame and maybe an extended art. That's really neat. I like the blue. The blue looks really good. That's cool. That's cool art. Kefka, Dancing Mad. Ooh, I haven't seen this one for the Commander series. During your turn, Kefka has Indestructible. Yo, that's actually kind of sick. Triple Triad in the woodblock art. Ooh, and a Shulta. Now we want to see her. Commander Surge is a wild hit, but I'm happy to see this one too. Just regular frame foil. We are getting some good variation here. I'm getting one of my asks up front, which was some variation from her first box, and that is absolutely happening here. This is really nice. That's a cool hit too. And the foil wastes. Yo, sick. Summon Esper. Garnet, extended art. Zidane. Stealing some uniforms. Or lighting some judgment. I don't know. That waste is really cool. I was really surprised in our play booster box, I think, is when we first hit that. Did not even realize you could get that. So that was cool. Okay. Got some good hits. Let's see if we can keep it going here. How about a Summon Leviathan in foil? How about a Dovin's Veto foil? Yo, I like the art on this. Foil action's pretty cool too. How about a Ject? Elected Guardian in extended art. This looks really good in extended art. Auron? Oron? Venerated Guardian. I am not even gonna try. Don't tempt me. But look at the art on this. I didn't play this Final Fantasy. Elder Dragon. Flying Vigilance, Ward 2 for 5. It's a 5/5. Shiva's Aid. When it enters and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn and can't be blocked. Yo, in some dragon decks, this is going to just absolutely slam. The art on this is freaking sick. How about a foil Earth Crystal? Swamp. Ooh. Foily. And Stolen Uniform. Eject. Chocomog. Nice. Yo, I do wonder if that dragon. People are fiending for some dragons right now, so I'm wondering if that dragon is commanding a decent little price. I'm curious. All right, no surges yet. Let's see if we can see one. Or the mystical, colorful Chocobo. Not Surge. I had to look. But cool. Xenos. Very neat. Very neat, very neat, very neat. Full art of this. It's awesome. Look at that. Look at how good that looks. So sick. Hey, Foily Brainstorm. How about that? Yo, that's cool. That is cool. Espers to Magicite. Exile each opponent's graveyard. When you do, choose up to one target creature card exiled this way. Create a token that's a copy of that. Except it's an artifact and loses all other card types. Okay. Golbez. Extended art. Look at that, man. Looks really good in extended art. Lifestream's Blessing. Extended art. And a Dion. Forest. Roja. Emperor. Overkill. Zach. All right. Good first half. Foil Terra. Really good hit. Definitely the best hit, but Double Cloud really cool too. All right. Can we see a Buster Sword? Can we see a Chocobo? Now let's find some Surges. Back half the box. Let's have some Surges. How about that? How about Gilgamesh? Woodblock art Gilgamesh. Foil. How about Gix Yogg Moth Praetor in foil? I'm gonna say this has got to be pretty decent, wouldn't you assume? Oh man, Gix, is he all right? Let's find out. I gotta look here a little bit. Just bear with me really fast. Yeah, that's not a bad hit. Not a bad hit. Not the craziest hit, but that's a good Through the Ages foil. And it looks really good. Really good. It is cool. How about a Dion? Ooh, Lightning. That's cool. Just the mono red version of Lightning. Extended art. Bull's Valor. Summon Primal Odin. Plains. Torgal. Yeah, that's cool. Nice. Gix. I like the art on it. What's that one from? Final Fantasy 11? Play 11 either. How about a foily Woodblock Esper Origins into a foil Sir Conrad? We've gotten a lot of foil Through the Ages cards. The extended art of Zenith. Aerith, Last Ancient, extended art. Coin of Fate. Ooh, Noctis, that's cool. This looks really sick in foil. The sword's like shimmering, looks really good. Mountain, Zidane, Eden. All right, we got what, 4 left. Let's see a little bit more fire. I'm hoping we don't miss on the Surges. Vincent, the non-Surge version. Okay. Cool. A beast. How about Farseek? Eunice Decision in foil here. That's cool. Extended art. That's nice. Balthier and Fran. Woodblock art, I think? Or full art? I'm not sure. The two of these look very, very similar. Vaughn. Street Thief. And a foily Zodiark. Island. The Chocobo. Ooh, Ash looks really good. Double Ash. Doubling it up. All right. Get a little nervous here. Here we go. Kuja. Regular. Into a foil Nature's Claim. The Falcon Airship Restored. Extended art foil. Yojimbo. I think we got this foil in our other collector box. Avalanche of Sector 7. Ooh, that's cool. That is actually really cool. You get like kind of the see-through text box there. It's pretty sweet. Ultima. All right. 2 to go. Here we go. Bon. Street Thief Surge Foil. All right, well, at least we didn't totally miss on the surges. That's cool. Followed up by a Deadly Dispute. Non-foil. A Rosa. Resolute White Mage. Woo. We're sliding. Yeah, I don't. The Daniel? I don't know. I have no idea. He's an Elder Wizard. But how about a full art Aerith? That's really cool. Go with our Cloud. Very nice. Very nice. That's cool. Oh, and a foily starting town. Ooh, and Promptu. Back. Okay. All right. A little bit of surge action. One more to go. Very happy with the box. Another very good set of hits. Pretty happy with this one. Let's see any more last back magic for us. Double Cloud. Pretty cool. Here we go. Thanks for chilling. How about an Ishgard? Full art. Foily Lightning Bolt. That's cool. I really like the art for Lightning Bolt here. Yo, okay, listen. It's not Surge Foil. That is another good hit. Yuna. Grand Summoner there. Full art from the Commander set. Very cool. Extended art Choco. Dancer's Chakrams. That was a good last pack. That was a good last pack. How about a foil Sephiroth to finish things off? Look at that. That is cool. Very, very nice. Good finish to that one. There's a Sid, finally. This is a good one too. What's this one from? 4? That's a good one. That is cool. Oh, and battle menu. Well, let's look at Sid for just one longer second. That's cool. That is cool. All right, we'll take a quick scroll through the rares here, then we'll take one more look at what I pulled out, at least consider the hits. I'm sure there's some other good stuff in here, though. I really like that Foily Lightning Bolt. Aerith's a good hit, too. That's cool. Happy to see that. Didn't hit the Buster Sword. Was hopeful for that. About the only thing I didn't get that I honestly wanted, though. Oh, and then I didn't get what's her name? Tifa. I was looking for just the mono green Tifa. I wanted the full art profile showcase, whatever frame. Well, Brainstorm's pretty neat. I feel like we did pretty good. Shulta is really cool. Jill's neat. Got a couple of Aeriths. Really am curious to see again how these lands are gonna do. This Genova's really neat. Vincent. Spencer. Blades. Kenrith. All right. And then for the hits, we've got Sephiroth. They're in foil. Yuna, the Grand Summoner. Very cool. I really like the art for that. Street Thief. My only Surge. That's about the only thing the box missed on. Only rare and upsurge. How about a Foily Gix through the ages? This is an amazing hit. This certainly replaces one of the surges. Absolutely. Terra. That is awesome. Very cool. And then I get my choice. Foily or non-foily cloud? I think you know which direction we're gonna go. That is pretty sick. That is really cool. Thank you so much for checking this out. I hope you enjoyed. And yeah, a little nerve-wracking boxes, but happy with both that we've been able to open. Gonna have a bunch of other, well, I shouldn't say a bunch. We're gonna do a few other openings on the channel. We're gonna have some other fun stuff coming up here very shortly. So if you do enjoy pack openings, be sure to stick around. If you enjoy commander discussions, maybe some deck builds, be sure to stick around as well. Probably gonna be jumping to that for Final Fantasy. Got a couple other sets on the way as well too, so I'm excited for those. And got some other fun stuff. If you enjoy MTGareana content, probably seen it already. But if you haven't, we do a whole lot of that. Final Fantasy, absolutely gonna be rocking and rolling. So thank you so much again for checking it out. Consider subscribing. We really do appreciate the support. And likes, comments are always appreciated. If you want to come, join our Discord. Links in the description. Come pop over there. Continue to help us grow our grow our community that continues to build and grow. In other words, I'm done. Thanks for watching. Catch the next one. Peace. Final Fantasy Collector Booster Box. Wow. Okay. Gotta say this up front. Not gonna do many of these at all. Usually we're pretty good about doing a handful of collector booster boxes. I am a huge Final Fantasy fan. We got some other fun openings coming up on the channel. We're gonna do some fun stuff. Did a play booster box already. That was pretty cool. Should have seen that last week if you haven't checked that out. But today we're gonna jump into our first collector booster box. And again, there's a good chance that maybe the only one. We may do one more. I didn't pick up a ton of these at all. Yeah, we're hoping to get some sweet hits. Now, what are we obviously hoping for? We're hoping for a colored chocobo. That would be absolutely insane. That would be wild. Some of the Surge Foil borderless full art cards are also pretty crazy. So we're hoping to have a good box. Personally, I do want to see Cloud. Sephiroth would be really cool. Vivi is obviously really great. I want to see a Buster Sword particularly. I really enjoy the full art Tifa as well. And there's a handful of others. There's some cool woodblock cards in here as well. So I'm excited. I am. It's been a while since I've been nervous to open a collector booster box. I gotta be honest with you. And I'm just hoping we have some good pulls, get some luck. Let's dive in. Let's have some fun here, and let's get it going. So, yeah, I was able to get this not fully at crazy secondary market pricing, but also was not able to get it at MSRP either. So I wanted to share that. So we need some good hits if we want to recover, quote unquote, some of our financial value. But I am a collector at heart, so we're here to have fun, enjoy the art, get some cool cards. That's what I want to see. If we can do that, that will be a success. And not going to take too many chances at this. Interestingly enough, we could also hit some really cool Through the Ages bonus sheet cards. Foil Ristic Study, foil Ancient Copper Dragon would be pretty sweet. There's a couple other good ones as well. This is pretty wild. I'm stoked for this. There's some awesome arts. There's some awesome cards in this. Hands are sweaty. I am freaking out a little bit. Let's get into it here. First pack. I will lose my mind if there is a colored chocobo anywhere in these packs. I honestly a little nervous for today, but I'm excited. Very excited. All right, we're starting off with chocobo. It's a good way to start. A little bird action into a Lindblue. Now I'm really curious to see how these land adventure towns are gonna be. Look at the art. Come on, you can't tell me. The art in this set is so good. That is so cool. What is this, Final Fantasy 9? I didn't play a lot of Final Fantasy 9. Sorry for some focusing here. All right, our first Through the Ages is a Lucas Stadium. That's cool. That's neat. Ooh, that's a cool Esper Origins. Woodblock art, I believe, on this. Strago and Realm. There's a couple of commander cards that I'm hoping to pick up as well, so let's see if we get any of the cool ones here. Oh, Squall, very cool. Very cool. Little Final Fantasy VIII action. I know I don't know if people are divided on these. I like these. I think these portrait frames or whatever these are called, the borderless versions of these are really cool with the numbers in the back. And a Wandering Minstrel. Forest Action, Omega, Woodblock art, Barrett, Rufus, Fire Magic, Google, the greens. All right, cool first pack. All right, the nerves are not settled. I was gonna say the nerves are settling down. They're not. They're not. I recognize. I recognize. Whew. Look at these tokens. So cool. These look great. How about an Arden the Usurper foil? Cool, cool, cool. How about a Deadly Dispute and foil? Uncommon. I like the art on this Deadly Dispute. That is sick. That's really cool. Jacked. Reluctant Guardian. Umaro. The Raging Yeti. Minwu. White Mage here. Extended art. And Rauban. Rauban? Planes. Hey, Secret Rendezvous. Very cool. That is cool. That's... Whoa! Look at that. Talk about some duplication. I will take that. Foil and non-foil. I was going to say, I kind of hope to get a couple of these. Checking that one off the box. That's neat. Okay. Clash. Suplex. Taking down the train. All right. No crazy hits. The Secret Rendezvous are cool, though. That's neat. That is neat. See if we can... I don't know that I've seen anybody get multiples in one box. So... we've got the Moogle's Valor. Look at that. Look at these little guys. Look at them. They're so cool. Ooh, nice. Counterspell. Very cool. You'd hope for this one in foil. I'll take the non-foil, though. Furion. Wild Rose. Summon the Magus Sisters. Well, I like the summon, actually. It's kind of crazy. Kind of kooky in Final Fantasy X. Ultimate Magic Meteor. Look at that. And Minwu. Planes. Foil Enema. Extended Art Pistis. Black Coal. We'll see if we see any the uncommon Sids here. All right. Cloud, Sephiroth, Vivi, Buster Sword. I got a couple of things on the list that I'm hoping for. I'd take the Commander Cloud too, actually. Yes, now this is a cool one. This is on the list too. Jumbo Cactuar. Look at my man in foil. That is cool. It's such a good art. It's so good. I love it. Woo! Okay, listen, I said give me a foil counterspell. It said sure in the next pack. Little duplication here. That's not bad. Wild Rose Rebellion. There's Jill, some extended arts. There's the Commander Sin. Ooh, I like this Fire Crystal. That's cool. And Balthier and Fran. Mounted. Chocomog. The White Heart. Self-destruct. The Berry. Thunder Magic. Kind of happy. I'm not focusing. Usually, if you're a fan of the channel, I really enjoy full art lands. I like this land cycle a whole lot. One from each Final Fantasy, I believe, is how they did it, which is really cool. I'll look forward to using these, slotting them in some decks. How about Midgar, City of Mako? Foily action. That looks really cool. How about Venser? Shaper Savant. The art on this is pretty sick. That is really cool. Yes, nice. This is a good hit. This is a nice hit here. Full art Terra. Not foil, shirt foil, or anything like that, but that is a solid one. That is cool. Wow, I really like the art on this. They did such a good job with these. Nice. Followed up with a little Ultima action, wood block art. Very cool. Blue Mage's Cane. Job Select. And a foily Theon. He flips. Pretty sick. Island. Summon. Torgal. The Find Hunt. Poo-poo UFO. Look at that. All right. Terra's cool. That's a neat hit. First half of the box. No Surge foils up front yet. So we are still on the hunt for that. Hopefully we can find a good one. No Chocobos yet either. Hopefully we can find that. Taking our time here a little bit. Just chilling. Okay, and just as I say that, we have a Surge foil Kuja. Kuja? Wow, that's these Surge foils look really good. This has got to be the best Surge foiling they've done. Wow, they look really good. In person, they are awesome. That is cool. We'll follow that up with a Smuggler's Copter. Non-foil. How about a Summoner's Ascending in foil? Yuna getting it done. Eye of Nidhogg? Yo, that's kind of crazy, right? Stiltskin, the Moogle Merchant. Extended art on that little guy. And a foil Regalia. Swamp, Ambrosia, Fang, Exdeath. We got the Flan. Okay. Well, one Surge foil down. Can we see some more? Can we see some more? How about a Surge foil Vincent back to back? Oh, this looks sick. Yo, that looks so sick. Wow, dude, come on. These are dope. They did such a good job. I'm fangirling here, fanboying here a little bit. Wow. That is sick. And this is a nice one. This is a nice bonus sheet hit here. The Triton Hero. Gracias. Wow, and it's Titus too. That's so cool. Non-foil. That is a good hit. And a Go-Go. What a pack. Holy. Yes, please. Okay. Got my man Wrecking Ball Arm. What is this? 2 mana. Equipped creature has base power, toughness 7/7, and can't be blocked by creature's power 2 or less. Equip legendary creature for 3. That's going in some equipment decks. For sure. Oh, woodblock art, Realm Reborn. That's neat. And another Lindblum. Torgal. He sure is a fine hound, isn't he? What a pack. That was a great pack. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Cool. Ooh, a water crystal. That's cool. A little foily water crystal action. How about an Urza Lord High Artificer in foil? Yes. Yes. Wow, our bonus sheet hits here. Our Through the Ages. Very good. Yo, that is sick too. What, Final Fantasy VI? Terra? Oh, that is so sick. The foiling in these looks really good. It's very subtle. It's very subtle with the white-backed cards. Or white background cards. But, gosh, it looks good. Wow, and a Tifa. Oh my gosh. Yes, dude, the gold one. Oh my gosh. The back half of this box was great so far. Dude, that looks amazing. It's dulling it out maybe just a little bit. The gold looks so good. Yes. Wow, that's some hits. We got the Hex. I don't know. Prowess. Not creature spell. Was this cast? It has double strike. That's pretty cool. Shadow. Ooh. Saz. Foily. What do we got here? Zidane. Albert. Stealing uniforms. A turret. Okay, 4 packs ago. That was another really good pack. Oh my gosh. All right. I don't know. Maybe we got, you know, maybe another search foil. Maybe one more. Maybe a... Which Chocobo do I want? If I had to pick one, I don't know. I really like the green one. I really like the blue one too. The black one? Any of them? How about a Firion? Firion in foil. How about a Flynn, the Fang Bearer? That's cool. Summon Yojimbo. I really like the summons. These are cool. I'm a big fan of Final Fantasy X. Raban. That looks good. I like that. And a Wandering Minstrel. Extended art. And... oh, Stiltskin. He's a merchant. Look at that little guy. Fat Chocobo. Side quest. And a Choco comment. Lots of Chocobos. We're doing some... doing a little foreshadowing, maybe? Foreshadowing, maybe? Can we? Oh,
Got something big. Got something big.
Oh, this is a good box. Very happy with this so far. Last couple of packs here.
Ang lakas niya siguro.
Darkness Crystal.
Ang lakas niya. Parang...
That's cool.
May duda ako.
Somebody pointed out in a different video that I was watching. It's got the other crystals in the background. This one's pretty cool. How about a Squall? I got this as part of my pre-release. This one is foil. Hard to tell, actually. Very subtle sometimes on these. Titus, very cool. I wanted this one too. That's neat. That is neat. Grabbing some of these commander cards is cool. I'm pretty excited about that. Informer, Shuriken. Quick creature has whenever this creature attacks, that target creature dependent player controls and that creature's greater power than this creature put a 1/1 counter. Put the number of 1/1 counters on this creature equal to the difference. Holy. That's actually good. Woodblock Art Sin. And yes! Yes! Now I know it's not the full art, but I wanted a Sephiroth very, very badly. Yo, that's sick. This is sick. Let's go. Getting a Mythic in this back slot is really cool. Nice. Good hits.
Yeah, first one. You need to cast now because it's a fishing time.
Weapon?
Yeah. kay June para
Very
mabuhay
cool.
pa yung
Alright,
isda.
2 packs ago.
He will do
Sorry
something
again.
that the fish
Slow roll this
will
bit.
still
Thanks
be
for
alive.
chilling with me.
Yeah.
Having some fun
Go Sir June.
doing this.
Wait lang, baka matapon mo
Again,
to.
not gonna do much with this at all.
Whoop! Hindi sumama.
But I am happy that we opened it. I will say that.
Ayan.
Happy
Oh!
that we cracked it.
Muntek!
What do we got?
Secure talaga sa inyo. Pag yan,
Yo.
napitawan. GG.
Yo,
Goodbye. Isda.
come on.
Right.
That's
Yes, we got
gold.
some action here. My rod is a little bit moving.
Yo,
and June
that
is
is
preparing some
sick.
food. Because we're hungry.
Like the wisp.
Ano prepare mo sa June?
Foil.
Flex, flex,
We
flex,
opened,
flex.
I think, 2 of these in our play booster box, which I was pretty stoked about.
Tapos,
This is awesome.
Pampalaya with
That just looks so good. That is really cool.
ano pang?
Little fatal push action.
Pero pa.
Tifa. Wow, we're getting good hits on the commander cards, I will say, for sure.
Parang nag-camping
Focus
na.
one. Here we go.
Alright.
That's nice.
Ayan. Sasandok
Sid,
na.
not
May
the
rice.
uncommon version.
May pakbet.
Cannon.
Ampalaya.
Hey, foil is starting down.
Itlog na malat. And kamare.
Another surge. Zidane.
Paksiw. Sir John, ano sabi mo?
Swerte lang.
I think it's kind of cool they did some of the uncommon
Alright,
surge
ito sa akin guys.
in these
So,
frames
ito
too.
malag.
I like
And tomatoes.
I like it. Ooh,
Yeah,
little
that's
little
right.
double full art action.
It's Eid celebration, so yeah, we need
Getting
to
all
celebrate
gold sauce.
something, right?
Titus.
And we got, first off, we got the
Overkill.
rice.
Chokepo kick. All right.
Yeah, rice is life.
Last chance in this box
Rice is lifer. Right, we got
For a surge.
a lot of bunch of rice.
for a foil chocobo.
Wow, that's enough.
Luck.
And
Great box.
A little bit of milk.
Very happy with the pulls.
Yeah, I think
Still like
that's
to
good
see a
stuff
cloud.
already.
Or a chocobo.
And enjoy.
Or a Vivi.
So
Here
John,
we go.
kuningin cook.
Thanks for chilling.
Cook. Ako na. Cook ka, tubig.
Listen.
Right, so we need
Listen.
to add some drinks.
pretty
And we
good.
have a freezer, small freezer.
This box
It's a
is
very, very
pretty
small.
good, I think.
We put some ice in it.
Yo, let's
And-
go.
Yeah, I hope it's still freezing.
Let's go, Vivi, big hit. How about Nature's Claim?
We got
This is
some ice.
not foil. Could not
And
tell. Nature's Claim. What do we got
Coca-Cola,
here?
baka naman.
Zenos.
A-sponsor. Thank you.
Very
Bye.
cool.
Got something big.
Yo, this
Oh my
flips
God.
and looks so good. The full art of this looks so good. That is cool. All right, little full art Darkness Crystal. Mr. Seymour. Ooh, and a Genova. That's neat. Mountain. Hey, how about a Fang? Gosh, these look good. These look really good. Okay, listen. I'd say that was a pretty good way to finish the box. I'm not gonna lie. I think we did pretty good. I'm pretty happy. I got a lot of the stuff that I want, like Tifa here. This is so sick. Titus is cool. I was really kind of hoping for picking up some of these, some of the commander cards is pretty neat. Pretty excited about that. Smuggler's Copter, Ultima and the Woodblock, Venser. Is Venser a good hit? I don't know. Maybe he should go up here. Midgar. This counterspell, nice. Other counterspell, very cool. Foil Deadly Dispute, Squall. I feel like it did pretty good on this one. Pretty good. And then, of course, carefully grab this pile here. How about a foil full art Vivi? Yes, this is huge. This is the hit of the box, without a doubt. I'm pretty sure. I am pretty sure we're looking pretty happy with this one. That is awesome. What a way to finish. We got the Sephiroth, regular frame, regular art, but in foil. Very cool. We got this foil Tifa, which is so sick. We got a foily Urza. Yo, this is a good box.
Got something big.
Go. The Titus. Our Surges, Vincent. I guess you could say we could have did better in the Surge category. Vincent and Kuja. But honestly, not bad. And they look really good. I'm very, very pleased with how these look. We did get Terra as well. Cool hit. Good Mythic hit. And the Jumbo Cactuar. Very cool. Hopefully you enjoyed. Thank you so very much for checking this out. Again, there is a decent chance. There's a decent chance we'll do one more box here in the near future. So be on the lookout. Do openings every Wednesday. Keep an eye out for the next couple of weeks. If you're a fan of one box challenges, I think you probably know what we're doing. We're gonna Final Fantasy it up, I think. So we're hoping to get that in here very, very soon. We're gonna jump into that, have a ton of fun. Again, I got some commander decks on the way, and we're gonna do some fun stuff with that as well. Take a look at them, crack some packs, and you know, see what else we can add to them. Maybe do some upgrade guides as well. If you enjoy MTGareana content, we got a whole bunch of that as well. So stick around. Do me the biggest favor, if you would, hit that subscribe button. We'd really appreciate it. It really does help to support the channel. Likes and comments are always appreciated. If you are a pack opener yourself or want to talk limited at all, jump over to our Discord. Links in the description. Got a Magic the Gathering channel. We're posting cool stuff over there, trying to grow our community. So we'd love to have you. And again, just thanks for watching, and we'll catch you in the next one. Peace. All right, back again. Let's see if we can win another collector booster box of Final Fantasy. Good ripping here, hopefully. Let's see what we can get. Ristic Study. That's pretty crazy. Okay, Xanarkand. We have a Kuja, which is awesome. We have a Shram. Whenever you cast an aura, equipment, or vehicle spell, draw a card. That's pretty cool, especially in white. Wandering Minstrel. Interesting. The Valor. A Grimoire, a Jacked, and a Bahamut. Yeah, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. Some good variation there, I will say. So let's see what we got here. In white, Crystal Fragments, double infantry, pretty nice. We got the Sram and Slash. White Mage Staff is good. Double arms, Chocomog. We do have a weapons vendor and some good equipment. Double Paladin Arm and White Mage's Staff and Crystal Fragments are all very solid. And we have the Moogle and the weapons vendor. And Slash of Light can get better off of that. White is looking pretty sweet. White is looking pretty sweet. Okay, let's see. In blue here, cargo ship. We have a counterspell, ice magic, a couple of sages, which is cool. The Sentinel. Again, we have a Ristic Study. Stuck in Summoner Sanctum, Syncopate Travel, so blue, not super excited about, but in black, double Hecdies, Resentful, double Man. You have a Fang, eject, deals combat damage to a player, exile, then return to the battlefield transformed. Each opponent discards a card, draw a card. Each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. This is pretty good. He's pretty solid. And a Phantom Train, which is pretty cool. Final Days and a Marlborough. Taking a look at red. Double item Shopkeep. Double Suplex. Laughing Mad. Unexpected Request. Esper. Blade of Judgment. Random Encounter in green here. Xanarkand. Cactar Commune. Bride. Request. Side Quest, excuse me. Double Bard's Bow. Wanderings. Gigantitude, Grimoire, and Zafet Chocobo. Taking a look at our multicolored. I don't know, actually. This is pretty interesting. Artifact. Whenever an artifact you control enters for +1/+1 counter on Titus, and whenever you attack, you tap target creature. That is kind of interesting. Although we do also have a Zidane, we also have a Judge Magister, we have an Insomnia too. We have some good multicolored cards. Double Crossroads Village is nice, with the fixings as well as Blitzball. Then of course we have Bahamut. Yeah, I'm definitely leaning white and thinking either red Or black. I mean, black gives me Ject, Ahriman the Resentful, double Hecht Eyes, Phantom Train. Red just might be a little bit leaner with double Shopkeep, Sabotender, double Suplex. We can Laughing Mad, Ifrit. Even Unexpected Request can be kind of interesting. Esper's good. Call, we can make a bird. Blade of Judgment. It's just probably better from a removal standpoint. Like, green is fine, just nothing crazy standing out to me. I think our white was really good. Didn't get a lot of towns. I mean, we do have double Crossroads, so we could think about splashing, but if we did red, we would also get Zidane, which can be kind of sneaky. Sneak in and grab something. We could play... You could honestly run black and splash in for Kuja and Judge. That might not be too bad. And then either removal and black, which there is not any, unfortunately. Okay, let's see what we can put together. Be back in a second. Okay, this is pretty straightforward, but I think this is the way that we're gonna run. So we have our Magitex or Farian. We're basically just going pretty clean white-red equipment, but we are going to splash in black for Judge Magister and Kuja. Kuja has just been absolutely awesome if this thing goes untouched, so being able to curve out on this. I don't know how many wizards we have. We just have the one wizard, which is Kuja. But wait, yeah, that makes it a cleric. And this makes it a knight, which is fine. This can take care of itself over a couple of turns, and in many instances can just draw some removal, which is totally fine, because in many instances it's gonna at least make one black wizard creature token, which is pretty cool. So we have a decent little suite of removal: Light, Fate, double Suplex, and Slash. I'm gonna run a little card draw with Laughing Mad. We have the Valor as well for a big top end combat trick, and then Grahatia Zidane. Just a good curve up to plenty of things to do on 1 and 2. And so hopefully we can just kind of curve out, fight in. We also have item Shopkeep, which will make some of our equipments here just a tad bit better, which is also pretty nice. We have Weapons Vendor and Moogle that can help us to find a few things as well. So let's get to it, see how we do. A little slow here, but I'll try it out. I'm gonna hope the deck is gonna bless me with a black source here, because Kuja on 4 would be great. Planisphere, nice. I definitely think we need to be the aggressor here, so
जमीन पर तो कई बादशाह हुकूमत करते आए हैं, पर उसने
Strength training, now at a new level. Gym Monster 2 is an all-in-one design.
Alright, welcome back, guys. Been a while. Got a special one for you today. Final Fantasy has been the talk of the town. I did manage to snag one of these from locals. I ended up paying, I think my cost was around $450, $460, but these things are currently sitting at $850, lowest listed on TCG Player. And I've been debating ever since pre-release if I wanted to rip this thing or not. And after talking to the wife about it, we decided that we're gonna take our chance at it and see if we can't pull a serialized chocobo. Only 77 of them, or even one of the neons would be fine too. I've ripped a lot of what would you call them, the blister packs, the ones that you can buy individually. I picked up some from GameStop and Best Buy, but yeah, this has got to be the most expensive booster box that I've ever ripped, and I had to record it for you guys. So let's go. I can't even rip. It won't rip. All right, there we go. I think. Did I get it? Yeah. I'm a little nervous about this one, boys and girls, but seal has been broken. and there's no going back. There's no going back. Only 12 packs in this thing. Whew. Some of the biggest chases, other than like the big boys, I am looking for the Sephiroth. Cloud would be nice too. And then what else? What else do we get? I think Sephiroth, just mainly Sephiroth is the big chase for me in this set. And as a matter of fact, I mean, I have it already. But the Surge foil would be nice. First pack, here we go. We got a hero token. Balam Garden Seed Academy. Laboratory Maniac, there we go. Dude, the artwork in this set is beautiful. Seriously. Xenos, and that's a flip card. With Shinryu, Transcendent Rival. Shinryu. Matoya. Estenin Varlinio. Kane. Up full planes. Summon Primal Garuda. Foil. Eden, Seat of the Sanctum. And I think that's it. After that is just uncommons and commons, right? Yep. So it's just the first couple cards. Nothing crazy in there, but you know, it just means it's gonna get better. Alright, here we go. We got a bird token. Buster Sword foil. That's gotta be a hit. That's gotta be a hit. That's gotta be a good hit. That's gotta be good. That's really gotta be good. I might need that too, as a matter of fact. Vayne. Dion. Vincent, Vengeful Atoner. Nice. Noctis. Stiltskin, Moogle Merchant. I heard a lot of people talking about this card. Lifelink. 2 tap, target opponent gains control of another target permanent you control. If they do, you draw a card. Nice. Planes, another full planes foil. Crystal Fragments. And Gase. And that should be it. Yeah. Alright. We got a good hit so far. Buster Sword. I should have pricing on screen for you guys. So you guys will be seeing what the totals are of the stuff that we're pulling. Hero token with a horror. Ooh, I haven't been flipping the tokens because I'm also looking for the emblem for Sephiroth. Midgar City of Mako. Deadly Dispute foil or Baron Rivalry. Cecile Dark Knight turns into Redeemed Paladin. Not bad. Gilgamesh. Nice. I like that artwork. It's a sweet artwork. Barrel Avalanche Leader. Genova Ancient Calamity. Alright, got a full mountain. Fang Fearless Isol. That's the bottom half. Okay. And Geoke, King of the Dwarves. And then that should be it. Zack Fair, Magic Damper, Instant Ramen, Glacial Cat. Alright, come on. Whew. This is big right here, boys and girls. This is big. Well, at least the biggest thing for me that I've ever ripped. Alright, we got a hero token with the bird on the back and print lines on it too. Alright, we got Xenos foil. Well, we already looked at that one, but still, that one's foil. I think the other one wasn't. All right, we got a command beacon. That's a sick command beacon. That is pretty sick. Champions from Beyond. Ultima Origin of Oblivion. Jeez. That's good. That might go in my old Drowsy deck. Or you could make him a commander too. Legendary God. Alright, another Gilgamesh. Extended. Hope. Foil. Alright, we got another Plains. Summon Fat Chocobo. Give us one of the big choke foils. Come on. Don't fail us. Ash, Prince of Dalmasca. Alright. Tactician, Dragon's Lance, Cargo Ship, Slash of Light, White Mage's Staff, and Kikirin Merchant. Something like that. Kikirin. Alright. Still got we're not Kikirin. Mage's Staff and Kikirin Merchant. Something like that. Kikirin. Alright. Still got we're not giving up hope. And this set is really good. I really liked it. I didn't think I was gonna like it. I'm not a big Final Fantasy fan, but this set, oof, got a lot of good stuff in it. Alright, here we got another hero token, followed by a knight. Oh, we got a Jumbo Cactuar foil. That's a good one. 10,000 needles. Chromatic Lantern. Hey, that is nice. That's another nice one. Go-Go Master Mimicry. Shalinda. Mughal's Valor. For each creature you control, create a 1/2 white Mughal creature token with lifelink. Then creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. For 3 and 2 white. Nice. Full art, full foil mountain. Summon Shiva. Cloud of Darkness. You know what I just started thinking about? Where are our Surge foils? We haven't hit a Surge foil yet. Uh-oh. I mean, if they swapped it out, you know, for a serialized, I wouldn't be mad, but still. I've seen some cracked booster collector booster boxes with like six of them in one. But then I've also seen, you know, some with like maybe a few only. Alright, that was a rough little pack to open. Alright, we got a hero token with a treasure. Foil borderless water crystal. That's nice. Stroke of Midnight. Foil. Sarah Farron extended. Crystallized Sarah. Go-Go Mysterious Mime. Elena Turk Recruit. Jill flips into Shiva Warden of Ice. Foil Island. Summon Ifrit, GF Ifrit. And Torgal Fine Hound. Eden Seat of the Sanctum, Torgal, Travel the Overworld, Precious Wanderings, Dragon's Wyvern. Oh, we got a Suplex foil. Nice. That's a good one. It's a good little hit in the back. Alright, we're halfway there. Halfway there. We have not seen a Surge foil. Come on. Give us something. Give us something. Don't do us dirty. Give us a good first what's it called? Impression of a collector. Alright, we're still looking for that the emblem for Sephiroth. Oh, nope. We got a food token. Arden the Usurper. Light up the stage. Promise fulfilled. Jill. The portrait art. Warden of the Ice. Non-foil. Spyro's Punishment. Excalibur 2. Nice. Starting Town. That's a good town. And it's foil. That's pretty good. Full Art Mountain foil. Secret Rendezvous foil too. That's gotta be a good little hit, right? And Garnet Princess of Alexandria. Ignis. Dark Knights. Barrett. I can't pronounce that. Kouro and Commune with Beavers. Oh, the Commune with Beavers. I remember I used that during the pre-release. But what was it? That red card. It was one in a red. The Sabo Tender. I ended up pulling 3 in my pre-release kit, and that card put in some work for me. How did you guys do in your pre-release? Did you guys attend? You guys go? Make sure to leave a comment.
Get ready to elevate your shopping experience at Lulu. Get 8% back as Lulu.
In today's video, we're discussing Final Fantasy. Those collector boxes are something we need to talk about. They're going next level, and are players prepared for what these results are going to mean? If someone walked up to you right now and said just how well are Final Fantasy boxes, like the collector boxes, how well are they doing? Do people still want to pay like $800-900 a box? They wish they still could. Welcome back, everyone. MTG Moxman here. Thank you again for hanging out with me today for another video. Final Fantasy is not only letting up on the gas pedal, it looks like it's putting pedal to the metal and going full steam ahead. And really, there's nothing Wizards of the Coast can do. The collector boxes have been printed. They are out there in the open, and the market has decided we need more. And because there are no more, the prices keep getting repriced to the next level. Crazy stuff has been going on since release date. And back when the pre-orders came out and people could buy these boxes for like $5.99, $6.99, and since release, where we've gone is totally into uncharted waters. I guess the closest thing we could discuss would be things like the VIP packs, maybe flip trip double masters type stuff, 4 packs for like $400, $100 a pack. But Final Fantasy is starting to go well beyond that. You guys have to understand, if you haven't been paying attention to what's going on in this market, it's getting downright scary. I'm getting emails asking if I know where to buy boxes that are legitimate, because there's a whole fear now of a whole bunch of hack things going on, people resealing boxes. This is going right out of like the early mid 2000s when they would like reseal boxes. Anyway, I want to show you guys a couple of things, because when we're looking at these boxes and the fact that not just the collector boxes, but play booster boxes are running low in supply. In many areas, they've already sold out. This is going to lead to a whole drought effect, and it just can't be satisfied in time before the next set releases, Edge of Eternities. Right now, I should be talking more about Edge of Eternities, but you can't help it. Final Fantasy is taking the main stage, and because of what's happening in this market, it is going to affect decisions later on, and it's best that we all get prepared. Let's take a look at a few of the prices going on in the market. Now, I just want to take a minute and stop in at the local level. Now, this could be you're in a town, you're in a city. That's where we all live, right? Maybe some rural region out there. Maybe you got a local LGS, maybe you've got to drive to one. But chances are you've recognized by now that the local LGS level doesn't have any collector boxes. They sold them all out, either on pre-order months ago for $5.99, $6.99 a box, okay? Or it happened really recently with the new higher price points. Here I'm showing you 401 Games, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. When they sold out, it was $16.99.95 per box. That means with taxes, this is like $1,900, okay? A crazy amount of money to see leave your hands for that box, or at least you would think it is. But don't forget, they already sold out. They can't get any more. And across every place you've been to, you can't find it. So you're likely going to be pushed toward going somewhere else. You're going to look for this product in a different way. And that might mean that you're going to go to TCG Player. It's a huge market space. A lot of people can meet. You can find buyers and sellers of this product. And you can look and see it's still moving between 100 to 200 boxes every day. Every 24 hours, that's what we're seeing move. That means between $100,000 to $200,000 US is moving daily on Final Fantasy collector boxes. You notice I haven't even touched on the Play Booster box yet, or touched on the bundle packs, the intro decks, the pre-release kits. It is at the next level that we are recognizing just how well received the IP was for this particular product. How much players not only were satisfied with things like the mechanics and the artwork, but they were actually accepting of the price point. They were willing to pay that price to buy that box. Whether they bought it directly from a store or bought it in the secondary market, where we see most of the sales happening right now, because most stores have sold out by now, cashed in their chips, have a little bit of extra green, and are moving on to the next best thing. But that leaves a lot of other speculators out there who are still controlling things and deciding what the price point will be based on the demand for the product. And the demand has not been satisfied. People are still cracking these things all the time. They are looking for that gold bird. They want the serialized. They want the traveling. They want every crazy card they can get their hands on. And they want them as quick as they possibly can. Now, this leads us down that whole like what comes next type scenario. Are we going to see market demand slow down for these things, or will it go to new highs? Are we going to hit the $1,400, $1,500 level for this product? Are we going to see these things approach $2,000 by the end of 2025 or go even higher? When we look at how Final Fantasy's mechanics were received, the artwork, the engineering of the cards, and the price point, you can see for Wizards of the Coast, this is a completely smash out of the ballpark hit. Yeah, there will be naysayers. I always get some comments saying, I'm not looking at this, I don't care about this, it's ridiculous. You're right, there are a segment that are going to say that, but for the most part, you got fans that are just in the stands, and they are buying these things. And it doesn't have to be the collector box. Let's face facts. We are having a drain on what is available in the supply for Final Fantasy. Stores that had some leftover pre-release kits, they're gone. Stores that have some of the starter kits, gone. Maybe they had some bundle packs, gone. It's gone. It's not there anymore. So then you go down to that play booster box. How many are left in them? How many players can find them at the local level, or where are they going to buy them? Because right now, if you look at eBay's completed listings, and you look at those collector boxes, not the play booster, but the collector, you'll see there's boxes selling all the time. And they're selling for anywhere between $1,800 to $1,900 Canadian per box. Just saying. So now let's jump back to that play booster box conversation. Wizards will probably already have it in queue to get a reprint. There's other things in front of it though, as well as other card games. Will it come quick enough before the market runs out of product, like Tarkir Dragonstorm, before it runs out and we're in that kind of secondary market craze again where you can't get what you want to get. You can't open it. You can't get your hands on it. When that happens, even if it gets a reprint, distribution is likely going to jack up the price a bit. They're going to raise the stakes on those who truly want the product to see if the market's going to accept a higher price point, even from distribution, trying to cash in a little bit and come out on top. I look at this and I just wonder how tenable it is to continue at this breakneck pace. I would have thought in the second week that things were going to slow down. But anyone who saw my top 10 video on Saturday showing the sales saw that it was Final Fantasy all the way. You can go watch that video, it's still up. And then you look at the first week and it was crazy. And we even had the week before some cards on pre-order creeping into the top 10. And now I look ahead and I say, okay, we got some cards selling 8,000, 9,000 copies in a week. That doesn't happen. It's not normal. It's not part of the normal market space. The cycle of how cards sell in new products. So what does that mean going forward? Well, I would have normally told you that things are going to calm down. We'll have new cards coming up. Edge of Eternities will start taking its place. But instead, I would say Final Fantasy is going to have another exceptionally strong week. The cards are going to sell thousands of copies. Players have not had enough already of building and creating and just doing whatever they want to do. It's going to keep going. This beast is not even halfway out of fuel yet. This beast is going to keep going. And that's where I think some of the card prices, if we run out of boxes, we are going to see a shift in the singles market. And like a piranha looking for an easy meal, things are going to go up really quick and get dangerous really fast. It's just one of those things you have to mention because it's probably going to happen. At first I wouldn't think so, but the way they've controlled the market, the way they've got things going, they haven't printed enough to satisfy. And when you do that, that's when the market gets crazy. That also means though, and here at the back end of this video, if you're still watching, it means that Wizards of the Coast is likely up in the ivory tower of antiquities, looking down on the bloodbath of the secondary market and wondering what they can do next time to capitalize and get a little bit of that piece of the pie, right? They got the chunk already when they created it all, but they want more. When they see that there's extra on the table and there's scraps around, they want to get some of that scraps next time. It may not be right away. They don't want to make the same mistakes they've made in the past, and hopefully they don't by oversaturating and overinflating the market. We hope they don't do that. But the way they've controlled things right now is a brilliant masterpiece of execution and ideas. They've tweaked it perfectly. Now can they just keep it up long enough? Can they keep this cycle going? into another big IP that can draw in the same audience, because Final Fantasy is crazy. But before we end today's video, if you own a collector box still, what are you going to do? You going to sell? You going to open it? Or did you already do either of those? Drop comments in the comment section. Let us know what you've been doing. Let's get a consensus here on whoever bought boxes and what they're doing with them. Guys, thank you again. Thanks for being here on the channel. I hope you had a great time hanging out with the Moxman. And of course, if you're new to the channel, don't forget, like and subscribe to my channel. Turn on the notification bell. I put out new content every single day. I'll see you then. Have a great one, guys. Hey guys, a big shout out and thank you to the fantastic patrons of my channel. Because of those patrons, daily uploaded content happens every single day. The research, development, editing, everything that goes in is because I have patrons and YouTube members.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back to the Nerdy Attorney as I offer more commentary on the crazy Final Fantasy Collector Booster Market. Box is now at $1,179. Here's what you need to know about this set's historic price impact on future Universes Beyond sets as compared to other in-universe sets. Like, subscribe, ring that bell, comment, do everything you can to make the algorithm think this little channel has legs and can actually make it in this big wide world of YouTube. So here's what you need to know about the Final Fantasy market and what it's doing to future sets like Spider-Man. So here we see the box has now risen again since my last video to $1,179.88. The price continues to spike, and we see a little bit of pressure here at the $1,200 mark. That seemed to be a bit too much for folks to pay, quote, comfortably. But we do see that some boxes very easily cross that $1,200 range here as soon as you factor in tax and shipping. They are still selling like hotcakes. Look at that. This is all within a 24-hour period here. Some boxes over at $1,200, $1,206, and then we saw that pushback and retraction. Now, what does this mean for future sets? Let's take a look at first Edge of Eternities. Edge of Eternities is another in-universe set, which brings back Galaxy Foil and other exciting things that previously we enjoyed, like the Infinity Lands had that Galaxy Foil treatment for the shocks. They were gorgeous. Now, we do see here the price fluctuating a bit with the pre-release, topping out at $316, dropping back down to $287, and then rising again to $328. Now, I have a theory as to exactly why this happened. I view, and you'll see this with Dragonstorm Tarkir, the money in Magic the Gathering collecting is like water. There's a finite volume of it, and it will flow to the place of most interest. But as it flows to a new location, it recedes from the previous location. I believe this is when the interest kicked in. Look here, we're at April, we see some releases, May hits, May is running, and then look, Final Fantasy goes crazy at releases. That money flows away from Final Fantasy, and stores and sellers are still trying to make their sales. So what do? They lower their price to entice new buyers, and they get it on the way down, slowly levering down their price point in order to attract new buyers. Now, that money flowed right out of Edge of Eternities and directly into Final Fantasy, almost to the day. You can see the spikes happening, and they continue all the way up to surge this ridiculous around $1,200 price for the boxes. You can see the same thing happening retrospectively with Tarkir. Tarkir back to $310. Do any of you remember buying Tarkir? The legends were that this was going to spike to $800, $900 a box, that Tarkir was going to be the next $1,000 box. And with that excitement made it surge all the way up to a max of $390 when people were buying them for $280, $310. The stores were paying around $180 to $190 per box, making their fair profit there. And yet, look, as soon as all the hype for Edge of Eternities came in and Final Fantasy, just like I'm discussing, that flow of financial interest and money that the collectors have to spend on this, let's be honest, frivolous product, it flows away from Tarkir and it went into Edge of Eternities and Final Fantasy. Now, I think the reason why we're seeing Edge of Eternity start to spike again is because it's, one, the next set on people's mind, and really the excitement of Final Fantasy, now the prices are becoming astronomical, are turning more into a morbid curiosity of how expensive it can get, as opposed to I'm going to go out and buy another box. One, because they're not available to buy, and two, the prices are prohibitively expensive for most buyers. So where does that money go for the average consumer? It's going to flow into the next reasonably priced product. $328 is a lot of money for 12 packs of Magic cards. but in comparison to $1,200, it feels like a deal. So why not try and hop on to the next potentially big set, Edge of Eternities. Now this is an in-universe set, and as you can see, $328 for in-universe, and then going back to start here, we're looking at $310 for in-universe. But when we talk about Universes Beyond, we know Lord of the Rings set the tone and tempo for a new price point for the extreme expense of these serialized boxes that cannot be reproduced. Looking now at Spider-Man. This set isn't coming out until the end of September. We are a long way away from opening up packs of Spider-Man, and yet, because it's Universes Beyond, it is a giant Marvel property. There's a Sony Marvel cross here with the movies and TV shows, so therefore there's a lot to dive in there, which I will do in a future video, but talking just about Magic the Gathering and the fact they have what is known to be a Sony/Marvel property on their packs, in their boxes, with their cards. Not to mention, Spider-Man is one of the most beloved superheroes of all time. He's how I started reading comic books. The Ultimate Spider-Man, for me, was the beginning of my comic book journey. So I know many people are going to have a lot of sentimentality and love for this character. And look, we don't even know what's in this set. But the moment Final Fantasy spiked, we went from $548, which was already $200 above what Edge of Eternities is getting as an in-universe set, to now a max of $616. Let's look at the sales here. This sold unopened just yesterday, 2 days ago, for $748. $700. It's selling over and over again, $579. So the real price spiked to an extreme $750, which is just out of control for a set where we don't even know what's in it yet. All we know is it's going to be Spider-Man, it's going to create hype, and guess what? Everybody indicated that Wizards of the Coast turned their printers on the burr setting just to make sure they can have enough Final Fantasy product to meet the demand. And within a week, they sold out of their collector boosters. I don't know if this is enough time for Wizards to try and print more of this product, and I'm not even sure if there's going to be serialized cards here. The box doesn't indicate serialized. I don't think there are serialized cards in this set. Look at the contents. Nowhere does it mention a serialized card. Now, perhaps there will be serialized cards, but there's no indication of that so far. So ostensibly, Wizards of the Coast can reprint this Marvel Spider-Man product, and the price is going to plummet. I thought it was very interesting. In my last video, there was a lot of comments indicating the Surge foils from Lord of the Rings, the first set, crashed, absolutely collapsed. The box topper lands and the other Surge foil chase cards inside the first Lord of the Rings product collapsed once the Holiday Edition Lord of the Rings set came out. That Holiday Edition, of course, had the gorgeous borderless poster cards plus serialized versions of those, which were very, very, very hard to pull. So will Spider-Man have a similar issue here? Will Final Fantasy have a similar issue here with their Surge foils collapsing? Perhaps we have not seen if there's going to be another set. As soon as we get confirmation of a second Final Fantasy set, which, by the way, just judging by previous market trends, we know this outsold Lord of the Rings, and they made a secondary set. They put a lot of work in designing the set. There are many cards in this set. I would not be surprised at all if this gets reprinted, Surge foils devalue, and a new chase for Final Fantasy becomes the end-all be-all of collectors. For all we know, this $1,200 price point is a flash in the pan. Maybe we'll get to a point where this is affordable again. Who knows if this is just the beginning, just like the first Lord of the Rings set, or it's going to be something in the league of its own where it becomes a single set like Fallout or Doctor Who. By the way, nobody's saying Fallout, Doctor Who, Assassin's Creed, these Universes Beyond sets, though the boxes are spiking to some degree, are going to be reprinted. The demand was not nearly there. The recognition of the brands, I don't think, synergized as much with the Magic the Gathering crowd as Final Fantasy did. So, those are my thoughts on Edge of Eternities, Tarkir, and the new Spider-Man set, and this price impact clearly affecting Universes Beyond sets as opposed to in-universe sets, and my theory that the financial ability and capability to spend within the Magic the Gathering market is like water. It will flow from one target to the next, and when it flows away from a target, there is a very tangible decrease in price, either caused by TCG's algorithmic pricing, where they go, hey, look, it's not selling at $319, we'll sell for $318. It's not selling at $318, we'll sell for $317. A lot of stores automate that process, so before you know it, it's a race to the bottom with these prices. The moment some money flees away from that top-end price, you see it start to collapse, as we're looking at here with Final Fantasy. For all we know, as soon as that price hesitancy came at $1,200, people thought, hey, I was excited to see the box go to $800. Let me sell it for $1,150, undercut the market, and guarantee that sale by comparison. So you can have the algorithm of TCG's pricing for large stores racing to the bottom. You have private consumers who go, I was happy to make $900 on this box. I'll sell for $1,150 just to look great compared to $1,200, and mine will sell in a second. Those two phenomena lead to this price reduction, this pulling back on high value sets that I think we're going to see happen, similar to these little bumps here, as this set continues to age and mature. Keep in mind, this is not like Lord of the Rings where it's taken years for us to see what the market looks like. And even in the months after Lord of the Rings, we didn't see this kind of price movement. This is something different. This is happening very quickly, and it's uncharted territory for Magic. And it looks a lot like Pokemon in a weird way. So let me know what you think in the comments below. Do you think this price point of $1,200 is going to hold? Or is this pushback the beginning of the price reduction for Final Fantasy boxes? Or will it be $2,000 within the next month? Who can say? But I know the moment news comes out about a second Final Fantasy set and we find out what the contents are, either we're going to see a huge spike in Final Fantasy because their surges are safe, or we're going to see a huge pullback because the new chase cards have been minted and new borderless foil treatments like the poster foils are going to become the new hotness for Final Fantasy. Thanks again for tuning in, and make sure to comment below on what your thoughts are for the future of Final Fantasy, Universes Beyond, and especially that Spider-Man set. I'm very excited for it. We'll take a look at Avatar: The Last Airbender as soon as we have more price information on that set. Thanks again, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, court is adjourned. Hey, if you like that video, check out my most recent box opening. I put in all the prices that matter. I've tracked the entire box from beginning to end and gave commentary along the way. I hope you like it. It took me a long time to edit. Until next time, I'm the Nerdy Attorney, and we'll see you later. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back to the Nerdy Attorney as I offer more commentary on the crazy Final Fantasy Collector Booster Market. Box is now at $1,179. Here's what you need to know about this set's historic price impact on future Universes Beyond sets as compared to other in-universe sets. Like, subscribe, ring that. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back to my third box opening on this channel. Oh, Final Fantasy Collector Boosters. Let's see how we do. All right, I have been loving this set. It's been fun, it's been unpredictable. Cards are spiking, cards are dropping. The Buster Sword is turning into one of the giant chases of the whole set in the borderless foil version, which we pulled last time. What a hit. So I'm very excited to go through these with you and see how we do. Again, we will look for a financial value evaluation at the end and determine if this set is guilty or not guilty of being overpriced. So that looks good there. Woo! Pack 1. Very excited to start it out. Let's see how we do. Wish me luck. What are you hoping we pull in here? I want to see some sort of Surge Foil, some sort of Mythic Surge Foil. I'd love to get either Cloud or Tifa or one of those incredible Surge Foil Mythics. So here we go. First hit of the box. Collector boosters of Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering are skyrocketing. Here's what you need to know in a quick video about these ridiculous prices. Box is now at $1,169. Nice. Here's everything you need to know. I'm the Nerdy Attorney. Make sure you like, subscribe, and comment. It really helps a small channel like me out as I continue to talk about Magic the Gathering to give you the latest details about the best sets releasing. Let's jump into it. So first and foremost, $1,100 is crazy. We're almost at $1,200 here, and here are the listings. There are only 219 available at this point out of 105 current sellers, so still very much a rare product. We see here, this price point is selling. I can't believe it. Even looking at these numbers here, as of today, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down. Look at this, continuous sales. Over 10 sales at this $1,100 to $1,200 price point. Right here, this is $1,200 plus shipping and tax. That's almost a $1,400 box, and people are buying it happily. So what does this mean about the Final Fantasy market? We knew the prices were going to skyrocket. I don't think anybody thought it was going to happen this quickly. If you look at Lord of the Rings, the most important part about Lord of the Rings was when the second special edition set came out, The initial reaction was twofold. One, why am I going to buy a reprint of a set that just came out? I already have my One Ring. I already have my Orcish Bowmasters. And then people saw the posters. They saw how gorgeous they were. And slowly the demand rose. For weeks and months after that set released, people were still only paying $150 for the borderless poster One Ring. It took the supply to completely dry up for it to skyrocket. Now that's created a new price paradigm in Magic the Gathering collectors' brains of what these boxes are worth, especially when a serialized card is included. That means we know they're not going to reprint at least this exact product. So, looking at the availability of collector boosters, you can't find them anywhere. Online is your only source. And the interesting thing is, unlike the beautiful arts from Lord of the Rings, here the only unique thing is the Chocobo or the Surge Foil. So let's check the Surge Foil pricing here as well. Here's the full Surge Foil page. Obviously, we see the giant hits of the set getting the most affected with this price impact. $726 for Sephiroth Borderless Surge Foil. Y'shtola Catgirl going for $799. Cloud X Soldier, of course, the Commander version with the Borderless Surge Foil at $620. Here's the crazy part. Again, these prices are sustained. Look how many sold with a 6 or a 7 in front of it in the 3-figure category. I mean, this is an incredible set with incredible price euphoria. If this isn't a euphoric market, I don't know what is. So what does that mean? Is it ever going to collapse back down? Is there a chance to buy? Or has this boat fully shifted? Well, the nerdy attorney here is going to say to you, obviously not financial advice, not that that matters, by the way. Here's a quick aside. Every financial advice disclaimer I've heard from YouTubers is silly to me. This is not a regulated market. This is not financial advice as if you're buying a stock that you needed to be certified for. We know those things require federal regulation. Here, there's no regulation. This is cardboard. It's not financial advice. It never is. How could it be? This is little pieces of shiny cardboard that for some reason is garnering tons of value and support in the market. Now, looking even further, we see Terra, Surge Foil. These are the top hits right here. Yuna, again, the cute girls seem to win, and then the angsty clouds also at the top because, well, first off, a very useful card, but second, an incredibly popular character in Final Fantasy. We keep going down. This I find to be very interesting as well. People have commented on the Surge Foil boost at this point because they're the only exclusive card in the sets for collector boosters. But what about the Final Fantasy Secret Lair? Continuing with Surge Foils, looking at some cards that when I was cracking packs, even going to my channel, like the Wandering Minstrel. You can see my first or second box opening, I'm not sure which one. I pulled the Wandering Minstrel and the Borderless Surge Foil and said, what a waste of a Surge Foil slot. Why couldn't I have gotten a Cloud? Why couldn't I have gotten a Sephiroth? It was a cheap card. It was down to $15. Look at it now. Skyrocketing up to, that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if that's still available, we can try and grab it real quick. But skyrocketing to $74.69. It's just unreal, especially when looking at the price data. Average of 9 sold per day. One of them did sell for $19. That must be somebody who has not followed the market and is following their store's guidelines. Their boss is going to be furious. But looking at these prices, we see people have paid almost $120, $150 for this card. Out of control. A card that just a few days ago was $15. This kind of price fluctuation is unprecedented. It's very hard to track. When trying to determine when you should enter into a card market like this, I don't know what prices like this tell you. First off, it looks like they might not stop going up. If the collector booster box keeps rising at this meteoric rate, of course, the exclusive cards within those boxes are going to continue to rise. So that means when looking at this set and these cards, which are the true chases, I think it's the Surge Foils. Now, we have seen also some price fluctuation within the market of just the regular borderless foils. I think that's a red herring. I think that that is not a realistic price point for these cards. When looking at, say, Cloud, Midgard, Mercenary, we're up to $107 for a foil version of that. The regular version, we're looking at $80, $70. At that price range, I think it's crazy. We can still buy play booster boxes for around $200 or less. When you can buy the play booster boxes where these very cards can be included, even in the foil version, when you can buy these cards in play booster boxes in the borderless foil treatment, why are we paying inflated prices as if it's from the collector box? Now, to be fair, this is a 1/10 of the cost of the Surge Foil. So perhaps I'm being a bit hyperbolic here, but I do still think the price on these cards is incredible. I mean, look at this rare Aerith. There's tons of Aerith cards everywhere in this set, and yet just because this is the Surge foil treatment, we're looking at a $40 price point with a market price of $189, some selling at $200. It's interesting to see the Japanese prices are still so low, $40, $120. This is from Japanese collector boosters, which a lot of people are turning to just as a way to open the set. Actually, that's a very interesting point. Let's look at those prices. All right, so we're looking at the collector booster display boxes here. We still see the prices incredibly high. Then we go to the Japanese set boxes. Here we have the Japanese collector booster display at only $700. A lot of people are turning to this product as a chance to try and open some of these rare cards. You can still get the chocobos within here. All the benefits of the original English collector booster box exist within this one. However, they do not include serialized cards. That is the most important part. So these products could be reprinted, and that means any of the Surge foils you pull from this box, while cool, while exciting, well, one, will be in Japanese for completely new mechanics, so people don't know these cards. It's not like Counterspell, where you plop down a Counterspell with recognizable art in Japanese. Everybody knows what it does. But when you have a brand new Cloud card that almost nobody can say off the top of their head what it does at this point in its history, no one's going to want the Japanese version. I would say even some specialized Lord of the Rings cards are just getting to that point. We now know what the One Ring does, right? We understand that it protects you, not your board, for one turn. You pay one when you're playing Arena, or you tap it for free when you're playing in person, and you get to draw a card for how many bird encounters are on that card. That's just off the top of the head. We know that. So a Japanese version of that One Ring card in Borderless Poster, if such a thing existed, might still have really exciting value on the market. Something like this with the new cards during this euphoric period of time, it's not going to carry that same value. So looking at this set in totality, trying to understand where we are in the price history of this product, I would say there's going to be some adjustment in singles. There's going to be some adjustment in other collector products that are not English. But with these English collector boxes, I do not think the price is ever going to come down. It just can't. People are too excited. They're paying too much for this product, and there's just not enough. It is the highest selling Magic the Gathering set in history. You can't find them on the shelves, which means the only place you're going to turn to is the secondary market on TCG or eBay. eBay, the prices are even higher. If you look at some of the collector boosters from eBay, the Final Fantasy collector booster boxes, we have one for $1,249 with free delivery, so that does help, but you're still paying tax on that number, $1,299. Look at this. Somebody has 12 packs. It appears the box is already opened. No, it's still sealed. That is a sealed pack for $1,050 or best offer with 3 available, 2 sold. That's the best price we have right now. I wonder how low these have been accepted for. Let's check in a more advanced search the sales for this. Going to sold items, search. We have the Omega packs being the most commonly sold. Again, it makes sense. In the price point that people are looking to spend for this product, spending $80 per pack or best offer, or getting one collector with 4 play boosters for $120, much more in the low price range. Now, we see $1,020 sold just today for a full collector booster box, $1,050, buy it now with $10 of shipping sold today. So these prices are holding. Incredibly, somebody sold a Japanese booster for $749. It doesn't indicate a best offer was taken, so this sold for almost $100 more than the TCG prices we were just looking at. Again, this is a crazy market. Nobody really knows where to aim. Some people just want to make a sale. Look, $1,100 best offer accepted. Unfortunately, we can't tell what that offer was, but one can wonder, was it below the 4-figure range? Same here, $1,150 sold. This is just crazy. Now, this is going to create ripple effects in the Magic the Gathering market for years to come. This is where I want to finish my thoughts today on this quick video about a ridiculous boost in prices for this product. I think this is going to continue to set a new level for collector boosters with big existing IP audiences. We all like to say it's the Fortnitification of Magic the Gathering, but my case to you is that it's not just that. What we're doing is taking IP that people have generational love for and slapping it onto one of the best card games ever made. The impact of that cannot be understated. This is not just some cash grab like people like to categorize it as. We're making unique mechanics for unique characters that people have a long history with. Imagine your favorite property. What is it? God of War. Is it Star Wars, which would never happen because Lorcana exists? Imagine your favorite property that you have enjoyed over a lifetime, and now it pulls you into one of the most addictive and fun card games ever created. Of course, it's going to be a huge success, but it's not just Wizards of the Coast taking money from its customers without giving anything in return. It's creating a new environment for people who never got to enjoy this game and giving them an opportunity to step into the waters, pull a crazy chocobo in their first collector pack they've ever opened, have that excitement of being part of a game that actually has a legacy, that has incredible money within it, almost like it's a sport. If you look at classic Magic the Gathering cards, old school decks, or advanced high-powered commander decks that are worth $10,000, $15,000, $30,000. This is a serious thing for people. And now you can take your favorite characters ever and just slap it into one of your decks. I, for one, think it's incredible. I know people only want to see Elspeth. They only want to see Urza and Mishra battling it out. They only want to see the characters they've come to know and love, like Elish Norn, Atraxa. They want to be around the Magic IP. You will always have it. Make a new format with your friends. Make it where you can't have Universes Beyond. There is room for every kind of player in Magic, in my opinion. And I think this price point, these sales, the incredible excitement around a product where people actually care about the characters on the card shows this is more than just a game to people. For the real diehards, the people who grew up opening these cards, believing that they were going to go to Dominaria again, or that Tarkir was not going to be just a flash in the pan like it appears to have been, but actually spending time on these planes, do it. These are incredible large sets. You can do that yourself, create limited formats with your friends, let everybody play the game they want to. There's no reason why this should cheapen your experience, especially when what it does is validates this game, creates excitement around this game. And once again, we're allowing people to make careers around Magic the Gathering. Tournaments are back. We now have Pro Tours again. This changes the entire dynamic for Magic, and I, for one, submit to you, the jury here on the Nerdy Attorneys channel, that I'm trying to make a thing. Please like, subscribe, comment, let me know what you think about these hot takes. But I really believe this is a positive for the game. It's a positive for any format. And as long as the cards are built with design in mind, like this clearly was, I think we're going to be just fine. So make sure you join the Nerdy Attorneys jury. I'd love to see your thoughts in the comments below. And we'll keep monitoring the situation to see if the price points ever level out, or we'll know for sure if this boat has fully sailed and our opportunity to buy this set at a reasonable price is gone. Well, thanks again for tuning in. Hope to see you next time. And hey, if you want to see something cool, check out this video right here. I think you'll like it. It's my box opening, and that was back when it was $750 a box, and I got it for a little less. So let me know what you think with this new time capsule of a video just from 2 weeks ago. Until then, court is adjourned. Collector boosters of Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering are skyrocketing. Here's what you need to know in a quick video about these ridiculous prices. Boxes now at $1,169. Nice. Here's everything you need to know. I'm the Nerdy Attorney. Make sure you like, subscribe, and comment. It really helps a small channel like me out as I continue to talk about Magic the Gathering to give you the latest details about the best sets releasing. Let's jump into it. So first and foremost, $1,100 is crazy. We're almost at $1,200 here, and here are the listings. There are only 219 available at this point out of 105 current sellers, so still very much a rare product. We see here, this price point is selling. I can't believe it. Even looking at these numbers here, as of today, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down. Look at this, continuous sales. Over 10 sales at this $1,100 to $1,200 price point. Right here, this is $1,200 plus shipping and tax. That's almost a $1,400 box, and people are buying it happily. So what does this mean about the Final Fantasy market? We knew the prices were going to skyrocket. I don't think anybody thought it was going to happen this quickly. If you look at Lord of the Rings, the most important part about Lord of the Rings was when the second special edition set came out, the initial reaction was twofold. One, why am I going to buy a reprint of a set that just came out? I already have my One Ring. I already have my Orcish Bowmasters. And then people saw the posters. They saw how gorgeous they were. And slowly the demand rose. For weeks and months after that set released, people were still only paying $150 for the borderless poster One Ring. It took the supply to completely dry up for it to skyrocket. Now that's created a new price paradigm in Magic the Gathering collectors' brains of what these boxes are worth, especially when a serialized card is included. That means we know they're not going to reprint at least this exact product. So looking at the availability of collector boosters, you can't find them anywhere. Online is your only source. And the interesting thing is, unlike the beautiful arts from Lord of the Rings, here the only unique thing is the Chocobo or the Surge Foil. So let's check the Surge Foil pricing here as well. Here's the full Surge Foil page. Obviously, we see the giant hits of the set getting the most affected with this price impact. $726 for Sephiroth Borderless Surge Foil. Y'shtola Catgirl going for $799. Cloud X Soldier, of course, the Commander version with the borderless Surge Foil at $620. Here's the crazy part. Again, these prices are sustained. Look how many sold with a 6 or a 7 in front of it in the 3-figure category. I mean, this is an incredible set with incredible price euphoria. If this isn't a euphoric market, I don't know what is. So what does that mean? Is it ever going to collapse back down? Is there a chance to buy? Or has this boat fully shifted? Well, the nerdy attorney here is going to say to you, obviously not financial advice, not that that matters, by the way. Here's a quick aside. Every financial advice disclaimer I've heard from YouTubers is silly to me. This is not a regulated market. This is not financial advice as if you're buying a stock that you need to be certified for. We know those things require federal regulation. Here, there's no regulation. This is cardboard. It's not financial advice. It never is. How could it be? This is little pieces of shiny cardboard that for some reason is garnering tons of value and support in the market. Now, looking even further, we see Terra, Surge Foil. These are the top hits right here. Yuna, again, the cute girls seem to win, and then the angsty clouds also at the top because, well, first off, a very useful card, but second, an incredibly popular character in Final Fantasy. We keep going down. This I find to be very interesting as well. People have commented on the Surge Foil boost at this point because they're the only exclusive card in the sets for collector boosters. But what about the Final Fantasy Secret Lair? Continuing with Surge Foils, looking at some cards that when I was cracking packs, even going to my channel, like the Wandering Minstrel, you can see my first or second box opening, I'm not sure which one, I pulled the Wandering Minstrel in the borderless Surge Foil and said, what a waste of a Surge Foil slot. Why couldn't I have gotten a Cloud? Why couldn't I have gotten a Sephiroth? It was a cheap card. It was down to $15. Look at it now. Skyrocketing up to, that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if that's still available, we can try and grab it real quick. But skyrocketing to $74.69. It's just unreal, especially when looking at the price data. Average of 9 sold per day. One of them did sell for $19. That must be somebody who has not followed the market and is following their store's guidelines. Their boss is going to be furious. But looking at these prices, we see people have paid almost $120, $150 for this card. Out of control. A card that just a few days ago was $15. This kind of price fluctuation is unprecedented. It's very hard to track. When trying to determine when you should enter into a card market like this, I don't know what prices like this tell you. First off, it looks like they might not stop going up. If the collector booster box keeps rising at this meteoric rate, of course, the exclusive cards within those boxes are going to continue to rise. So that means when looking at this set and these cards, which are the true chases, I think it's the Surge Foils. Now, we have seen also some price fluctuation within the market of just the regular borderless foils. I think that's a red herring. I think that that is not a realistic price point for these cards. When looking at, say, Cloud, Midgard, Mercenary, we're up to $107 for a foil version of that. The regular version, we're looking at $80, $70. At that price range, I think it's crazy. We can still buy play booster boxes for around $200 or less. When you can buy the play booster boxes where these very cards can be included, even in the foil version, when you can buy these cards in play booster boxes in the borderless foil treatment, why are we paying inflated prices as if it's from the collector box? Now, to be fair, this is a 1/10 of the cost of the Surge Foil. So perhaps I'm being a bit hyperbolic here, but I do still think The price on these cards is incredible. I mean, look at this rare Aerith. There's tons of Aerith cards everywhere in this set, and yet just because this is the Surge foil treatment, we're looking at a $40 price point with a market price of $189, some selling at $200. It's interesting to see the Japanese prices are still so low, $40, $120. This is from Japanese collector boosters, which a lot of people are turning to just as a way to open the set. Actually, that's a very interesting point. Let's look at those prices. All right, so we're looking at the collector booster display boxes here. We still see the prices incredibly high. Then we go to the Japanese set boxes. Here we have the Japanese collector booster display at only $700. A lot of people are turning to this product as a chance to try and open some of these rare cards. You can still get the chocobos within here. All the benefits of the original English collector booster box exist within this one. However, they do not include serialized cards. That is the most important part. So these products could be reprinted, and that means any of the Surge foils you pull from this box, while cool, while exciting, well, one, will be in Japanese for completely new mechanics, so people don't know these cards. It's not like Counterspell, where you plop down a Counterspell with recognizable art in Japanese. Everybody knows what it does. But when you have a brand new Cloud card that almost nobody can say off the top of their head what it does at this point in its history, no one's going to want the Japanese version. I would say even some specialized Lord of the Rings cards are just getting to that point. We now know what the One Ring does, right? We understand that it protects you, not your board, for one turn. You pay one when you're playing Arena, or you tap it for free when you're playing in person, and you get to draw a card for how many bird encounters are on that card. That's just off the top of the head. We know that. So a Japanese version of that One Ring card in Borderless Poster, if such a thing existed, might still have really exciting value on the market. Something like this with the new cards during this euphoric period of time, it's not going to carry that same value. So looking at this set in totality, trying to understand where we are in the price history of this product, I would say there's going to be some adjustment in singles. There's going to be some adjustment in other collector products that are not English. But with these English collector boxes, I do not think the price is ever going to come down. It just can't. People are too excited. They're paying too much for this product, and there's just not enough. It is the highest selling Magic the Gathering set in history. You can't find them on the shelves, which means the only place you're going to turn to is the secondary market on TCG or eBay. eBay, the prices are even higher. If you look at some of the collector boosters from eBay, the Final Fantasy collector booster boxes, we have one for $1,249 with free delivery, so that does help, but you're still paying tax on that number, $1,299. Look at this. Somebody has 12 packs. It appears the box is already opened. No, it's still sealed. That is a sealed pack for $1,050 or best offer with 3 available, 2 sold. That's the best price we have right now. I wonder how low these have been accepted for. Let's check in a more advanced search the sales for this. Going to sold items, search. We have the Omega packs being the most commonly sold. Again, it makes sense. In the price point that people are looking to spend for this product, spending $80 per pack or best offer, or getting one collector with 4 play boosters for $120, much more in the low price range. Now, we see $1,020 sold just today for a full collector booster box, $1,050, buy it now with $10 of shipping sold today. So these prices are holding. Incredibly, somebody sold a Japanese booster for $749. It doesn't indicate a best offer was taken, so this sold for almost $100 more than the TCG prices we were just looking at. Again, this is a crazy market. Nobody really knows where to aim. Some people just want to make a sale. Look, $1,100 best offer accepted. Unfortunately, we can't tell what that offer was, but one can wonder, was it below the 4-figure range? Same here, $1,150 sold. This is just crazy. Now, this is going to create ripple effects in the Magic the Gathering market for years to come. This is where I want to finish my thoughts today on this quick video about a ridiculous boost in prices for this product. I think this is going to continue to set a new level for collector boosters with big existing IP audiences. We all like to say it's the Fortnite-ification of Magic the Gathering, but my case to you is that it's not just that. What we're doing is taking IP that people have generational love for and slapping it onto one of the best card games ever made. The impact of that cannot be understated. This is not just some cash grab like people like to categorize it as. We're making unique mechanics for unique characters that people have a long history with. Imagine your favorite property. What is it? God of War. Is it Star Wars, which would never happen because Lorcana exists? Imagine your favorite property that you have enjoyed over a lifetime, and now it pulls you into one of the most addictive and fun card games ever created. Of course, it's going to be a huge success, but it's not just Wizards of the Coast taking money from its customers without giving anything in return. It's creating a new environment for people who never got to enjoy this game and giving them an opportunity to step into the waters, pull a crazy chocobo in their first collector pack they've ever opened, have that excitement of being part of a game that actually has a legacy, that has incredible money within it, almost like it's a sport. If you look at classic Magic the Gathering cards, old school decks, or advanced high-powered commander decks that are worth $10,000, $15,000, $30,000. This is a serious thing for people. And now you can take your favorite characters ever and just slap it into one of your decks. I, for one, think it's incredible. I know people only want to see Elspeth. They only want to see Urza and Mishra battling it out. They only want to see the characters they've come to know and love, like Elish Norn, Atraxa. They want to be around the Magic IP. You will always have it. Make a new format with your friends. Make it where you can't have Universes Beyond. There is room for every kind of player in Magic, in my opinion. And I think this price point, these sales, the incredible excitement around a product where people actually care about the characters on the card shows this is more than just a game to people. For the real diehards, the people who grew up opening these cards, believing that they were going to go to Dominaria again, or that Tarkir was not going to be just a flash in the pan like it appears to have been, but actually spending time on these planes, do it. These are incredible large sets. You can do that yourself, create limited formats with your friends, let everybody play the game they want to. There's no reason why this should cheapen your experience, especially when what it does is validates this game, creates excitement around this game. And once again, we're allowing people to make careers around Magic the Gathering. Tournaments are back. We now have Pro Tours again. This changes the entire dynamic for Magic, and I, for one, submit to you, the jury here on the Nerdy Attorneys channel, that I'm trying to make a thing. Please like, subscribe, comment, let me know what you think about these hot takes. But I really believe this is a positive for the game. It's a positive for any format. And as long as the cards are built with design in mind, like this clearly was, I think we're going to be just fine. So make sure you join the Nerdy Attorneys jury. I'd love to see your thoughts in the comments below, and we'll keep monitoring the situation to see if the price points ever level out, or we'll know for sure if this boat has fully sailed and our opportunity to buy this set at a reasonable price is gone. Well, thanks again for tuning in. Hope to see you next time. And hey, if you want to see something cool, check out this video right here. I think you'll like it. It's my box opening, and that was back when it was $750 a box, and I got it for a little less. So let me know what you think with this new time capsule of a video just from 2 weeks ago. Until then, court is adjourned. Collector boosters of Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering are skyrocketing. Here's what you need to know in a quick video about these ridiculous prices. Boxes now at $1,169. Nice. Here's everything you need to know. I'm the Nerdy Attorney. Make sure you like, subscribe, and comment. It really helps a small channel like me out as I continue to talk about Magic the Gathering to give you the latest details about the best sets releasing. Let's jump into it. So first and foremost, $1,100 is crazy. We're almost at $1,200 here, and here are the listings. There are only 219 available at this point out of 105 current sellers, so still very much a rare product. We see here, this price point is selling. I can't believe it. Even looking at these numbers here, as of today, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down. Look at this, continuous sales. Over 10 sales at this $1,100 to $1,200 price point. Right here, this is $1,200 plus shipping and tax. That's almost a $1,400 box, and people are buying it happily. So what does this mean about the Final Fantasy market? We knew the prices were going to skyrocket. I don't think anybody thought it was going to happen this quickly. If you look at Lord of the Rings, the most important part about Lord of the Rings was when the second special edition set came out, the initial reaction was twofold. One, why am I going to buy a reprint of a set that just came out? I already have my One Ring. I already have my Orcish Bowmasters. And then people saw the posters. They saw how gorgeous they were. And slowly the demand rose. For weeks and months after that set released, people were still only paying $150 for the borderless poster One Ring. It took the supply to completely dry up for it to skyrocket. Now that's created a new price paradigm in Magic the Gathering collectors' brains of what these boxes are worth, especially when a serialized card is included. That means we know they're not going to reprint at least this exact product. So looking at the availability of collector boosters, you can't find them anywhere. Online is your only source. And the interesting thing is, unlike the beautiful arts from Lord of the Rings, here the only unique thing is the Chocobo or the Surge Foil. So let's check the Surge Foil pricing here as well. Here's the full Surge Foil page. Obviously, we see the giant hits of the set getting the most affected with this price impact. $726 for Sephiroth Borderless Surge Foil. Y'shtola Catgirl going for $799. Cloud X Soldier, of course, the Commander version with the Borderless Surge Foil at $620. Here's the crazy part. Again, these prices are sustained. Look how many sold with a 6 or a 7 in front of it in the 3-figure category. I mean, this is an incredible set with incredible price euphoria. If this isn't a euphoric market, I don't know what is. So what does that mean? Is it ever going to collapse back down? Is there a chance to buy? Or has this boat fully shifted? Well, the nerdy attorney here is going to say to you, obviously not financial advice, not that that matters, by the way. Here's a quick aside. Every financial advice disclaimer I've heard from YouTubers is silly to me. This is not a regulated market. This is not financial advice as if you're buying a stock that you needed to be certified for. We know those things require federal regulation. Here, there's no regulation. This is cardboard. It's not financial advice. It never is. How could it be? This is little pieces of shiny cardboard that for some reason is garnering tons of value and support in the market. Now, looking even further, we see Terra, Surge Foil. These are the top hits right here. Yuna, again, the cute girls seem to win, and then the angsty clouds also at the top because, well, first off, a very useful card, but second, an incredibly popular character in Final Fantasy. We keep going down. This I find to be very interesting as well. People have commented on the Surge Foil boost at this point because they're the only exclusive card in the sets for collector boosters. But what about the Final Fantasy Secret Lair? Continuing with Surge Foils, looking at some cards that when I was cracking packs, even going to my channel, like the Wandering Minstrel. You can see my first or second box opening, I'm not sure which one. I pulled the Wandering Minstrel in the Borderless Surge Foil and said, what a waste of a Surge Foil slot. Why couldn't I have gotten a Cloud? Why couldn't I have gotten a Sephiroth? It was a cheap card. It was down to $15. Look at it now. Skyrocketing up to, that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if that's still available, we can try and grab it real quick. But skyrocketing to $74.69. It's just unreal, especially when looking at the price data. Average of 9 sold per day. One of them did sell for $19. That must be somebody who has not followed the market and is following their store's guidelines. Their boss is going to be furious. But looking at these prices, we see people have paid almost $120, $150 for this card. Out of control. A card that just a few days ago was $15. This kind of price fluctuation is unprecedented. It's very hard to track. When trying to determine when you should enter into a card market like this, I don't know what prices like this tell you. First off, it looks like they might not stop going up. If the collector booster box keeps rising at this meteoric rate, of course, the exclusive cards within those boxes are going to continue to rise. So that means when looking at this set and these cards, which are the true chases, I think it's the Surge Foils. Now, we have seen also some price fluctuation within the market of just the regular borderless foils. I think that's a red herring. I think that that is not a realistic price point for these cards. When looking at, say, Cloud, Midgard, Mercenary, we're up to $107 for a foil version of that. The regular version, we're looking at $80, $70. At that price range, I think it's crazy. We can still buy play booster boxes for around $200 or less. When you can buy the play booster boxes where these very cards can be included, even in the foil version, when you can buy these cards in play booster boxes in the borderless foil treatment, why are we paying inflated prices as if it's from the collector box? Now, to be fair, this is a 1/10 of the cost of the Surge Foil. So perhaps I'm being a bit hyperbolic here, but I do still think The price on these cards is incredible. I mean, look at this rare Aerith. There's tons of Aerith cards everywhere in this set, and yet just because this is the Surge foil treatment, we're looking at a $40 price point with a market price of $189, some selling at $200. It's interesting to see the Japanese prices are still so low, $40, $120. This is from Japanese collector boosters, which a lot of people are turning to just as a way to open the set. Actually, that's a very interesting point. Let's look at those prices. All right, so we're looking at the collector booster display boxes here. We still see the prices incredibly high. Then we go to the Japanese set boxes. Here we have the Japanese collector booster display at only $700. A lot of people are turning to this product as a chance to try and open some of these rare cards. You can still get the chocobos within here. All the benefits of the original English collector booster box exist within this one. However, they do not include serialized cards. That is the most important part. So these products could be reprinted, and that means any of the Surge foils you pull from this box, while cool, while exciting, well, one, will be in Japanese for completely new mechanics, so people don't know these cards. It's not like Counterspell, where you plop down a Counterspell with recognizable art in Japanese. Everybody knows what it does. But when you have a brand new Cloud card that almost nobody can say off the top of their head what it does at this point in its history, no one's going to want the Japanese version. I would say even some specialized Lord of the Rings cards are just getting to that point. We now know what the One Ring does, right? We understand that it protects you, not your board, for one turn. You pay one when you're playing Arena, or you tap it for free when you're playing in person, and you get to draw a card for how many bird encounters are on that card. That's just off the top of the head. We know that. So a Japanese version of that One Ring card in Borderless Poster, if such a thing existed, might still have really exciting value on the market. Something like this with the new cards during this euphoric period of time, it's not going to carry that same value. So looking at this set in totality, trying to understand where we are in the price history of this product, I would say there's going to be some adjustment in singles. There's going to be some adjustment in other collector products that are not English. But with these English collector boxes, I do not think the price is ever going to come down. It just can't. People are too excited. They're paying too much for this product, and there's just not enough. It is the highest selling Magic the Gathering set in history. You can't find them on the shelves, which means the only place you're going to turn to is the secondary market on TCG or eBay. eBay, the prices are even higher. If you look at some of the collector boosters from eBay, the Final Fantasy collector booster boxes, we have one for $1,249 with free delivery, so that does help, but you're still paying tax on that number, $1,299. Look at this. Somebody has 12 packs. It appears the box is already opened. No, it's still sealed. That is a sealed pack for $1,050 or best offer with 3 available, 2 sold. That's the best price we have right now. I wonder how low these have been accepted for. Let's check in a more advanced search the sales for this. Going to sold items, search. We have the Omega packs being the most commonly sold. Again, it makes sense. In the price point that people are looking to spend for this product, spending $80 per pack or best offer, or getting one collector with 4 play boosters for $120, much more in the low price range. Now, we see $1,020 sold just today for a full collector booster box, $1,050, buy it now with $10 of shipping sold today. So these prices are holding. Incredibly, somebody sold a Japanese booster for $749. It doesn't indicate a best offer was taken, so this sold for almost $100 more than the TCG prices we were just looking at. Again, this is a crazy market. Nobody really knows where to aim. Some people just want to make a sale. Look, $1,100 best offer accepted. Unfortunately, we can't tell what that offer was, but one can wonder, was it below the 4-figure range? Same here, $1,150 sold. This is just crazy. Now, this is going to create ripple effects in the Magic the Gathering market for years to come. This is where I want to finish my thoughts today on this quick video about a ridiculous boost in prices for this product. I think this is going to continue to set a new level for collector boosters with big existing IP audiences. We all like to say it's the Fortnite-ification of Magic the Gathering, but my case to you is that it's not just that. What we're doing is taking IP that people have generational love for and slapping it onto one of the best card games ever made. The impact of that cannot be understated. This is not just some cash grab like people like to categorize it as. We're making unique mechanics for unique characters that people have a long history with. Imagine your favorite property. What is it? God of War. Is it Star Wars, which would never happen because Lorcana exists? Imagine your favorite property that you have enjoyed over a lifetime, and now it pulls you into one of the most addictive and fun card games ever created. Of course, it's going to be a huge success, but it's not just Wizards of the Coast taking money from its customers without giving anything in return. It's creating a new environment for people who never got to enjoy this game and giving them an opportunity to step into the waters, pull a crazy chocobo in their first collector pack they've ever opened, have that excitement of being part of a game that actually has a legacy, that has incredible money within it, almost like it's a sport. If you look at classic Magic the Gathering cards, old school decks, or advanced high-powered commander decks that are worth $10,000, $15,000, $30,000. This is a serious thing for people. And now you can take your favorite characters ever and just slap it into one of your decks. I, for one, think it's incredible. I know people only want to see Elspeth. They only want to see Urza and Mishra battling it out. They only want to see the characters they've come to know and love, like Elish Norn, Atraxa. They want to be around the Magic IP. You will always have it. Make a new format with your friends. Make it where you can't have Universes Beyond. There is room for every kind of player in Magic, in my opinion. And I think this price point, these sales, the incredible excitement around a product where people actually care about the characters on the card shows this is more than just a game to people. For the real diehards, the people who grew up opening these cards, believing that they were going to go to Dominaria again, or that Tarkir was not going to be just a flash in the pan like it appears to have been, but actually spending time on these planes, do it. These are incredible large sets. You can do that yourself, create limited formats with your friends, let everybody play the game they want to. There's no reason why this should cheapen your experience, especially when what it does is validates this game, creates excitement around this game. And once again, we're allowing people to make careers around Magic the Gathering. Tournaments are back. We now have Pro Tours again. This changes the entire dynamic for Magic, and I, for one, submit to you, the jury here on the Nerdy Attorneys channel, that I'm trying to make a thing. Please like, subscribe, comment, let me know what you think about these hot takes. But I really believe this is a positive for the game. It's a positive for any format. And as long as the cards are built with design in mind, like this clearly was, I think we're going to be just fine. So make sure you join the Nerdy Attorneys jury. I'd love to see your thoughts in the comments below. And we'll keep monitoring the situation to see if the price points ever level out, or we'll know for sure if this boat has fully sailed and our opportunity to buy this set at a reasonable price is gone. Well, thanks again for tuning in. Hope to see you next time. And hey, if you want to see something cool, check out this video right here. I think you'll like it. It's my box opening, and that was back when it was $750 a box, and I got it for a little less. So let me know what you think with this new time capsule of a video just from 2 weeks ago. Until then, court is adjourned. Collector boosters of Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering are skyrocketing. Here's what you need to know in a quick video about these ridiculous prices. Boxes now at $1,169. Nice. Here's everything you need to know. I'm the Nerdy Attorney. Make sure you like, subscribe, and comment. It really helps a small channel like me out as I continue to talk about Magic the Gathering to give you the latest details about the best sets releasing. Let's jump into it. So first and foremost, $1,100 is crazy. We're almost at $1,200 here, and here are the listings. There are only 219 available at this point out of 105 current sellers, so still very much a rare product. We see here, this price point is selling. I can't believe it. Even looking at these numbers here, as of today, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down. Look at this, continuous sales. Over 10 sales at this $1,100 to $1,200 price point. Right here, this is $1,200 plus shipping and tax. That's almost a $1,400 box, and people are buying it happily. So what does this mean about the Final Fantasy market? We knew the prices were going to skyrocket. I don't think anybody thought it was going to happen this quickly. If you look at Lord of the Rings, the most important part about Lord of the Rings was when the second special edition set came out, the initial reaction was twofold. One, why am I going to buy a reprint of a set that just came out? I already have my One Ring. I already have my Orcish Bowmasters. And then people saw the posters. They saw how gorgeous they were. And slowly the demand rose. For weeks and months after that set released, people were still only paying $150 for the borderless poster One Ring. It took the supply to completely dry up for it to skyrocket. Now that's created a new price paradigm in Magic the Gathering collectors' brains of what these boxes are worth, especially when a serialized card is included. That means we know they're not going to reprint at least this exact product. So looking at the availability of collector boosters, you can't find them anywhere. Online is your only source. And the interesting thing is, unlike the beautiful arts from Lord of the Rings, here the only unique thing is the Chocobo or the Surge Foil. So let's check the Surge Foil pricing here as well. Here's the full Surge Foil page. Obviously, we see the giant hits of the set getting the most affected with this price impact. $726 for Sephiroth Borderless Surge Foil. Y'shtola Catgirl going for $799. Cloud X Soldier, of course, the Commander version with the Borderless Surge Foil at $620. Here's the crazy part. Again, these prices are sustained. Look how many sold with a 6 or a 7 in front of it in the 3-figure category. I mean, this is an incredible set with incredible price euphoria. If this isn't a euphoric market, I don't know what is. So what does that mean? Is it ever going to collapse back down? Is there a chance to buy? Or has this boat fully shifted? Well, the nerdy attorney here is going to say to you, obviously not financial advice, not that that matters, by the way. Here's a quick aside. Every financial advice disclaimer I've heard from YouTubers is silly to me. This is not a regulated market. This is not financial advice as if you're buying a stock that you need to be certified for. We know those things require federal regulation. Here, there's no regulation. This is cardboard. It's not financial advice. It never is. How could it be? This is little pieces of shiny cardboard that for some reason is garnering tons of value and support in the market. Now, looking even further, we see Terra, Surge Foil. These are the top hits right here. Yuna, again, the cute girls seem to win, and then the angsty Clouds also at the top because, well, first off, a very useful card, but second, an incredibly popular character in Final Fantasy. We keep going down. This I find to be very interesting as well. People have commented on the Surge Foil boost at this point because they're the only exclusive card in the sets for collector boosters. But what about the Final Fantasy Secret Lair? Continuing with Surge Foils, looking at some cards that when I was cracking packs, even going to my channel, like the Wandering Minstrel. You can see my first or second box opening, I'm not sure which one. I pulled the Wandering Minstrel and the Borderless Surge Foil and said, what a waste of a Surge Foil slot. Why couldn't I have gotten a Cloud? Why couldn't I have gotten a Sephiroth? It was a cheap card. It was down to $15. Look at it now. Skyrocketing up to, that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if that's still available, we can try and grab it real quick. But skyrocketing to $74.69. It's just unreal, especially when looking at the price data. Average of 9 sold per day. One of them did sell for $19. That must be somebody who has not followed the market and is following their store's guidelines. Their boss is going to be furious. But looking at these prices, we see people have paid almost $120, $150 for this card. Out of control. A card that just a few days ago was $15. This kind of price fluctuation is unprecedented. It's very hard to track. When trying to determine when you should enter into a card market like this, I don't know what prices like this tell you. First off, it looks like they might not stop going up. If the collector booster box keeps rising at this meteoric rate, of course, the exclusive cards within those boxes are going to continue to rise. So that means when looking at this set and these cards, which are the true chases, I think it's the Surge Foils. Now, we have seen also some price fluctuation within the market of just the regular borderless foils. I think that's a red herring. I think that that is not a realistic price point for these cards. When looking at, say, Cloud, Midgard, Mercenary, we're up to $107 for a foil version of that. The regular version, we're looking at $80, $70. At that price range, I think it's crazy. We can still buy play booster boxes for around $200 or less. When you can buy the play booster boxes where these very cards can be included, even in the foil version, when you can buy these cards in play booster boxes in the borderless foil treatment, why are we paying inflated prices as if it's from the collector box? Now, to be fair, this is a 1/10 of the cost of the Surge foil. So perhaps I'm being a bit hyperbolic here, but I do still think the price on these cards is incredible. I mean, look at this rare Aerith. There's tons of Aerith cards everywhere in this set, and yet just because this is the Surge foil treatment, we're looking at a $40 price point with a market price of $189, some selling at $200. It's interesting to see the Japanese prices are still so low, $40, $120. This is from Japanese collector boosters, which a lot of people are turning to just as a way to open the set. Actually, that's a very interesting point. Let's look at those prices. All right, so we're looking at the collector booster display boxes here. We still see the prices incredibly high. Then we go to the Japanese set boxes. Here we have the Japanese collector booster display at only $700. A lot of people are turning to this product as a chance to try and open some of these rare cards. You can still get the chocobos within here. All the benefits of the original English collector booster box exist within this one. However, they do not include serialized cards. That is the most important part. So these products could be reprinted, and that means any of the Surge foils you pull from this box, while cool, while exciting, well, one, will be in Japanese for completely new mechanics, so people don't know these cards. It's not like Counterspell, where you plop down a Counterspell with recognizable art in Japanese. Everybody knows what it does. But when you have a brand new Cloud card that almost nobody can say off the top of their head what it does at this point in its history, no one's going to want the Japanese version. I would say even some specialized Lord of the Rings cards are just getting to that point. We now know what the One Ring does, right? We understand that it protects you, not your board, for one turn. You pay one when you're playing Arena, or you tap it for free when you're playing in person, and you get to draw a card for how many bird encounters are on that card. That's just off the top of the head. We know that. So a Japanese version of that One Ring card in borderless poster, if such a thing existed, might still have really exciting value on the market. Something like this with the new cards during this euphoric period of time, it's not going to carry that same value. So looking at this set in totality, trying to understand where we are in the price history of this product, I would say there's going to be some adjustment in singles. There's going to be some adjustment in other collector products that are not English. But with these English collector boxes, I do not think the price is ever going to come down. It just can't. People are too excited. They're paying too much for this product, and there's just not enough. It is the highest selling Magic the Gathering set in history. You can't find them on the shelves, which means the only place you're going to turn to is the secondary market on TCG or eBay. eBay, the prices are even higher. If you look at some of the collector boosters from eBay, the Final Fantasy collector booster boxes, we have one for $1,249 with free delivery, so that does help, but you're still paying tax on that number, $1,299. Look at this. Somebody has 12 packs. It appears the box is already opened. No, it's still sealed. That is a sealed pack for $1,050 or best offer with 3 available, 2 sold. That's the best price we have right now. I wonder how low these have been accepted for. Let's check in a more advanced search the sales for this. Going to sold items, search. We have the Omega packs being the most commonly sold. Again, it makes sense. In the price point that people are looking to spend for this product, spending $80 per pack or best offer, or getting one collector with 4 play boosters for $120, much more in the low price range. Now, we see $1,020 sold just today for a full collector booster box, $1,050, buy it now with $10 of shipping sold today. So these prices are holding. Incredibly, somebody sold a Japanese booster for $749. It doesn't indicate a best offer was taken, so this sold for almost $100 more than the TCG prices we were just looking at. Again, this is a crazy market. Nobody really knows where to aim. Some people just want to make a sale. Look, $1,100 best offer accepted. Unfortunately, we can't tell what that offer was, but one can wonder, was it below the 4-figure range? Same here, $1,150 sold. This is just crazy. Now, this is going to create ripple effects in the Magic the Gathering market for years to come. This is where I want to finish my thoughts today on this quick video about a ridiculous boost in prices for this product. I think this is going to continue to set a new level for collector boosters with big existing IP audiences. We all like to say it's the Fortnitification of Magic the Gathering, but my case to you is that it's not just that. What we're doing is taking IP that people have generational love for and slapping it onto one of the best card games ever made. The impact of that cannot be understated. This is not just some cash grab like people like to categorize it as. We're making unique mechanics for unique characters that people have a long history with. Imagine your favorite property. What is it? God of War. Is it Star Wars, which would never happen because Lorcana exists? Imagine your favorite property that you have enjoyed over a lifetime, and now it pulls you into one of the most addictive and fun card games ever created. Of course, it's going to be a huge success, but it's not just Wizards of the Coast taking money from its customers without giving anything in return. It's creating a new environment for people who never got to enjoy this game and giving them an opportunity to step into the waters, pull a crazy chocobo in their first collector pack they've ever opened, have that excitement of being part of a game that actually has a legacy, that has incredible money within it, almost like it's a sport. If you look at classic Magic the Gathering cards, old school decks, or advanced high-powered commander decks that are worth $10,000, $15,000, $30,000. This is a serious thing for people. And now you can take your favorite characters ever and just slap it into one of your decks. I, for one, think it's incredible. I know people only want to see Elspeth. They only want to see Urza and Mishra battling it out. They only want to see the characters they've come to know and love, like Elish Norn, Atraxa. They want to be around the Magic IP. You will always have it. Make a new format with your friends. Make it where you can't have Universes Beyond. There is room for every kind of player in Magic, in my opinion. And I think this price point, these sales, the incredible excitement around a product where people actually care about the characters on the card shows this is more than just a game to people. For the real diehards, the people who grew up opening these cards, believing that they were going to go to Dominaria again, or that Tarkir was not going to be just a flash in the pan like it appears to have been, but actually spending time on these planes, do it. These are incredible large sets. You can do that yourself, create limited formats with your friends, let everybody play the game they want to. There's no reason why this should cheapen your experience, especially when what it does is validates this game, creates excitement around this game. And once again, we're allowing people to make careers around Magic the Gathering. Tournaments are back. We now have Pro Tours again. This changes the entire dynamic for Magic, and I, for one, submit to you, the jury here on the Nerdy Attorneys channel, that I'm trying to make a thing. Please like, subscribe, comment, let me know what you think about these hot takes. But I really believe this is a positive for the game. It's a positive for any format. And as long as the cards are built with design in mind, like this clearly was, I think we're going to be just fine. So make sure you join the Nerdy Attorneys jury. I'd love to see your thoughts in the comments below. And we'll keep monitoring the situation to see if the price points ever level out, or we'll know for sure if this boat has fully sailed and our opportunity to buy this set at a reasonable price is gone. Well, thanks again for tuning in. Hope to see you next time. And hey, if you want to see something cool, check out this video right here. I think you'll like it. It's my box opening, and that was back when it was $750 a box, and I got it for a little less. So let me know what you think with this new time capsule of a video just from 2 weeks ago. Until then, court is adjourned. Collector boosters of Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering are skyrocketing. Here's what you need to know in a quick video about these ridiculous prices. Boxes now at $1,169. Nice. Here's everything you need to know. I'm the Nerdy Attorney. Make sure you like, subscribe, and comment. It really helps a small channel like me out as I continue to talk about Magic the Gathering to give you the latest details about the best sets releasing. Let's jump into it. So first and foremost, $1,100 is crazy. We're almost at $1,200 here, and here are the listings. There are only 219 available at this point out of 105 current sellers, so still very much a rare product. We see here, this price point is selling. I can't believe it. Even looking at these numbers here, as of today, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down. Look at this, continuous sales. Over 10 sales at this $1,100 to $1,200 price point. Right here, this is $1,200 plus shipping and tax. That's almost a $1,400 box, and people are buying it happily. So what does this mean about the Final Fantasy market? We knew the prices were going to skyrocket. I don't think anybody thought it was going to happen this quickly. If you look at Lord of the Rings, the most important part about Lord of the Rings was when the second special edition set came out, the initial reaction was twofold. One, why am I going to buy a reprint of a set that just came out? I already have my One Ring. I already have my Orcish Bowmasters. And then people saw the posters. They saw how gorgeous they were. And slowly the demand rose. For weeks and months after that set released, people were still only paying $150 for the borderless poster One Ring. It took the supply to completely dry up for it to skyrocket. Now that's created a new price paradigm in Magic the Gathering collectors' brains of what these boxes are worth, especially when a serialized card is included. That means we know they're not going to reprint at least this exact product. So looking at the availability of collector boosters, you can't find them anywhere. Online is your only source. And the interesting thing is, unlike the beautiful arts from Lord of the Rings, here the only unique thing is the Chocobo or the Surge Foil. So let's check the Surge Foil pricing here as well. Here's the full Surge Foil page. Obviously, we see the giant hits of the set getting the most affected with this price impact. $726 for Sephiroth Borderless Surge Foil. Y'shtola Catgirl going for $799. Cloud X Soldier, of course, the Commander version with the Borderless Surge Foil at $620. Here's the crazy part. Again, these prices are sustained. Look how many sold with a 6 or a 7 in front of it in the 3-figure category. I mean, this is an incredible set with incredible price euphoria. If this isn't a euphoric market, I don't know what is. So what does that mean? Is it ever going to collapse back down? Is there a chance to buy? Or has this boat fully shifted? Well, the nerdy attorney here is going to say to you, obviously not financial advice, not that that matters, by the way. Here's a quick aside. Every financial advice disclaimer I've heard from YouTubers is silly to me. This is not a regulated market. This is not financial advice as if you're buying a stock that you needed to be certified for. We know those things require federal regulation. Here, there's no regulation. This is cardboard. It's not financial advice. It never is. How could it be? This is little pieces of shiny cardboard that for some reason is garnering tons of value and support in the market. Now, looking even further, we see Terra, Surge Foil. These are the top hits right here. Yuna, again, the cute girls seem to win, and then the angsty clouds also at the top because, well, first off, a very useful card, but second, an incredibly popular character in Final Fantasy. We keep going down. This I find to be very interesting as well. People have commented on the Surge Foil boost at this point because they're the only exclusive card in the sets for collector boosters. But what about the Final Fantasy Secret Lair? Continuing with Surge Foils, looking at some cards that when I was cracking packs, even going to my channel, like the Wandering Minstrel. You can see my first or second box opening, I'm not sure which one. I pulled the Wandering Minstrel and the Borderless Surge Foil and said, what a waste of a Surge Foil slot. Why couldn't I have gotten a Cloud? Why couldn't I have gotten a Sephiroth? It was a cheap card. It was down to $15. Look at it now. Skyrocketing up to, that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if that's still available, we can try and grab it real quick, but skyrocketing to $74.69. It's just unreal, especially when looking at the price data. Average of 9 sold per day. One of them did sell for $19. That must be somebody who has not followed the market and is following their store's guidelines. Their boss is going to be furious. But looking at these prices, we see people have paid almost $120, $150 for this card. Out of control. A card that just a few days ago was $15. This kind of price fluctuation is unprecedented. It's very hard to track. When trying to determine when you should enter into a card market like this, I don't know what prices like this tell you. First off, it looks like they might not stop going up. If the collector booster box keeps rising at this meteoric rate, of course, the exclusive cards within those boxes are going to continue to rise. So that means when looking at this set and these cards, which are the true chases, I think it's the Surge Foils. Now, we have seen also some price fluctuation within the market of just the regular borderless foils. I think that's a red herring. I think that that is not a realistic price point for these cards. When looking at, say, Cloud, Midgard, Mercenary, we're up to $107 for a foil version of that. The regular version, we're looking at $80, $70. At that price range, I think it's crazy. We can still buy play booster boxes for around $200 or less. When you can buy the play booster boxes where these very cards can be included, even in the foil version, when you can buy these cards in play booster boxes in the borderless foil treatment, why are we paying inflated prices as if it's from the collector box? Now, to be fair, this is a 1/10 of the cost of the Surge foil. So perhaps I'm being a bit hyperbolic here, but I do still think the price on these cards is incredible. I mean, look at this rare Aerith. There's tons of Aerith cards everywhere in this set, and yet just because this is the Surge foil treatment, we're looking at a $40 price point with a market price of $189, some selling at $200. It's interesting to see the Japanese prices are still so low, $40, $120. This is from Japanese collector boosters, which a lot of people are turning to just as a way to open the set. Actually, that's a very interesting point. Let's look at those prices. All right, so we're looking at the collector booster display boxes here. We still see the prices incredibly high. Then we go to the Japanese set boxes. Here we have the Japanese collector booster display at only $700. A lot of people are turning to this product as a chance to try and open some of these rare cards. You can still get the chocobos within here. All the benefits of the original English collector booster box exist within this one. However, they do not include serialized cards. That is the most important part. So these products could be reprinted, and that means any of the Surge foils you pull from this box, while cool, while exciting, well, one, will be in Japanese for completely new mechanics, so people don't know these cards. It's not like Counterspell, where you plop down a Counterspell with recognizable art in Japanese. Everybody knows what it does. But when you have a brand new Cloud card that almost nobody can say off the top of their head what it does at this point in its history, no one's going to want the Japanese version. I would say even some specialized Lord of the Rings cards are just getting to that point. We now know what the One Ring does, right? We understand that it protects you, not your board, for one turn. You pay one when you're playing Arena, or you tap it for free when you're playing in person, and you get to draw a card for how many bird encounters are on that card. That's just off the top of the head. We know that. So a Japanese version of that One Ring card in borderless poster, if such a thing existed, might still have really exciting value on the market. Something like this with the new cards during this euphoric period of time, it's not going to carry that same value. So looking at this set in totality, trying to understand where we are in the price history of this product, I would say there's going to be some adjustment in singles. There's going to be some adjustment in other collector products that are not English. But with these English collector boxes, I do not think the price is ever going to come down. It just can't. People are too excited. They're paying too much for this product, and there's just not enough. It is the highest selling Magic the Gathering set in history. You can't find them on the shelves, which means the only place you're going to turn to is the secondary market on TCG or eBay. eBay, the prices are even higher. If you look at some of the collector boosters from eBay, the Final Fantasy collector booster boxes, we have one for $1,249 with free delivery, so that does help, but you're still paying tax on that number, $1,299. Look at this. Somebody has 12 packs. It appears the box is already opened. No, it's still sealed. That is a sealed pack for $1,050 or best offer with 3 available, 2 sold. That's the best price we have right now. I wonder how low these have been accepted for. Let's check in a more advanced search the sales for this. Going to sold items, search. We have the Omega packs being the most commonly sold. Again, it makes sense. In the price point that people are looking to spend for this product, spending $80 per pack or best offer, or getting one collector with 4 play boosters for $120, much more in the low price range. Now, we see $1,020 sold just today for a full collector booster box, $1,050, buy it now with $10 of shipping sold today. So these prices are holding. Incredibly, somebody sold a Japanese booster for $749. It doesn't indicate a best offer was taken, so this sold for almost $100 more than the TCG prices we were just looking at. Again, this is a crazy market. Nobody really knows where to aim. Some people just want to make a sale. Look, $1,100 best offer accepted. Unfortunately, we can't tell what that offer was, but one can wonder, was it below the 4-figure range? Same here, $1,150 sold. This is just crazy. Now, this is going to create ripple effects in the Magic the Gathering market for years to come. This is where I want to finish my thoughts today on this quick video about a ridiculous boost in prices for this product. I think this is going to continue to set a new level for collector boosters with big existing IP audiences. We all like to say it's the Fortnitification of Magic the Gathering, but my case to you is that it's not just that. What we're doing is taking IP that people have generational love for and slapping it onto one of the best card games ever made. The impact of that cannot be understated. This is not just some cash grab like people like to categorize it as. We're making unique mechanics for unique characters that people have a long history with. Imagine your favorite property. What is it? God of War. Is it Star Wars, which would never happen because Lorcana exists? Imagine your favorite property that you have enjoyed over a lifetime, and now it pulls you into one of the most addictive and fun card games ever created. Of course, it's going to be a huge success, but it's not just Wizards of the Coast taking money from its customers without giving anything in return. It's creating a new environment for people who never got to enjoy this game and giving them an opportunity to step into the waters, pull a crazy chocobo in their first collector pack they've ever opened, have that excitement of being part of a game that actually has a legacy, that has incredible money within it, almost like it's a sport. If you look at classic Magic the Gathering cards, old school decks, or advanced high-powered commander decks that are worth $10,000, $15,000, $30,000. This is a serious thing for people. And now you can take your favorite characters ever and just slap it into one of your decks. I, for one, think it's incredible. I know people only want to see Elspeth. They only want to see Urza and Mishra battling it out. They only want to see the characters they've come to know and love, like Elish Norn, Atraxa. They want to be around the Magic IP. You will always have it. Make a new format with your friends. Make it where you can't have Universes Beyond. There is room for every kind of player in Magic, in my opinion. And I think this price point, these sales, the incredible excitement around a product where people actually care about the characters on the card shows this is more than just a game to people. For the real diehards, the people who grew up opening these cards, believing that they were going to go to Dominaria again, or that Tarkir was not going to be just a flash in the pan like it appears to have been, but actually spending time on these planes, do it. These are incredible large sets. You can do that yourself, create limited formats with your friends, let everybody play the game they want to. There's no reason why this should cheapen your experience, especially when what it does is validates this game, creates excitement around this game. And once again, we're allowing people to make careers around Magic the Gathering. Tournaments are back. We now have Pro Tours again. This changes the entire dynamic for Magic, and I, for one, submit to you, the jury here on the Nerdy Attorneys channel, that I'm trying to make a thing. Please like, subscribe, comment, let me know what you think about these hot takes. But I really believe this is a positive for the game. It's a positive for any format. And as long as the cards are built with design in mind, like this clearly was, I think we're going to be just fine. So make sure you join the Nerdy Attorneys jury. I'd love to see your thoughts in the comments below. And we'll keep monitoring the situation to see if the price points ever level out, or we'll know for sure if this boat has fully sailed and our opportunity to buy this set at a reasonable price is gone. Well, thanks again for tuning in. Hope to see you next time. And hey, if you want to see something cool, check out this video right here. I think you'll like it. It's my box opening, and that was back when it was $750 a box, and I got it for a little less. So let me know what you think with this new time capsule of a video just from 2 weeks ago. Until then, court is adjourned. Collector boosters of Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering are skyrocketing. Here's what you need to know in a quick video about these ridiculous prices. Boxes now at $1,169. Nice. Here's everything you need to know. I'm the Nerdy Attorney. Make sure you like, subscribe, and comment. It really helps a small channel like me out as I continue to talk about Magic the Gathering to give you the latest details about the best sets releasing. Let's jump into it. So first and foremost, $1,100 is crazy. We're almost at $1,200 here, and here are the listings. There are only 219 available at this point out of 105 current sellers, so still very much a rare product. We see here, this price point is selling. I can't believe it. Even looking at these numbers here, as of today, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down. Look at this, continuous sales. Over 10 sales at this $1,100 to $1,200 price point. Right here, this is $1,200 plus shipping and tax. That's almost a $1,400 box, and people are buying it happily. So what does this mean about the Final Fantasy market? We knew the prices were going to skyrocket. I don't think anybody thought it was going to happen this quickly. If you look at Lord of the Rings, the most important part about Lord of the Rings was when the second special edition set came out, the initial reaction was twofold. One, why am I going to buy a reprint of a set that just came out? I already have my One Ring. I already have my Orcish Bowmasters. And then people saw the posters. They saw how gorgeous they were. And slowly the demand rose. For weeks and months after that set released, people were still only paying $150 for the borderless poster One Ring. It took the supply to completely dry up for it to skyrocket. Now that's created a new price paradigm in Magic the Gathering collectors' brains of what these boxes are worth, especially when a serialized card is included. That means we know they're not going to reprint at least this exact product. So, looking at the availability of collector boosters, you can't find them anywhere. Online is your only source. And the interesting thing is, unlike the beautiful arts from Lord of the Rings, here the only unique thing is the Chocobo or the Surge Foil. So let's check the Surge Foil pricing here as well. Here's the full Surge Foil page. Obviously, we see the giant hits of the set getting the most affected with this price impact. $726 for Sephiroth Borderless Surge Foil. Y'shtola Catgirl going for $799. Cloud X Soldier, of course, the Commander version with the Borderless Surge Foil at $620. Here's the crazy part. Again, these prices are sustained. Look how many sold with a 6 or a 7 in front of it in the 3-figure category. I mean, this is an incredible set with incredible price euphoria. If this isn't a euphoric market, I don't know what is. So what does that mean? Is it ever going to collapse back down? Is there a chance to buy? Or has this boat fully shifted? Well, the nerdy attorney here is going to say to you, obviously not financial advice, not that that matters, by the way. Here's a quick aside. Every financial advice disclaimer I've heard from YouTubers is silly to me. This is not a regulated market. This is not financial advice as if you're buying a stock that you need to be certified for. We know those things require federal regulation. Here, there's no regulation. This is cardboard. It's not financial advice. It never is. How could it be? This is little pieces of shiny cardboard that for some reason is garnering tons of value and support in the market. Now, looking even further, we see Terra, Surge Foil. These are the top hits right here. Yuna, again, the cute girls seem to win, and then the angsty Clouds also at the top because, well, first off, a very useful card, but second, an incredibly popular character in Final Fantasy. We keep going down. This I find to be very interesting as well. People have commented on the Surge Foil boost at this point because they're the only exclusive card in the sets for collector boosters. But what about the Final Fantasy Super Layer? Continuing with Surge Foils, looking at some cards that when I was cracking packs, even going to my channel, like the Wandering Minstrel. You can see my first or second box opening, I'm not sure which one. I pulled the Wandering Minstrel and the Borderless Surge Foil and said, what a waste of a Surge Foil slot. Why couldn't I have gotten a Cloud? Why couldn't I have gotten a Sephiroth? It was a cheap card. It was down to $15. Look at it now. Skyrocketing up to, that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if that's still available, we can try and grab it real quick. But skyrocketing to $74.69. It's just unreal, especially when looking at the price data. Average of 9 sold per day. One of them did sell for $19. That must be somebody who has not followed the market and is following their store's guidelines. Their boss is going to be furious. But looking at these prices, we see people have paid almost $120, $150 for this card. Out of control. A card that just a few days ago was $15. This kind of price fluctuation is unprecedented. It's very hard to track. When trying to determine when you should enter into a card market like this, I don't know what prices like this tell you. First off, it looks like they might not stop going up. If the collector booster box keeps rising at this meteoric rate, of course the exclusive cards within those boxes are going to continue to rise. So, that means when looking at this set and these cards, which are the true chases, I think it's the Surge Foils. Now, we have seen also some price fluctuation within the market of just the regular borderless foils. I think that's a red herring. I think that that is not a realistic price point for these cards. When looking at, say, Cloud, Midgard, Mercenary, we're up to $107 for a foil version of that. The regular version, we're looking at $80, $70. At that price range, I think it's crazy. We can still buy play booster boxes for around $200 or less. When you can buy the play booster boxes where these very cards can be included, even in the foil version, when you can buy these cards in play booster boxes in the borderless foil treatment, why are we paying inflated prices as if it's from the collector box? Now, to be fair, this is a 1/10 of the cost of the Surge foil, so perhaps I'm being a bit hyperbolic here, but I do still think the price on these cards is incredible. I mean, look at this rare Aerith. There's tons of Aerith cards everywhere in this set, and yet just because this is the Surge foil treatment, we're looking at a $40 price point with a market price of $189, some selling at $200. It's interesting to see the Japanese prices are still so low, $40, $120. This is from Japanese collector boosters, which a lot of people are turning to just as a way to open the set. Actually, that's a very interesting point. Let's look at those prices. All right, so we're looking at the collector booster display boxes here. We still see the prices incredibly high. Then we go to the Japanese set boxes. Here we have the Japanese collector booster display at only $700. A lot of people are turning to this product as a chance to try and open some of these rare cards. You can still get the chocobos within here. All the benefits of the original English collector booster box exist within this one. However, they do not include serialized cards. That is the most important part. So these products could be reprinted, and that means any of the Surge foils you pull from this box, while cool, while exciting, well, one, will be in Japanese for completely new mechanics, so people don't know these cards. It's not like Counterspell, where you plop down a Counterspell with recognizable art in Japanese. Everybody knows what it does. But when you have a brand new Cloud card that almost nobody can say off the top of their head what it does at this point in its history, no one's going to want the Japanese version. I would say even some specialized Lord of the Rings cards are just getting to that point. We now know what the One Ring does, right? We understand that it protects you, not your board, for one turn. You pay one when you're playing Arena, or you tap it for free when you're playing in person, and you get to draw a card for how many bird encounters are on that card. That's just off the top of the head. We know that. So a Japanese version of that One Ring card in Borderless Poster, if such a thing existed, might still have really exciting value on the market. Something like this with the new cards during this euphoric period of time, it's not going to carry that same value. So looking at this set in totality, trying to understand where we are in the price history of this product, I would say there's going to be some adjustment in singles. There's going to be some adjustment in other collector products that are not English. But with these English collector boxes, I do not think the price is ever going to come down. It just can't. People are too excited, they're paying too much for this product, and there's just not enough. It is the highest selling Magic the Gathering set in history. You can't find them on the shelves, which means the only place you're going to turn to is the secondary market on TCG or eBay. eBay, the prices are even higher. If you look at some of the collector boosters from eBay, the Final Fantasy collector booster boxes, we have one for $1,249 with free delivery, so that does help, but you're still paying tax on that number, $1,299. Look at this. Somebody has 12 packs. It appears the box is already opened. No, it's still sealed. That is a sealed pack for $1,050 or best offer with 3 available, 2 sold. That's the best price we have right now. I wonder how low these have been accepted for. Let's check in a more advanced search the sales for this. Going to sold items, search. We have the Omega packs being the most commonly sold. Again, it makes sense. In the price point that people are looking to spend for this product, spending $80 per pack or best offer, or getting one collector with 4 play boosters for $120, much more in the low price range. Now, we see $1,020 sold just today for a full collector booster box, $1,050, buy it now with $10 of shipping sold today. So these prices are holding. Incredibly, somebody sold a Japanese booster for $749. It doesn't indicate a best offer was taken, so this sold for almost $100 more than the TCG prices we were just looking at. Again, this is a crazy market. Nobody really knows where to aim. Some people just want to make a sale. Look, $1,100 best offer accepted. Unfortunately, we can't tell what that offer was, but one can wonder, was it below the 4-figure range? Same here, $1,150 sold. This is just crazy. Now, this is going to create ripple effects in the Magic the Gathering market for years to come. This is where I want to finish my thoughts today on this quick video about a ridiculous boost in prices for this product. I think this is going to continue to set a new level for collector boosters with big existing IP audiences. We all like to say it's the Fortnitification of Magic the Gathering, but my case to you is that it's not just that. What we're doing is taking IP that people have generational love for and slapping it onto one of the best card games ever made. The impact of that cannot be understated. This is not just some cash grab like people like to categorize it as. We're making unique mechanics for unique characters that people have a long history with. Imagine your favorite property. What is it? God of War. Is it Star Wars, which would never happen because Lorcana exists? Imagine your favorite property that you have enjoyed over a lifetime, and now it pulls you into one of the most addictive and fun card games ever created. Of course, it's going to be a huge success, but it's not just Wizards of the Coast taking money from its customers without giving anything in return. It's creating a new environment for people who never got to enjoy this game and giving them an opportunity to step into the waters, pull a crazy chocobo in their first collector pack they've ever opened, have that excitement of being part of a game that actually has a legacy, that has incredible money within it, almost like it's a sport. If you look at classic Magic the Gathering cards, old school decks, or advanced high-powered commander decks that are worth $10,000, $15,000, $30,000. This is a serious thing for people. And now you can take your favorite characters ever and just slap it into one of your decks. I, for one, think it's incredible. I know people only want to see Elspeth, they only want to see Urza and Mishra battling it out, they only want to see the characters they've come to know and love, like Elish Norn, Atraxa, they want to be around the Magic IP. You will always have it. Make a new format with your friends. Make it where you can't have Universes Beyond. There is room for every kind of player in Magic, in my opinion. And I think this price point, these sales, the incredible excitement around a product where people actually care about the characters on the card shows this is more than just a game to people. For the real diehards, the people who grew up opening these cards, believing that they were going to go to Dominaria again, or that Tarkir was not going to be just a flash in the pan like it appears to have been, but actually spending time on these planes, do it. These are incredible large sets. You can do that yourself, create limited formats with your friends, let everybody play the game they want to. There's no reason why this should cheapen your experience, especially when what it does is validates this game, creates excitement around this game. And once again, we're allowing people to make careers around Magic the Gathering. Tournaments are back. We now have Pro Tours again. This changes the entire dynamic for Magic, and I, for one, submit to you, the jury here on the Nerdy Attorneys channel, that I'm trying to make a thing. Please like, subscribe, comment, let me know what you think about these hot takes. But I really believe this is a positive for the game. It's a positive for any format. And as long as the cards are built with design in mind, like this clearly was, I think we're going to be just fine. So make sure you join the Nerdy Attorneys jury. I'd love to see your thoughts in the comments below. And we'll keep monitoring the situation to see if the price points ever level out, or we'll know for sure if this boat has fully sailed and our opportunity to buy this set at a reasonable price is gone. Well, thanks again for tuning in. Hope to see you next time. And hey, if you want to see something cool, check out this video right here. I think you'll like it. It's my box opening, and that was back when it was $750 a box, and I got it for a little less. So let me know what you think with this new time capsule of video just from 2 weeks ago. Until then, court is adjourned.
These are the 10 biggest bombs in Final Fantasy. If you see these cards in draft or sealed, you should really try to fit them into your deck because these all-stars are fantastic and will help you win more games. First up is Jekt, Reluctant Guardian. For 3 and a black, you get a 4/3 menace that says, whenever Jekt deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. So on its baseline, reasonable stats, and the menace really does help you get that combat damage trigger, and if you do flip it, you get a fantastic Saga, Vraska's Final Aeon. It's a 7/7 menace creature while these chapters are ticking through, and these chapters get you so much card advantage. The Jekt Beam, which is chapter 1 and 2, has each opponent discard a card and you draw a card, and then the final ultimate Jekt Shot chapter is each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. So you're just getting tremendous amount of card advantage, all attached to a 4-mana 4/3 that can potentially flip as early as turn 5 and basically win you the game. If you're able to do that, Jekt is going to be absolutely fantastic, and the fact that it sometimes won't be able to flip, or you'll sometimes just have to trade it off in combat or be more defensive, is definitely something that can happen, but the fact that it has that game-winning potential attached to a 4-drop that's not that hard to connect with is just going to make Jekt a fantastic card to include. Next up is Summon Knights of the Round. This one is expensive at 6 white, so 8 mana, but it basically is unstoppable once it lands into play because it's an indestructible Saga Knight 3/3 while all of these chapters are ticking, and the first 4 chapters make you 3 2/2 Knight creature tokens each. So you eventually end up with 12 Knights if that hasn't already won you the game with some of the earlier sagas. You should make 3 Knights and then 3 more Knights, attack your opponent, you win the game before you even get the full 12. But eventually you get chapter 5, Ultimate End, all of your other creatures get +2/+2 until end of turn. They all get indestructible counters. You basically can't lose at that point unless your opponent has some sort of flyer or something like that. But basically, if you can resolve this 8 mana spell, you win. And so even though it is very expensive, it is so unstoppable that it's still worth prioritizing and making sure you kind of warp your deck around having some extra mana in your deck, or a little bit of ramp, or things like that, maybe treasure tokens to help you cast this expensive card, because if it gets into play, it's basically unstoppable. Next is the Lunar Whale. For 4 mana, you get a legendary artifact vehicle that's a 3/5 flyer when it's crewed for a relatively low crew cost of 1, the lowest possible crew cost, pretty much. You may look at the top card of your library at any time as an ability, and then as long as the Lunar Whale attacked this turn, you may play the top card of your library. So when you are able to attack with the Lunar Whale, it doesn't even have to connect. It can just be blocked or chump blocked or something like that. You start getting to chain together the cards from the top of your deck. You can play a land, and then any spells you can cast from the top of your deck, you can play those. And so it just gets you a tremendous amount of card advantage attached to a pretty high stat line for a vehicle. And overall, this is the sort of card that's kind of difficult to deal with because it's not always a creature, so you can kind of protect it from removal spells in that sense if your opponent only has sorcery speed kill spells, and then after a little bit your Lunar Whale just takes over with card advantage. So a really nice 4-drop in blue. Next is Clive, Ifrit's Dominant. So for 4 red, you get a 5/5 creature that says when Clive enters, you may discard your hand, then draw cards equal to your devotion to red. And Clive provides 2 devotion to red on your own, so if you have like even a single other red pip in play, you can maybe discard your hand to draw 3 cards, or if you have no cards in hand, you can just draw whatever number of cards that is, which is fairly likely because Clive is expensive and could potentially be the last card you play. If that was all Clive did, Clive would still be a great card, but Clive also has the extra ability 4 red, tap, exile Clive, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control, activate only as a sorcery, and Clive will flip into Ifrit, Warden of Inferno, which then comes into play, fights up to 1 other target creature, so you get a 9/9 creature that fights something else. Then with Brimstone for chapter 2, you add 4 red mana, and then for chapter 3 you add another 4 red mana, and then you flip the card back over to become Clive once again. Just a fantastic top end card for any red deck. It takes over the game, and even if your opponent immediately kills it, you've presumably gotten some card advantage by just having the enters the battlefield effect triggered. Next is Saz Katsroy. So for 3 and a green, you get a 3/3 creature that when it enters, you may search your library for a bird or basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. So immediately getting a card out of the deal. And then whenever Saz Katsroy attacks, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, then double the number of +1/+1 counters on that creature, which can include itself. So if you play this on turn 4, immediately on the following turn, you can have this attack as a 5/5 because it'll get a counter and then double those, which can be really tricky for your opponents to deal with because it's still fairly early in the game. And then the next turn it'll attack again, put another counter onto itself, double those counters. All of a sudden it's attacking as a 9/9 creature because it had 2 counters before. Then you put a 3rd counter on it and then double those, so it'll have 6 counters on it total, and that's just a fantastic threat to have. You can also diversify your threats by putting counters onto other creatures and then doubling the number of counters on them, and that's just a really nice ability to have on a 4-drop that already got you a land or a bird from your deck, so you're not going to be falling behind on cards. Even if your opponent does kill this, it's still a little bit of card advantage. So a really nice 4-drop in green that demands an answer. Next is Summon Leviathan. For 4 blue, you get a Saga that is a 6/6 Ward 2 creature while it's in play, but has 3 really powerful chapters. The first one is return each creature that isn't a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent to its owner's hand. So pretty much all of the creatures in play that aren't the Summon Leviathan itself are going to be going back to their owner's hands, which gives you a tremendous stabilization tool if you're behind, or a really nice aggressive element if you're ahead, because on your following turn, you're still going to have this 6/6 in play that's going to be able to attack your opponent. So if you're ahead of your opponent, you can play this, bounce all of their blockers after combat maybe, and then all of a sudden on your following turn, you still have this 6/6 that can crack in for damage. And when you do that on chapters 2 and 3 until end of turn, whenever a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent attacks, draw a card. So the Leviathan is going to sacrifice itself after chapter 3, but if chapter 2 you are attacking your opponent on that turn, you're going to get a card back out of the deal, which is Stellar. If you're on the defensive, you can keep it back as a 6/6 so your opponent won't be able to attack you very, very well and give you time to redeploy and catch back up in the game if you're a more controlling deck trying to stabilize against aggro. Overall, this card is great in any sort. Even if your opponent 2 creature wallet answer. Next is Summon Leviathan. For 4 blue, you get a Saga that is a 6/6 ward 2 creature while it's in play, but has 3 really powerful chapters. The first one is return each creature that isn't a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent to its owner's hand. So pretty much all of the creatures in play that aren't the Summon Leviathan itself are going to be going back to their owner's hands, which gives you a tremendous stabilization tool if you're behind, or a really nice aggressive element if you're ahead, because on your following turn, you're still going to have this 6/6 in play that's going to be able to attack your opponent. So if you're ahead of your opponent, you can play this, bounce all of their blockers after combat maybe, and then all of a sudden on your following turn, you still have this 6/6 that can crack in for damage. And when you do that on chapters 2 and 3 until end of turn, whenever a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent attacks, draw a card. So the Leviathan is going to sacrifice itself after chapter 3, but if chapter 2 you are attacking your opponent on that turn, you're going to get a card back out of the deal, which is Stellar. If you're on the defensive, you can keep it back as a 6/6 so your opponent won't be able to attack you very, very well and give you time to redeploy and catch back up in the game if you're a more controlling deck trying to stabilize against aggro. Overall, this card is great in any sort of blue deck and is a fantastic addition to your deck. Next is Kuja, addition to your deck. Next is Kuja, Genome Source deck, and is a fantastic addition to your deck. Next is Kuja, Genome Sorcerer. So for 2 black-red, you get a 3/4 that says at the beginning of your end step, create a tapped Kuja your deck. Next is Kuja, controlling deck trying to stabilize against aggro. Overall, this card is great in any sort of blue deck and is a fantastic addition to your deck. Next is Kuja, Genome Sorcerer. So for 2 black-red, you get a 3/4 that says at the beginning of your end step, create a tapped 0/1 black wizard creature token with, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. Then if you control 4 or more wizards, transform Kuja. So even without transforming, this card just comes into play for 4 mana and basically demands an answer, because if you start stockpiling these 0/1 wizard creature tokens, you're just going to be able to cast any spell and just zap your opponent for 3 or 3 or so damage if you can just stockpile some of these wizards. But without even factoring that in, even if that was all it did, the card would be pretty good. But it also flips, and it flips into a really powerful card, Trance Kuja, Fate Defied, which has Flame Star. It's a 4/6 and has Flame Star. If a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage instead. So all of those 0/1s that you built up are now doing double damage. So if you built up Kuja, which is a wizard, and then have 3 of those 0/1s, then you'll have those 4 wizards to flip the Kuja, and then anytime you cast a non-creature spell, you're dealing 6 damage to your opponent from those 0/1s. Kuja can attack your opponent. It's really just a really powerful threat. It demands an answer, and even if your opponent kills it immediately, you're still presumably going to have gotten that 0/1 wizard token from that first turn Kuja was in play, unless your opponent killed it before you get to your end step, which isn't going to happen all that often. So Kuja is a fantastic card, can take over the game on its own just by sitting in play and having you cast non-creature spells, which is a really powerful tool to have in your deck. Next is Dion, Bahamut's Dominant. So for 4 mana, 3 into white, you get a 3/3 that during your turn, Dion and other knights you control have flying, and when it enters, you get a 2/2 white knight creature token. So for 4 mana, you get a 3/3 plus a 2/2, and then during your turn, those will all have flying. So 5/5 worth of stats spread across 2 bodies with flying is already really, really strong for 4 mana. Really hard to deal with, because especially if your opponent does kill the Dion, you've still been left with a 2/2. And these cards that leave you something when they do get dealt with are really, really powerful. So we've seen a lot of those cards over the course of this biggest bombs video. And during your turn, the knights having flying is really nice. And then that's not the only thing you have. So it would be a great card even if that was all it did, was make a 3/3 and a 2/2, give your stuff flying, a huge amount of stats, pressures your opponent. It's great. But you can also spend 4 white, tap, exile Dion, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control, activate only as a sorcery, and flip it into Bahamut, Warden of Light, which is a 5/5 flyer that has the first 2 chapters, Wings of Light, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. Those creatures gain flying until end of turn, which is just stellar, especially because you know you already have that 2/2 knight from before, so you know you have at least 1 other creature, and you're presumably by the time you're activating this going to have several other creatures. Making them flyers and making them bigger is going to be stellar. And then Giga Flare, destroy target permanent, exile Bahamut, then return it to the battlefield front face up. So the final mode, you get to kill a permanent from your opponent, then exile and return it into play as Dion again, which will make you another night creature token, and then you can repeat the process on the following turn by spending that 6 mana to exile it again if necessary, which presumably it won't be, because by the time that's happened, you've already put a bunch of counters on your creatures, given them flying, made a real army, and killed your opponent's permanents, and had that 5/5 flyer for a turn or two. And so overall, Dion Bahamut's Dominant is going to be a stellar card that even if they answer it, you're going to wind up ahead, and if they don't answer it, you're just going to win the game with it. It's a fantastic card. Next is Sin, Spira's Punishment. So for 4 black, green, blue, a 7-drop, you get a 7/7 flyer that says when Sin enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random, then create a tapped token that's a copy of that card. If the exiled card is a land card, repeat this process. So you get a tremendous amount of card advantage attached to, and mana advantage. Imagine if you're getting back a 4-drop creature or something like that with Sin's enters the battlefield effect and attack trigger. So if you just have a couple of things in your graveyard, you're going to really be able to get something good. And the fact that you get to repeat the process if you hit lands means you are going to hit at least something reasonable. So if you have like a land in your graveyard and like a 4-drop and a 3-drop, then you know that at least you're going to get one of those permanents that's going to be like a creature or whatever the thing that's not a land is. So that's really nice. And even though it is a tri-color card, blue-green is a deck that can splash, black-green is the sort of deck that can splash, green definitely has the fixing to support casting 7-drops, casting these splashed cards, and Sin Spira's Punishment is the perfect top-end card to splash, and it's also just a gigantic flyer for 7 mana. So this card does it all and is a tremendous bomb that you will want to be including in your decks. The final card we're looking at is Buster Sword, which is the complete flip from Sin. It's only it's no colors, it's a complete colorless card, but it's just absolutely stellar. For 3 mana, you get an equipment that gives the equipped creature +3/+2 for an equip cost of 2. So for 5 mana on your first play / equip, then you can make a creature +3/+2, and then whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then you may cast a spell from your hand with mana value less than or equal to that damage without paying its mana cost. So it can make any of your creatures absolutely terrifying. If you put this on a 1/1, it's going to turn into a 4/2. If you put this on a 3/3, it's going to turn into a 6/5 creature, which is just a real, your 1/1s turn into 4/3s, your 3/3s turn into 6/5s. But basically, you just make your creatures absolutely massive. Once you've got this into play, equip for 2 is not that high as far as the stats you're getting for it, and you just turn any of your creatures into a massive threat that not only is going to be huge stats-wise, but also get you card advantage if it does hit the opponent. If you do end up in a scenario as well where you can put this onto a flyer or something like that, like you have a 2/2 flyer, having like a 5/4 flyer that draws you a card when it hits them and lets you play spells is really, really fantastic. And the fact that you're spending mana to equip this card is offset by the fact that you can cast spells from your hand with mana value less than or equal to the damage without paying the mana cost if you are able to connect with that creature. So your opponent is really incentivized to block the creature and potentially give you the value that you're looking for, where you've been turning your smaller creatures into bigger creatures, and you can keep doing that and upgrading your creatures by giving them the sword to hold, and your opponent has to keep blocking because they don't want to give you the card advantage and also the ability to have a big tempo play by casting spells for free potentially. So Buster Sword is a really great card. And the fact that it's colorless means that it is so flexible. If you take it early, you're almost certainly going to be able to include it in your deck because you're going to be able to have creatures in your deck and you're going to be able to put Buster Sword on those creatures. And so it's really nice, really flexible, really powerful, and exactly the sort of card that you want in your limited decks. Anyway, that's going to do it for this video. Leave #TheBest in the comments section down below if you did make it to the end, because these cards are the best and will help you get the best results for your deck. Remember to hit the thumbs up button, subscribe for more, comment with your questions, thoughts, and feedback. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will talk to you next time. In this video, I'm covering Final Fantasy card evaluation in Draft, providing you with tools and techniques to better evaluate cards so you can draft better decks, win more games, and have more fun playing. Let's dive in. First, we have to discuss the 2 key questions that you need to ask yourself when evaluating cards. The first is obvious. Is this card strong? We're going to be going through techniques and ways to evaluate cards so you can figure out whether or not the card is strong, worth including, and worth prioritizing in your drafts. The second question is also important though. Where does it belong? Because some cards are strong, but only fit into very narrow archetypes or macro strategies, like they'll only fit into your control decks or only fit into your aggro decks and really shine. And by maximizing your cards, you're going to also be able to build better decks, and that is a part of card evaluation. So we're going to be going through these 2 key questions, and we're going to talk about the second one first because that one's a little bit easier to answer. And to do that, we're going to look at the Final Fantasy draft archetypes. Now, these are the 2-color strategies that are found in the set, and by knowing these, you're going to be better able to look at a card and think, where maybe does this card belong? Does it fit into a control deck, an aggro deck, one of these synergy decks? So red-white is an equipment aggro deck, blue-black is a control deck, Green-white is a go wide deck, which means you get a lot of creatures into play and then have cards that reward you for doing that. Blue-red is a 4+ mana spell deck, so it rewards you for casting non-creature spells that cost 4 or more mana. Black-green is a graveyard value deck. Blue-white is an artifacts deck. Red-green is a landfall aggro deck. Black-white is a sacrifice deck. Blue-green is town ramp, so there's certain lands in this set that are called towns, and there are payoffs for having towns in your deck. And then black-red is spell aggro. So there's cards that ping your opponent when you play non-creature spells, and so you have that in an aggro shell. So these are the main archetypes that when you're looking at cards, you should be thinking about as you evaluate those cards. And now let's get into some of the specifics of how to actually evaluate cards. Techniques. The 3 we're going to be covering are the vanilla test, which is a very good evaluating tool that's quite simple to use, the floor and the ceiling approach, and then quadrant theory, which is the most complex of these, but also very, very useful. So first things first is the vanilla test, which is to simplify a card evaluation by removing frills to just examine raw stats or rate. So if you look at a card like Ahriman, it's 2 and a black for a 2/2 with flying, death touch, and then an activated ability. 3 mana, sacrifice another creature or artifact, draw a card. So there's a lot going on with this card. It's got an activated ability, it's got some stats, and the vanilla test is simply remove any of the frills. So just think of this as a 2 and a black 2/2 with flying and death touch. That's a pretty solid card. It's decent in defensive decks because of the death touch. It's decent in aggressive decks because of the flying ability. And so even if you remove this 3 mana ability, you still have a reasonable card. And adding that ability is just upside. It's a benefit that you get by having the card in your deck. You get to have access to this activated ability, whether or not you really care about it. Now, there is going to be some archetypes that care about it a little bit more. So looking at the homes for this card, we think white-black sacrifice. It's a sacrifice deck. It's a card that lets you sacrifice things. That's really where you might want this card the most. But it also fits into the other strategies well. A red-black deck can take advantage of a 2/2 flyer for 3, a black-green deck can use a defensive creature like a death toucher, and similarly with a blue-black control deck, a flying defensive blocker, it can block anything, it has death touch, it's going to trade, it's going to help you get to that late game. And it's not going to be at its best in those homes, it's not going to really shine outside of that white-black deck maybe, but just evaluating the card without the activated ability is going to help you, because instead of thinking, oh, this card has to go into a sacrifice deck, you can think, oh, this is a 2/2 flying death touch flyer for 3 mana, and so I can just put this into whichever deck maybe needs that stat line. And so that's the key to the vanilla test. Now the next technique we're going to look at is the floor and ceiling. So you imagine a card in its worst and best scenarios to find its range and general use case. So thinking about the card in a variety of circumstances helps move your brain in the right direction, so you can think about, okay, is this card one that I'll want to include in the general case that's going to fall between the worst and best case scenarios. Now to do that, as an example, we're going to look at Garnet, Princess of Alexandria. So it's green-white for a 2/2 with lifelink, and whenever Garnet attacks, you remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control, put a +1/+1 counter on Garnet for each lore counter removed this way. So it's got this stuff about the lore counters, which is going to care about sagas and things like that in a green-white deck. Now, when you're looking at the floor, you go back to the vanilla test when it comes to creatures. You think of this, oh, it's a 2 mana 2/2 lifelink, which is just a Mesa Unicorn if you think about it. A 2 mana 2/2 lifelinker is a totally solid card. Sure, it's a little bit harder to cast because it costs green-white instead of just 1 generic and a white, but 2 mana 2/2 lifelink is just a solid card, and so knowing that that is the floor gives you a good evaluation, because now instead of thinking, oh, I don't have any sagas, I don't have anything that cares about these, like removing counters from sagas, all of a sudden you can just think, okay, at the very baseline, it's a 2 mana 2/2, and that is going to be the worst it ever gets in my deck. Now, if you think about the ceiling, you can combine Garnet, Princess of Alexandria, with something like Summon Fenrir, which is a saga in this set, which is 2 and a green for a 3/2, and then it has all of these abilities that reward you when you put your lore counters on it. So if you play Garnet on turn 2, turn 3 play the Fenrir, all of a sudden you're attacking with Garnet, removing the lore counter, putting a counter on your Garnet, you've got a growing creature, you're constantly triggering that first chapter of your Summon Fenrir, the creature's not going to end up sacrificing itself. All of these benefits that you get from having the Garnet, this is a really high ceiling to have on a card, because it's a 2-card combo that almost wins you the game if you can just assemble it in the early turns, unless your opponent has a kill spell, because it's really hard to deal with a creature that's growing and also all of the lands you're going to be getting. So this is a high ceiling to have on the card, but when you just evaluate the floor and ceiling as a whole, the card has a very high floor as a 2 mana 2/2 Death Toucher, and it also has a pretty high ceiling above that if you can combine it with some of these sagas. And so the card overall is quite strong because you have both a high floor and an even higher ceiling. And the high floor is really important to this card because the downside of just not having any sagas in your deck isn't even that bad. And looking at the homes for this card, because it's a gold card, it does only fit into that green-white deck, though it is still important to think about homes for multicolored cards, because sometimes they're late game cards that you can splash This card, however, is at its best on turn 2, so you're not going to want to do that. Just think about this as a green, white, gold card, but it's always good to have that little thought of a card. Okay, does it fit into multiple decks? Can I splash it? Things like that, even with these multicolored cards, but this one just fits into this one shell. Now, looking at floor and ceiling again with a non-creature spell, because you can't, there's sometimes a little bit more complex to evaluate. We have Auron's Inspiration. So 2 and a white for an instant, attacking creatures get +2/+0 until end of turn, and then you can flash it back for 2 white, so you can potentially do both in the same turn, spread it out across a couple of turns. Now, the floor of this card, if you have no creatures or are unable to attack, this card does nothing. That is a very low floor. If we compare that to the floor of the card we just looked at, of a 2/2 lifelinker for 2, this card has a much lower floor because it doesn't do anything if you can't get any attacking creatures. The ceiling, though, if you have 7 mana, any attackers can get +4/+0, which can win you the game with a wide board state. That's probably the best case scenario for this card. There's also situations where you cast this card for +2/+0 early in the game, and then you cast it later for +2/+0 again, and deal a bunch of damage to your opponent, really enable some attacks with this card. But it's not going to, it does have a very high ceiling of being able to do stuff that other cards can't do. It can help you push through board stalls very effectively and things like that. So if we look at the card as a whole with the floor and the ceiling, we can think, okay, the card has a very low floor. It doesn't do anything if I'm not aggressive, but if I have the right shell, it can be a very good card and do unique things that no other card can do. And so the card has some potential, but probably not in as many homes because of that low floor in decks that can't use it properly. And it really does only really, if you think about homes, as far as archetypes are concerned, it really fits into a green-white go wide deck, because if you're going wide, you get the maximum benefit from that +2/+0. Though if you do, sorry about that. Though if you do think about it, if you have the right shell for it, some decks that are red-white might have some token generations. Some decks that are black-white might have token generation. There are going to be other decks where you can include it in, but even though this is a mono-white card, it doesn't really fit into every single white deck, especially the ones that aren't going to have a ton of creatures or have other synergies they're trying to enable, so they're not going to have room for a card like Auron's Inspiration. Now moving on to Quadrant Theory, which is the final of the 3 techniques we're going to be covering here, and that is to evaluate a card in 4 stages of the game to determine its overall effectiveness. The 4 stages of the game are developing, which is the early turns of the game, so like turns 1 through 4, when you're just playing your early creatures, deploying cards that are mostly from your opening hand. The second stage is when you're ahead. If you've gotten off to a quick start and your opponent's maybe stumbled, that is the ahead stage of the game. Behind, the opposite, your opponent's gotten off to a quick start, maybe you've stumbled, things like that. And then parity, when you're in a board stall and both kind of in top deck mode. And so those are the 4 quadrants to look at a card when you're evaluating it. And a card that's really interesting to evaluate with this technique is Balam T-Rexasaur, which is 4 green for a 6/6 trampler. When this creature enters, you gain 3 life, and it has forest cycling for 2 mana. So you can discard it, search your library for a forest, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle. And so with Quadrant Theory, we're going to look at this card in those 4 quadrants we just mentioned. When you're developing, it isn't an ideal card to cycle, but forest cycling does give it more relevance than most 6-drops. So a lot of the time your 6-drop can't do anything in the developing stage of the game, but Balam T-Rexasaur does actually have some upside there, because if you are going to miss a land drop, you can cycle the T-Rexasaur if you want. So that is better than most 6-drops, but it's still not an ideal card for if you're thinking about cards you want in your opening hand, which is the developing stages a lot of the time, then the T-Rexasaur isn't really what you want there, but it isn't a complete blank there. If you're ahead, it's a giant creature that can't be chump blocked because of the trample, so it will help you finish the game quickly. So this card is good if you're ahead, though it isn't like a killer card if you're ahead, because it is like a 6-drop. So it's not going to be a card you can always deploy when you're trying to punish an opponent from stumbling, but it is a card that if you are ahead and you have 6 mana, this card's going to be one you're happy to have. If you're behind, it is expensive to cast, so it's vulnerable if your opponent has a removal spell or a tap spell, but a giant blocker that gains you some life is good for stabilizing, so this card, especially for a common, is pretty good when you're behind. And then there is parity, which a giant creature that can help you break a board stall, so just having expensive cards, they tend to be better in parity, because if you're in top deck mode, top decking a 6-drop with trample and gaining you some life is going to be pretty good. So if you think about it overall in terms of Quadrant Theory, it's pretty good in all the quadrants, and that means it's a pretty good card overall. Cards that are good when you're behind are more important. That's the most important quadrant. This card does pretty well there because of that life gain attached to it and being a good blocker. And being ahead, having cards that are good in that quadrant is the least important, because if you're ahead, most cards are going to do the trick. So just think about that as an extra level to Quadrant Theory. And when cards are good in multiple quadrants, that tends to be a good sign. Though if a card is really, really good in one quadrant, like really, really good in the developing stages of the game, then that can also be a benefit, because if you have a card that's like very aggressive, then that card can maybe only be good in one particular quadrant, but you build your deck to maximize that card, or you build your deck to have all cards that are good in the developing stage of the game, and then you can leverage that as well. So that's how Quadrant Theory is going to be applied. Next up are homes for Balam T Rexosaur. It's probably going to be at its best in black, green, or blue, green, the more defensive decks that are more likely to get to 6 mana and be able to play this card and care about the life gain aspect of it. Black, green might care about having it go to the graveyard for graveyard synergies or things like that with the forest cycling early, but also red, green can use it as just a top end threat. Green, white can use it as a top end threat, even if it won't be at its best there. So even a card that does well in the quadrants still has homes that you need to consider and where you might want to take your draft if you have Balam T Rexor. Moving on, remember, context is an important aspect of card evaluation. You always need to think about these cards, even if you think it's good in a lot of situations, the context is still going to matter, and your individual deck that you are drafting is going to matter for when you are taking a card. And yeah, for practice, I have chosen Call the Mountain Chocobo, which I want you to look at, is this card good and where does it belong using the tools that we mentioned, and leave that in the comments section down below so you can practice this and get some feedback from me on your thoughts. Call the Mountain Chocobo is 3 and a red for a sorcery. Search your library for a mountain card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Create a 2/2 green bird creature token with whenever a land you control enters. This token gets +1/+0 until end of turn, and then flashback for 5 and a red. Anyway, that is going to do it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to hit the thumbs up button, subscribe for more, and comment if you have any questions or feedback. And to let me know you made it all the way to the end, leave #cardprep, and then of course your practice on the Call the Chocobo card. So that's going to do it for this one. I hope you enjoyed it. Good luck in your Final Fantasy events, and I'll talk to you next time. In this Final Fantasy Draft Guide, I will be providing you with all of the information you need to know before diving into the format. I will be discussing the set mechanics, the top commons for each color. I will provide archetype overviews, go through some combat tricks to be aware of, traps to avoid, combos you can assemble, and more. Kicking things off with the set mechanics, they are Job Select, Tiered, Saga Creatures, and Through the Ages cards. Job Select is a fairly straightforward mechanic found on equipments, which basically spots you a free equip to a 1/1 creature. So in the case of Dragoon's Lance, it has Job Select, so you spend 1 and a white, you have your equipment enter, and when it enters, you create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, then attach your Dragoon's Lance to it. Pretty straightforward. Next is the Tiered mechanic, which lets you choose 1 additional cost as you cast the spell, so you have to choose 1. You get the option of 3 modes, Fire, Fira, or Firaga in the case of fire magic, and then after you choose which mode you're casting, you just spend the required mana. So you can spend either a single red mana, you can spend 2 in a red if you're casting the Fire mode, or 5 in a red if you're casting the Firaga mode. So you have options with your spells, but it's fairly straightforward. The next mechanic is Saga Creatures, which are sagas, which is a mechanic that has been seen before, but it is attached to a creature. So your saga has combat stats, but it will still sacrifice itself after its final chapter. So keep in mind that the creature is just temporary, unless of course it trades off or does other things that creatures do, like blocking or gets removed by a removal spell or things like that. Now, the final mechanic is found in booster packs. 1/3 of the booster packs are going to have a card that is from these Through the Ages, which is going to have weird art, or not weird, but different art that you might not be used to, but you can take these cards, play these cards, and include them in your decks. They just are going to look a little bit different than the other cards you're including. Now, on to the top commons, kicking things off with white. At number 1 is Weapons Vendor, which is a little bit small for 4 mana, but it does get you a card when it comes into play, and any of your equipments are going to be much easier to put onto your creatures thanks to that second ability. And especially with a lot of Job Select cards that have relatively high equip costs, Weapons Vendor is going to be really nice. At number 2 is White Auracite, so for 4 mana you get a removal spell that also taps to add a mana, which can accelerate you up your curve, give you extra mana to use equip abilities, or really just give you extra mana that you can use for whatever you want attached to a removal spell, which is going to be really nice. It's also an artifact for any synergies that care about those. Then at number 3 is Quero, which is 2 mana for a 2/2, so already reasonable stats for an aggressive beatdown creature, but then if you get to the mid or late game and you have some extra mana, you can use it to tap down your opponent's non-enchantment creatures, which is really nice utility to have on a 2-drop creature that's already got some pretty efficient stats. Moving on to blue, at number 1 is Dragoon's Wyvern. So for 3 mana, you get a 2-powered flyer and a 1/1 ground creature, so that's really nice. If you can manage to trade off one of those creatures for one of your opponent's threats, then you're going to be up whatever card you have left, which is really nice to have on 3-drop, and the evasion is nice. It is going to be a nice tool to have at 3 mana. You also gain access to Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum at the number 2 common. You get a removal spell that has flash, can tap enchanted permanents and keep them tapped, and also prevent any activated abilities from being activated. It will still keep passive abilities if it has those, but it's still a nice removal spell at instant speed in blue. And then at number 3 is Ice Magic, another instant speed interaction spell. It has the tiered mechanic, so it can either be a bounce spell or put a creature back into its owner's top or bottom of the library, or even shuffle it into their library if you have an insane amount of mana for the Blizzaga mode. But basically, a bounce spell or card that just puts the card into their deck is going to be really nice utility and flexibility to have at instant speed, and it's a card you'll be happy to have. Next up is black. At number 1 is Vane's Treachery, a really nice efficient removal spell that can kill small creatures, but in the mid to late stages of the game when you want to kill something bigger, if you have something to sacrifice, which you often will, an artifact or a creature, then you can kick it to kill something much bigger with -6/-6. So efficient removal early and still able to kill things late at an efficient rate is going to be a card you're happy to take. At number 2 is Sephiroth's Intervention. So for 4 mana, you destroy a creature instant speed and you gain 2 life. So a lot of the time, these more expensive removal spells might not be as good because if you kill a cheaper creature, you feel like you've kind of lost tempo and you're still behind. But because it gains you the life, if you do have to use it on a cheap creature to stop early aggression from your opponent, that 2 life is really going to help you stabilize. So just a really nice removal spell at instant speed in black. Then at number 3 is Hectize. For 2 mana, you get a 1/1 that makes each opponent discard a card when it comes into play. So it gets you a little bit of value. Leaves behind a body that you can use to sacrifice to things, you can use to potentially trade with things, you can use it to chump block. Lots of uses for that card, and nabbing a card out of your opponent's hand is really nice. Next up is red. At number 1 is Thunder Magic, another tiered spell, a very flexible removal spell. You can either have a 1 mana deal 2 to target creature, a 4 mana deal 4 to target creature, or potentially a 7 mana deal 8 to target creature, though usually you're going to be using the Thunder and Thundara modes, the 2 mana and 4 mana modes, the 2 damage and 4 damage modes, to be able to really take care of either early threats or mid-game threats. And that's a really powerful, flexible option to have on an instant speed removal spell. Next up is Suplex. So for 2 mana, you get to deal 3 damage to target creature at sorcery speed. If it would die, it exiles instead, which is just really nice, a good efficient card. Or you could exile target artifact, which is pretty nice as well, with all of the equipments running around in the format and other artifacts as well. So a really nice removal spell to have at the number 2 slot. Then at number 3 is Sabo Tender, so an aggressive early threat. It's a 2/1 reach for 2, which isn't the greatest rate, but whenever a land you control enters, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. So if you play this on turn 2 and it doesn't die, just playing lands over the course of the game is going to deal 3 or 4 damage to your opponent naturally, and that's really great upside to have on a 2-drop that can still attack, can still block, can still trade with your opponent. It just does damage passively and will often demand an answer. Next is green. So at number 1 is Chocobo Kick. For 2 mana, you get to have target creature you control deal damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls, which is the best removal green tends to get. And you even have the kicker mode of returning a land you control to your hand, and if you do that, then the creature does twice that much damage instead. So your smaller creatures can take down bigger creatures, which is a really nice upside to have on this sort of card, because even if you just have something like a 3/3 in play or a 3-powered creature, you can still take down almost all of the big creatures. And returning a land to your hand can be really great upside with cards like the Chocobo Birds, which a card like Gaisal Greens makes. For 2 mana, you get a 2/2 green bird that says when a land you control enters, the token gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So Chocobo Kick, returning a land to your hand, is nice because then you can re-trigger those birds that you're going to be making. Gaisal Greens is really good because you make a 2-powered creature that can attack for 3 oftentimes in the early turns, which is really a lot of damage for a 2-drop, and it can even flash back later in the game to make another creature that can potentially attack for 3 as long as you have lands to play. And make sure you try to save those lands if you do have a card like Gaisal Greens in your deck. In those later stages of the game, just keep the lands in your hand to potentially enable landfall later. Now, Balam T. Rexor is a really nice card at the number 3 slot in green. It is a really big creature. It gains you some life, so it's great at stabilizing. It has trample, so it's nice at beating down your opponent. And as a buyout clause, it has this forest cycling for 2 mana. So if you really just need to hit your land drops in the early turns of the game, Balam T. Rexor has you covered. You can cycle it to find a forest, which isn't the best use of your early turns, but is still better than not having that option, and is a really good flexible card as a result. Moving on to the color rankings, it's worth, of course, noting that it's better to draft the open colors than a color that is like quote-unquote better, but if you do have a close pick, these can be a nice tiebreaker, so just use those as those. But at number 1 is black. Great removal spells, great value spells that I wasn't even able to showcase in the top comments, and just a really nice color with a lot of depth overall. Green also has a lot of depth, really powerful cards on rate and good value as well, and even has some removal that it doesn't always get good removal. Blue, we already showed off some of those good cards. It also has some good card draw options we weren't able to show, and pairs nicely with some blue and black cards, as well as the other colors. The archetypes are pretty strong. Red coming in a little bit lower, just doesn't have the same depth as some of the other colors, which means like once you get past the top 4 or 5 commons, it does get a little bit worse, or the cards are a little bit more niche. And then white coming in last place. By no means is it a bad color, they're all good colors, but white is just a little bit weaker than the other colors. Its top commons just aren't quite as powerful as what some of the other colors are working with, and so it comes in last as a result. Moving on to the archetype overviews, kicking things off with red-white, which is an equipment aggro deck. So you gain access to a card like Giot, King of the Dwarves, so a 2-mana 1/1 double strike, wears equipments really well, and then when a Giot or another dwarf or an equipment enters, you can discard a card to draw a card, which lets you filter through your deck to make sure you're not just getting mana flooded, and helps you find more equipments to be synergistic. You also gain access to a card like Samurai's Katana, so it's 2 in a red, it has that job select mechanic, so it will come in basically as a 3/3 trample haste, and then it will be able to equip later on to give other things +2/+2 trample and haste. So if you have ways to equip your creatures, like we already looked at in the white commons, then being able to equip for cheaper does get better with a card like Samurai's Katana, and it's just a really nice 3-mana 3/3 trample haste, great aggressive threat. Then you also gain access to Adalbert Steiner, so a nice 2-mana 2/1 with lifelink, and it gets +1/+1 for each equipment you control. So if you have a bunch of these job select cards in your deck, Adalbert Steiner can be a big threat, and it's really not a lot of investment to just get a pretty sizable creature. Next is blue-black, which is a control deck. You gain access to Ultimacia Time Sorceress as a great top-end threat, so whenever it enters or attacks, you surveil 2, so it filters your draws, and if you can really fill your graveyard to get 8 cards in there, and you get up to 8 mana, you can transform Ultimacia into the Ultimacia Omnipotent, which is going to be a giant menace creature that lets you take an extra turn and really finishes off your opponent in a hurry. You also gain access to the efficient removal spell Sleep Magic, so this is a great tool for helping you get to that late-game scenario by just being a 1-mana answer to most creatures, though if they do have a way to like ping your own creature, they can untap it. That's not going to happen all that often, and so Sleep Magic is going to be a great answer. And then Demon Wall is another really good early blocker that once you get to the late game, you can spend 6 mana to put a couple counters on it and turn it into a win con. So early defense plus win con is just what a blue-black control deck is looking for. Next is green-white, which is a go-wide deck. So a card like Renoa Heartilly is really nice as a 5-mana 4/4 that comes with a 1/1, and then when it attacks, you get to give another creature +1/+1 for each creature you control. So it comes in with 2 creatures, so it's going to give something +2/+2, like it can't target itself, but you can give the, for example, Angelo the dog +2/+2, and if you have other creatures in play, it only gets better. You also gain access to Rydia's Return as a 5-mana way to give all your creatures +3/+3 until end of turn, which is a ton of stats, so if you have a few creatures in play, this can easily help you swing to win the game, and if you don't have a bunch of creatures, you can return 2 permanents from your graveyard to your hand, so get some creatures so that you can then have other cards that potentially care about having creatures in play. Then Crystal's Chosen provides a ton of stats. You get to not only make 4 1/1s, which really is a ton of creatures on the board, you then get to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. So at the bare minimum, it's making 8 power, 8 toughness, but if you have a couple other creatures in play, this is easily going to be a game-winning spell in this archetype. Next is blue-red, which is a deck that cares about casting big spells, so non-creature spells that cost 4 or more mana. So the Emperor of Palimacia is a perfect card for this deck. It comes in on turn 2 and can ramp you up to turn 4 immediately, to 4 mana spells on the very next turn if you can hit your land drops. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, you get to put a counter on the Emperor of Palimacia. Then if you can do that to get 3 counters, you can flip it into the Lord Master of Hell, which is a really nice big creature. It's going to have 4 +1/+1 counters on it. It's going to have 3 +1/+1 counters on it at that point by the time it flips, so remember that, and it'll be able to deal a bunch of damage to your opponent when it does attack. Next is Ultros. Then next up is Ultros Obnoxious Octopus. So it's a nice payoff because when you're casting these big spells, if they're not affecting the board state, like their card draw or things like that, Ultros buys you extra time to be deploying those cards by tapping down creatures and putting stun counters on them, so preventing them from attacking you for a turn. And if you're trying to beat down your opponent, it can lock them down for 2 turns of blocks. So that's really nice. One of the benefits of having this sort of card. And if you cast a really big spell, you can put 8 counters onto the Ultros, which is going to turn into a gigantic threat that has to be answered, or probably just wins you the game on the spot. Then there is Shantoto, Tactician Magician. So for 3 mana, you get a 0/4, which is a little bit small, but when you cast non-creature spells that are big, then you get to draw a card, and when you cast any non-creature spell, you give it +X+O, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast it. So Shantoto fits perfectly into this archetype. Next is green-black, which is a deck that cares about the graveyard. So Cloud of Darkness is a great 5-mana play. If you fill your graveyard a little bit, you're going to be able to kill creatures based on the number of permanent cards in your graveyard, so fill your graveyard with permanents. The Final Days is another great card in this deck. On its front side, you get to just make 2/2 creatures that come into play tapped. But if it goes into your graveyard after via casting or via milling it over or something like that, You can flash it back for 6 mana to make X of those tokens, where X is the number of creatures in your graveyard. So if you can really fill your graveyard, you can make an army with just 1 card. And then Diamond Weapon also cares about the number of permanents in your graveyard. You can get a massive threat that is immune to combat damage, so that's really, really strong, and it even has reach, so another really good payoff for filling your graveyard. Next is Blue-White, which is a deck that cares about artifacts. So Sid, Timeless Artificer, is really nice in this deck because it's going to buff your artifact creatures and heroes. And so remember, the job select cards create heroes. So if you have any of those, they count as artifacts for the artifact synergy, and those heroes will get buffed by Sid, which is really nice to have. And then Sid, even if he dies, if you have multiple copies of it, it gets even better in multiples because you can cycle one, play the other one. They work for artifacts based on the artificers you control and in your graveyard. So pretty cool card to have access to in your Blue-White artifacts deck. Ash, Princess of Dalmasca, is really nice as well. As a 3/2, for 3, you can attack, look at the top 5, find an artifact from among those, and put it into your hand. So that's going to be a good card advantage engine, especially if you can get multiple attacks in with it. And then Valkyrie Aerial Unit is a nice card as well, with affinity for artifacts, going to come in for cheaper and be a nice flyer that surveils you too to find more of your artifacts. Next is Red-Green, which is a landfall aggro deck. Gladiolus Amicitia is a really great top-end card in this deck because it comes into play on turn 6, gets to search for a land card, so you immediately get to trigger its landfall ability, the landfall ability of any of your other cards. And when a land you control enters, another target creature gets +2/+2 and trample until end of turn, which is really a lot of stats and even can buff up your big creatures, which is great. Sandworm is another great card in this deck. 5 mana, 5/4 haste, so it hits like a truck and really quickly when it does come into play. And when it enters, you can destroy a land, so you're often going to destroy your own land to have your be able to search for another basic land card, put it into play, tap, and shuffle. So you can basically double trigger your landfall cards that particular turn because you play a land, play Sandworm, kill a land, get another land into play. So that can double trigger your landfall cards, which is great. And then Saz's Chocobo is a really great card to have on turn 1 in these decks. You play it, and then anytime you have a land enter, you get a counter onto the Chocobo, which can just take over the game in a hurry and just grow into a giant threat that only costs you 1 mana up front. Next is White-Black, which is a sacrifice deck, so you really want to have cards that generate expendable bodies or get you a little bit of value when they come into play, so you don't mind sacrificing them, then cards that sacrifice, and then cards like Judge Magister Gabranth, which grows whenever another creature or artifact you control dies into a big threat that has menace. Grahatia is an amazing card in this deck because it's a 5-drop that whenever one or more creatures or artifacts you control die, you draw a card. So you can do this by just sacrificing an artifact on your turn. If you sacrifice an artifact on your opponent's turn, it'll also trigger, so if you have multiple ways to sacrifice, you can sacrifice on your turn, draw a card, sacrifice on your opponent's turn, draw a card, and it even has reach, so it's a great card to grind out your opponent. And then Albed Salvagers is a great 3-drop, pretty reasonable stats, 3 mana, 2/3, and then it drains your opponent for a lot of damage as creatures and artifacts you control die. Next is Blue-Green, which is a ramp deck that has a little bit of caring about the towns, which are non-basic lands that enter the battlefield tapped for multiple colors. They are the common land fixing in this set. We will cover them in the mana fixing section of this video, but there is a little bit of a town theme with this ramp deck. So Ignis Scientia is really nice as a 3 mana 2/2, comes into play. You can look at the top 6 of your cards of your library for a land, and so it doesn't have to be a basic land. So if you do have a town in your top 6, you can find it with your Ignis Scientia, and then it also has the activated ability to mess with graveyards. If you're exiling creatures from graveyards, you're creating food to help you stabilize, so a really great card for this deck. And it's important to note you can exile cards from any graveyard, so you can exile cards from your opponents, maybe mess up their synergies. Next is Reach the Horizon, which is a really good 4-drop for this deck because you get to go straight from 4 mana all the way up to 6 mana. You go ramp, you can also search up town cards, so you can get non-basic lands into play for any cards that care about that, and that's effective as well. And then Travel the Overworld is a really good town payoff in this deck. If you have a few towns in play, you can cast this for cheaper, and it's a really good way to refuel your hand once you've invested some mana and cards into ramping up and getting to the late game. Being able to refill your hand so you can draw your powerful payoffs is really, really nice, and Travel the Overworld helps you do that. Next is Black-Red, which is a deck that cares about casting non-creature spells to ping your opponent with these little black wizard creature tokens, which are pretty cool. So Garland, Knight of Cornelia, is a really good 2-drop in this deck because whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you get to Surveil 1, which can help you find your synergy pieces. And then if Garland dies, you can pay 3 black, red, to return it from the graveyard to the battlefield transformed to have it come into play as Chaos the Endless. So it can come into play as a 5/5 that's going to eventually be sent to the bottom of your library. So a really nice card to have access to. There's also Black Waltz number 3. So 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer Death Touch. So it attacks pretty well. It can also just trade off with anything because of Death Touch. And when you cast a non-creature spell, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. So really does pay you off for casting those non-creatures. And then Queen Brawn, 3 mana for a 2/1 prowess. So cares about non-creatures. And whenever it attacks, you create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell. This token deals 1 damage to each opponent. So you can start building up an army of these 0/1s that pay you off for casting your non-creature spells, and that's really going to be effective, especially if you can enable some attacks for your Queen Brawn.
There's one true thing about restaurants.
Moving on to some combat tricks to be aware of. These are the common combat tricks that you should make sure you play around. There's You're Not Alone in white to give creature +2/+2, or if they control 3 or more creatures, it gets +4/+4, so keep that one in mind for sure. There's also Haste Magic, which not only can buff stats with +3/+1, but also gives haste, so keep that in mind if you are at a low life total, trying to swing the game in your favor. Maybe you think you've stabilized, keep in mind the fact that your opponent could make a creature have haste out of nowhere potentially. So it also exiles the top card of the library, so it can get a little bit of value. There's Blitzball Shot to give +3/+3 and trample in green. In blue, there's Magic Damper to give a creature hexproof, +1/+1, and untap it, so keep that in mind. It can make a creature ambush you potentially. There's Vincent's Limit Break, so it's a tiered spell, but at its base level, it's going to have the creature die and then return to the battlefield with the base stats 3/2, which is worth noting that it will trigger any death effects, any enters the battlefield effects again, which is an effective, potentially combat trick, depending on what you are using it on. And then there's Q-Tube Forayer, which isn't technically an instant speed combat trick, but it does destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn, so I wanted to mention it here because if your opponent makes a suspicious attack, like attacking a 1/1 into your 6/6, and you're like, oh, there's none of these combat tricks that are going to get me here, they might be using their Q-Tube Forayer, which basically gives retroactive death touch to a creature, which is why I wanted to include it here. So keep that card in mind. Next are some trap cards to avoid. First is Stolen Uniform. So it's basically a way to cheat equipments onto a creature. So if you have a creature with an expensive if you have an equipment with an expensive equip cost, you can use Stolen Uniform, choose a creature, choose and an equipment, which is either yours or an opponent's. You take the equipment, put it onto the creature. But the fact is that in limited, there's not going to be equipments that you really need to do this with. You'd much be better have other cards in your deck that are more versatile, that can be used in many more scenarios. And oftentimes, by the time you can set this card up, you'll just have the mana to equip your expensive equipment anyway, and your opponent relying on your opponent to play an equipment to steal is not going to be worth it. So just avoid this card and you'll be happy you did. Next is Phantom Train, which is another card that looks like it has potential, but the fact that you don't have any buyout crewing on this card, you have to sacrifice something if you want to crew it, makes it a really tough card to use, because if you don't have any other creatures or artifacts in play, this card just does nothing, and there's a lot of scenarios where you just need to have any creature. You just need to have anything that can attack your opponent. You're both in top deck mode, you play this thing, it just basically does nothing if you both have an empty board state, or you're just trying to stabilize and you need a blocker really desperately. Just like any 4-drop that can block will help you deal with your opponent's aggression. Phantom Train doesn't really help you do that unless you have other creatures and artifacts, which is just not always going to be a guarantee. Not a card you should generally be trying to include. And then Random Encounter is another card that's just too unreliable, too finicky. You spend 6 mana and you don't even know what you're going to get, and that's just, you can get way better things for 6 mana, and so just avoid this card. Next are some combos that you can assemble in this set, just commons and uncommons. The first one is Fang, Fearless Lysee, and Vanille, Cheerful Lysee. So when you have these two cards in play, both of which are great individually in this black-green deck, you can have a nice little combo where you meld them at the beginning of your first main phase for 5 mana to get Ragnarok, Divine Deliverance, which is going to be a giant card with Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Haste, and when it dies, you destroy a permanent, return non-legendary permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield. So a really nice effect to have on Ragnarok, Divine Deliverance. Next up is the combo between Evil Reawakened and a card like Marlborough. So Evil Reawakened lets you return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield with a couple of counters on it, but you might not have a big creature you want to reanimate by turn 5. And a card like Marlborough, which has Swamp Cycling, so you can discard it to search for a swamp card, let's put itself into the graveyard so that when you do have your Evil Reawakened, you can cast it on turn 5 knowing you'll have that Marlborough in your graveyard, or whichever other land cycler you want to get, or something like that. So it's really nice to have a way to fill your graveyard with a card that would be nice to bring back with your Evil Reawakened. Next is the combo between Quina, Q Gourmet, and the Gold Saucer. So Quina says, if one or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus a 1/1 green frog creature token are created instead. And the Gold Saucer lets you spend 2 mana, tap it, and flip a coin, and if you win the flip, you can create a treasure token. So over the course of a long extended game, if you're in a board stall and you have your Quina and the Gold Saucer, you can just be activating that ability, and then every time you win the flip, you get not only a treasure, but you also get a frog token. And so that's going to be a nice little upside to have in your Quina decks. Then there is the combo, the classic Steal and Sack. So Unexpected Request, 2 in a red, you gain control of target creature until end of turn, and untap that creature, it gains haste until end of turn, and then you can attach an equipment to it. So basically you can take your opponent's creature with Unexpected Request, hit them with it, and then at the end of the step, you would give the creature back because you only gain control of it until end of turn. But if you have a card like Ahriman to sacrifice it, you can spend 3 mana to sacrifice another creature or artifact you control to draw a card. You can take your opponent's creature with Unexpected Request, then hit them with it, and then sacrifice it to something like Ahriman, which is a really good way to turn your Unexpected Request into a great removal spell. Next is the mana fixing available in the set. I said I would mention the towns. These are the 10 towns. In 55% of booster packs, you will see a town in the basic land slot. So these cards are going to be seen quite frequently. They're going to help you fix your mana, and they are great ways to make your mana base a little bit better without having to invest spell slots from your deck. If you do have to take some spells, though, these are the common mana fixing cards. There's Crossroads Village, which enters tapped, and you can choose a color as it enters to have it tap for that color. So that's a nice way to fix your mana. There's World Map, which comes into play, then you can spend for 1 mana, then you can spend another 1 mana, sack it to search for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, so that's a way to fix your mana as well. Or you can spend 3, tap it, sacrifice it to get any land card and put it into your hand, so if you have a town you really want to get, for example. There's Blitzball at colorless. It's a little bit weaker. It taps for mana of any color, and then if you hit your opponent with a legendary creature, you can sack it to draw 2 cards, but if you don't have a legendary creature, it's a little bit weaker. So make sure you have some legendaries if you are going to include Blitzball, because you really like having that ability to turn your mana ramp into cards later in the game as an option at the very least. And then Precious Wanderings is another way to get ramp and fixing in green. So Precious Wanderings, search for a basic land card or town card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then you get to put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. And this is also a way to trigger your landfall card. So if you go turn 2, make one of the Chocobo birds with the common we looked at earlier, turn 3 Precious Wanderings, you can put a counter on that, trigger landfall twice. It's definitely a way to trigger your landfall cards in additional time, so keep that in mind. Moving on, this is a bit of a summary sheet. There will be a place where you can download this linked in the description down below, but it has all of the archetypes. They aren't ranked because it's better to draft the open archetype, as I said, than it is to try and force an archetype. So these archetypes are not ranked, but this is just their general strategy, so you can just have that available and know where a card might try to fit in. And then the top commons that we discussed and the color rankings that were discussed. So this is going to be a nice little resource you can use to maybe just summarize a lot of this information in one place. Anyway, though, that is going to do it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to hit the thumbs up button, subscribe for more, and comment if you have any questions or feedback. And to let me know you made it all the way to the end of the video, leave #FantasyDrafter in the comment section down below. That's going to do it for this one, though. I hope you enjoyed it. I will see you battling in Final Fantasy, and I will talk to you next time. In this Tarkir Dragonstorm draft guide, I will be providing you with all of the information you need to know before diving into the format. First, the archetype themes. And right off the bat, you'll notice that this is a 3-color set focused on the wedges instead of a conventional 2-color set. So there is the Abzan, which is white, black, and green, focused on +1/+1 counters primarily, but also some ability counters in there as well. There is the Jeskai, which is blue, red, and white, focused on casting multiple spells in the same turn. There is Sultai, which is black, green, and blue, which is focused on the graveyard and getting value from it. There is Mardu, which is red, white, and black, which is focused on going wide aggressively and getting some token synergies in the process. And then there is Temur, which is green, blue, and red, and it's focused on being a stompy deck, which means it plays big creatures, and it also leverages its graveyard as well to cast spells multiple times. Now, these archetypes do have some overlap between them. There are going to be cross synergies or cards that fit well into multiple archetypes, but we're going to be covering each of these archetypes individually now so you can get a better sense of them as well as their associated mechanics. First up is the Abzan, and the Abzan mechanic is Endure. When a creature endures, it will have a number associated with it, and then you can either use that endure ability to put +1/+1 counters onto the creature equal to the endure number, or create a spirit creature token that has power and toughness equal to the endure number. So in the case of Sandskitter Outrider, it says endure 2, and so you can either put 2 +1/+1 counters onto the Sandskitter Outrider when it comes into play, or make a 2/2 spirit creature token. Now, the Abzan deck is focused on +1/+1 counters, as we already discussed, which can come from that Endure ability, but also cards that care about just putting +1/+1 counters on creatures. So Armament Dragon is a really good top-end payoff for this deck because it lets you distribute 3 +1/+1 counters when it comes into play, and already has some pretty solid stats on its own. There's also Loxodon Battle Priest as another top-end card that can throw +1/+1 counters onto your creatures, and Stalwart Successor is a really nice 3-drop in this deck because whenever 1 or more counters are put on a creature you control, if it's the first time counters have been put on that creature this turn, you put an extra +1/+1 counter on that creature, which is really, really nice to have because it makes all of your +1/+1 counter synergies more effective. Next is Jeskai, which has the signature mechanic Flurry. So whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you will trigger your Flurry card. So in the case of Poised Practitioner, when you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter onto the Poised Practitioner and you scry 1. So it's going to be a growing threat if you're able to consistently multi-spell. So you're going to be looking for cards that help you do that. Now, Jeskai has some really powerful cards that have the prowess mechanic as well. So Jeskai Brushmaster really rewards you for specifically casting a bunch of non-creature spells in a turn, because Double Strike gets really amplified when you start casting multiple spells. So a 4-mana 2/4 Double Strike is pretty solid already, but if you can cast a few spells in a turn, this card can almost one-shot your opponent if you can add substantial stats to it during your turn. There's also cards like Kori Mountain Stalwart, which is a really nice little flurry payoff. So if you're casting 2 spells a turn, you're going to be able to do consistent extra damage to your opponent and even gain some life as well. And then cards like Rally the Monastery also really fit into this Jeskai deck, because they get cost reductions if they are not the first spell you've cast in the turn. So Rally the Monastery plays really well with the flurry mechanic, because it lets you cast it for a discount if you're trying to build your deck around casting multiple spells in a turn. And then Rally the Monastery is quite powerful, letting you make a couple of monks potentially, which have prowess, so also rewards you for casting multiple non-creature spells in a turn, or you can use it as a buff spell or even as a removal spell, and all with that discount hopefully if you're building your deck in a way that supports that. Next is Sultai, and its signature mechanic is Renew. And so Renew is an ability that lets you exile a card from the graveyard and pay the associated renew cost, and then you just do what that card says. So in the case of Champion of Dusan, you pay 1 and a green, exile it from your graveyard to put a +1/+1 counter and a trample counter on a creature of your choice that you can only activate as a sorcery. And so that's how the Renew mechanic works. So it gives you extra value from your cards being in the graveyard or dying and going to the graveyard naturally, and then you get access to some pretty cool cards that support the graveyard strategy as well. So Keru Goldkeeper is a really nice dragon in this deck, because whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard during your turn, so if you use a Renew ability or something like that, you create a treasure token, which just gives you more mana to pump into these Renew abilities or any other mana sinks you have. And then it has a great Renew ability itself, which means that you can pay 5 mana, including 1 of each of the Sultai colors, put 2 +1/+1 counters and a flying counter on target creature, which just turns any of your small creatures into a must-answer threat. And so that's a really nice ability to have on a card that's already really solid on just normal creature that you can play. There's also Kishla Skimmer, which as a 2-mana 2/2 flyer is already good, but also gives you a ton of extra value if cards are leaving your graveyard during your turn by drawing you extra fuel for your synergies. And then there's Kishla Trawlers, which is a nice 3-drop for this deck, because when it comes into play, you can exile a creature from your graveyard, which will trigger all of your cards that care about things leaving your graveyard, and when you do that, you return an instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand, which is just going to get you extra value and let you pull ahead in the late game situations, especially if you have self-mill cards that are filling your graveyard and helping to stock your synergies. Next is Mardu, which is a go-wide tokens deck, as we already discussed, and its signature mechanic is Mobilize. So Mobilize says whenever this creature attacks, create a tapped and attacking 1/1 red warrior creature token, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. And so Mobilize will also have a number associated with it. So if it's Mobilize 1, you'll create 1 of these tokens. If it's Mobilize 2, you'll create 2 of these tokens, and so forth. And Mobilize is really going to help you go wide, but those creatures are only temporary, so you're going to want to make use of them. And Mardu certainly can do that. So Bone Cairn Butcher is one of its signature cards, and this just lets your attacking tokens have Death Touch. So even if your opponent has blockers for those 1/1s, they are going to struggle to block them because they'll have Death Touch and they won't want to trade real creatures for them. So it just makes all of your mobilized cards hit that much harder. There's also a card like War Effort, which is really great in this deck because it makes all of your creatures a little bit bigger. And so also whenever you attack, you create an extra 1/1 red warrior creature token tapped and attacking. So it's like it almost has Mobilize 1 itself, and this just makes all of those creature tokens hit twice as hard and be harder to block, because all of a sudden your opponent needs creatures with 3 toughness to be able to block them without trading in combat, and that is substantial. And then finally, Hardened Tactician is the sort of card that can let you really grind and get value in the mid to late game if you have these mobilized engines running. Maybe your opponent has some blockers set up, but if you're just able to attack in and then your opponent is going to maybe block some of those mobilized tokens, you can pay a mana, sacrifice them, draw a card, dig towards more answers, removal spells, combat tricks, all that sort of thing. Finally, we have Temur, which as we established was a stompy deck, and its key mechanic is Harmonize, which does reward you for having big creatures, but it does so via non-creature spells. So Unending Whisper is 1 blue mana to draw a card at sorcery, but it has the Harmonize mechanic, which means you can cast it from your graveyard for its Harmonize cost by tapping a creature, and you can tap a creature you control to reduce the cost by X, where X is that creature's power. So if you have high power creatures, then Unending Whisper can actually be flashbacked essentially from your graveyard for relatively cheap by using those big creatures to tap and activate, which is pretty powerful. And so Unending Whisper basically can be cast twice, and having big creatures helps you cast it that second time. Now, the Teamer strategy does gain access to some pretty powerful cards that use that Harmonize mechanic or synergize with it. So Mammoth Below is absolutely fantastic. It just 5 mana, make a 5/5 creature, and then Harmonize for 8 mana. But because you already have a 5/5 when you play the first half, you can essentially cast that second half for 3 mana if you're willing to tap that 5/5 you just made in order to cast that Harmonize from your graveyard, which just gives you so much stats for one card and is absolutely going to be devastating in a lot of situations. There's also a card like Traveling Botanist, which is great in this sort of deck because not only can it come down early and attack to help you fuel your draw steps, but when it just says when it becomes tapped, you get to use its ability, which is looking at the top card of your library, revealing lands and putting them into your hand, or being able to put cards into your graveyard. And so it just cares about being tapped. And so if you're using it to harmonize out a card, then that will also tap the Botanist in situations where maybe it can't attack, and that gets you a little bit of extra value. And then a card like Glacial Dragon Hunt is also really nice in this strategy because not only can you just use it to draw a couple of cards if you need to, but because you can discard a card as well to deal 3 damage to a creature, maybe you have an extra Harmonize card in your hand, and so you can just discard a card with Harmonize to your Glacial Dragon Hunt to turn it into a deal 3 damage removal spell that also doesn't even necessarily put you down as many resources because you're going to be planning on flashing back the Harmonized card you're discarding. So Glacial Dragon Hunt is a nice card as well. And just remember that the discard part is a May ability, so you can also just use this as a 2-mana draw card and then harmonize it out to draw another card. Moving on to some generic mechanics that aren't specifically tied to individual archetypes, there is the Omen mechanic, which is found on dragons in the set, and so it will have a little text box in the lower left corner, which is the Omen ability. So in the case of Feral Deathgorger, the Omen ability is 1 and a black for a sorcery. You put a +1/+1 counter on a creature and then draw a card, and then you shuffle the Deathgorger back into your deck. So this is going to basically use the card, but it'll go back into your deck, so maybe you can draw it later and play the dragon half if you so choose. And if you do play the dragon part of the card, it just functions as a creature normally. Next is the Behold mechanic, which cares about you either controlling a dragon or having a dragon in your hand when you cast the spell and revealing it. So in the case of Osseous Exhale, it deals 5 to a target attacking or blocking creature, but if you beheld a dragon, which means you either controlled the dragon or revealed it from your hand when you cast it, then it means you also gain 2 life. So a nice little bit of extra upside on your cards. And then the final generic mechanic is 2 grid mana. So you'll notice in Teamer Tawnyback's mana cost, there's these little mana symbols that are 2/green, 2/blue, 2/red. And that means that instead of paying green mana, you can pay 2 generic mana instead. And so you can cast this as a 3 mana 4/3 if you have access to all 3 of the colors you need. But if you don't have one of those colors, you can also just spend 4 mana or 5 mana or even 6 mana along with whatever colored mana you have. So if you have no access to green mana, then you can spend 2 blue, red, and be able to cast this card. These cards are fairly straightforward, but it is nice to have the flexibility in a format where you're going to be maybe potentially assembling your colors early in the game because you are trying to play 3 colors worth of cards in a lot of cases. Moving on to some draft strategy and how you'll want to draft in a format that is 3 colors. And the first thing is that mana fixing is key. There are tons of powerful cards like the cards we've already covered, and also things like Sonic Shrieker, Skirmish Rhino, Jeskai Shrinekeeper, and tons of cards at higher rarities that are very powerful reasons to want to play multiple colors and 3 colors specifically. And being able to cast these cards is important, and so mana fixing is very important in this sort of format. Now, the best source of mana fixing is going to be these tri-lands. These are uncommons that come into play tapped and can tap for 1 of 3 colors that are associated with each of the clans of Tarkir. And these cards should not be underrated. They're very, very powerful. They're worth taking highly because they unlock your entire deck with just 1 land, which is really, really powerful. And the ability to add an extra mana source to your deck with your land slot is really great because then you don't have to waste slots in your actual deck and the spell slots being that are really important to your deck on putting mana fixing into those slots. There is also a cycle of 10 gain lands in this set. There's a special slot in the pack that is almost always going to be a gain land. So in the basic land slot, most of the time it's going to be one of these 10 gain lands, and so you'll be able to find these as mana fixing that also gains you a little bit of life to buy you some time to enact your strategy. But these are also high picks and they're important to your strategy, because you want to be able to get that mana fixing as much as possible into your mana base directly, instead of having to invest resources in spells to fix your mana. And so these cards are going to be very important as well. And there is also a cycle. These are the common fixing available as well. There is Evolving Wilds, which is going to be a very important land that can fix your mana, so that's going to be a common that you're going to want to prioritize for your fixing. There's Embermouth Sentinel and Dragonstorm Globe as colorless sources of fixing. They're a little bit on the weaker side, but you can definitely put them in your deck if you need the fixing. And then green gains access to Sagu Wildling, which does have that Roost Seek Omen ability to get basic lands, and then Roamer's Routine. And these are just all at common, so you'll be using these frequently to fix your mana. Of these, Evolving Wilds is definitely one to prioritize, because again, it does come in that land slot, so you don't have to mess with your spells to put the mana fixing into your deck. There's also a cycle of devotees in this format, so one for each of the clans. And so when you are in that clan, these cards should go up a little bit in your pick order if you think they'll support your strategy, because and if you need the fixing, because they are going to make it easier to cast your spells. Now, some of them are also just totally fine cards to put into your deck, even if you're not that specific clan, but the mana fixing is going to be especially helpful and a reason to include it in your deck if you are playing that particular clan. Now, there is another aspect of drafting a 3-color set like this one, and specifically the Trakir Dragonstorm, and that is you want to prioritize enemy colors. So white-black, blue-red, black-green, red-white, and blue-green. And I'm going to cover that why you need to draft those now. An enemy color basically means that it is not next to it another color in the color pie. So white-black, they don't go next to each other in the color wheel. White-red do not go next to each other in the color wheel, and so that's an example of an enemy color. And the reason you would want to draft the enemy colors instead of the allied colors is because if you draft enemy colors like black-white, then it lets you potentially segue that into 2 of the potential 5 clans. So as you can see, black-white can fit into an Abzan deck or a Mardu deck. But if you draft an allied color, so black-red, it only fits into Mardu. So if you have the choice early of whether to follow up your black card with a white card or follow up your black card with a red card, following it up with the white card is going to give you a lot more flexibility, twice as much flexibility in fact, which is just really nice to have access to. You're not going to really have to struggle to remember which colors are the enemy colors, as long as you remember that they are the ones that are not adjacent to each other. And looking at the back of a Magic the Gathering card as you're drafting, you can see a little bit of a color wheel as well. So just remember that white is going to have enemies with the colors that are not adjacent to it, blue is the colors that enemies that are not adjacent to it, and so forth. So just keep that in mind while you're drafting, and it's going to give you a lot more flexibility and help you find the open colors a lot more often and have a lot more powerful decks as a result. Moving on to the top commons of this format. Now that you understand the archetypes and the mechanics and things like that, this will be a lot more easily understood. First up is white, and at number 1 is Salt Road Pack Beast. This card just comes into play, draws you a card very straightforward, and it costs less to cast for each creature you control, which means that if you're playing cards that have the Endure mechanic that are going to make multiple bodies with one card, if you're playing cards with the Mobilize mechanic that are going to be able to attack and then have creatures that stick around until the end of your turn, then Salt Road Pack Beast is going to come down for cheaper than 6 mana, replace itself, and just fuel any let you draw deeper into your deck to fuel your synergy. So Salt Road Pack Beast is a really nice card, and in the late game you can just cast it for 6 mana if you need to. Next is Stormplane Detainment. This is 3 mana for a removal spell in white. Just exile an online permanent that you care about, and that's going to be really just what you need. It's a very solid removal spell and one that you'll prioritize as a result. Then at number 3 is Fortress Kinguard. 2 mana for a 1/2. You can either put a +1/+1 counter on it to fuel any +1/+1 counter synergies you might have, or you're going to create a 1/1 spirit creature token, which is just going to help you flood the board, go a little bit wide, and fuel any token synergies you have. So it's a nice little flexible 2-drop that comes with good stats, and even though it's relatively simple, it's a nice card to prioritize. Next is blue, and at number 1 is Sibzig Appraiser. So 3 mana for a 2/1. You get to look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one into your hand and the other into your graveyard. So it just gets you a nice little 2-for-1, good value right off the bat, even fills your graveyard a little bit, and comes with some card selection. This card is excellent and one that you're going to want to take highly. Next is Dispelling Exhale. So it's the 2 mana counter unless they pay 2, which is a little bit weak because it doesn't scale that well into the game. but if you behold a dragon, it's a counter unless they pay 4, which does scale a lot better into the game. And so as long as you have a couple of dragons in your deck, this card is going to be able to compete at most stages of the game, and it's really solid in the early turns, which is when you most care about having these 2-mana counters a lot of the time, because you're trying to stop your opponent from curving out with these situational spells. And so once you get to the late game, hopefully you have some card advantage to maybe negate the downside to some degree of having a card that maybe falls off. And then at number 3 is Durgar Island Dragon. If you want to be playing these Dispelling Exhales, you will want to have a couple dragons in your deck, and the Island Dragon is a nice one because its Omen Skimming Strike is going to be pretty useful for helping you double spell, trigger prowess for your Jeskai decks, just tap down your opponent's creatures and buy you some time in your Sultai decks, and then being a big creature for your Teamer decks as well that you can just cast at some point if you have some mana ramp or just get to 6 mana naturally. And so the Durgar Island Dragon being useful for Behold synergies is also nice, and so overall a really reasonable card and one that you should be prioritizing a little bit in your blue decks. Next is black. And at number 1 is Dragon's Prey. So 3 mana, you can destroy target creature, and if it's a dragon, you have to pay a little bit more, but by the time they're playing dragons, you'll have some extra mana lying around usually. And so just the fact that this is a very efficient removal spell that's easy to cast, just a single black pip at instant speed, makes this a high priority. Next is Caustic Exhale. So if you don't have a dragon, it's 2 mana to give something -3/-3 at instant speed, which is totally reasonable. But if you do have a dragon, you can do this for just 1 mana, which is absolutely super powerful, and is going to be a reason to want to have a dragon in your deck if you do have some Caustic Exhales. Then at number 3 is Kintree Nurturer, which is 3 mana for a 2/1, and then usually you're going to make a 1/1 to go along with it, and the 2/1 part has lifelink, and so you just get 2 bodies for 1 card. You can go hope your synergies go wide. And if you do really need the life gain, you could even put the +1/+1 counter onto the Nurturer itself to help you gain a little bit of extra life or fuel any +1/+1 counter synergies if need be. But generally, the default mode is just going to be to make the 2/1, make the 1/1, and then you kind of go wide. It really helps your defensiveness and helps you against aggressive strategies. Next is red, and at number 1 is Molten Exhale. So it's 2 mana, deal 4 damage, which is just great for 2 mana. And if you have a dragon that you can behold or you control one in play, then you can do this at instant speed, which is even better. So a really nice 2-drop removal spell. Next is Rescue Leopard. This card is really powerful if you have some Harmonized cards, because it just lets you discard cards and draw cards when you tap it, and it has high power, which means that it's going to be able to contribute a lot to those Harmonized mana costs. However, it's also just a really nice attacker because you play this on turn 3, and if you can get a couple of attacks in with this card, your opponent is very incentivized to try and block. It plays great with combat tricks as a result, and also just if you can hit your opponent, maybe they don't have a blocker or something like that, then you just get to filter your draw step, fill your graveyard with what you need, or just get rid of extra lands that aren't going to be useful for your strategy, and as such, Rescue Leopard is quite nice. Then at number 3 is Narset's Rebuke. So 5 mana kill spells in red, even at instant speed, aren't always the best, but because this gets you a 3 mana rebate when you play it, it does mean that it's going to help you negate the downside of playing a 5 mana removal spell to a large degree, because you can kill your opponent's big creature and also deploy a follow-up threat or play a follow-up removal spell, or just really follow up with whatever you need. In a Jeskai deck especially, it's really nice for casting multiple spells in a turn, maybe triggering your prowess cards multiple times, but even just in like something like a Mardu aggressive deck, being able to kill your opponent's blocker and then also play a follow-up threat can be absolutely devastating when it works out. And in the super late game, when you don't have a use for that 3 mana, then usually just having a kill spell is going to be good regardless. Moving on to green, at number 1 is Piercing Exhale. 2 mana, instant speed. Having your creature deal damage equal to its power to another creature is really nice. And if you have a dragon, you get to Surveil too, which is definitely significant upside to have on this sort of card, especially because you're going to want to maybe have a little bit more late game big green creatures in your green strategies to some degree, and so you might have a little bit more dragons as a result. But Piercing Exhale is a really nice 2 mana removal spell that green gains access to. There's also Trade Route Envoy, which is a very powerful 4-drop. There are a lot of cards that involve +1/+1 counters or counters in general in this format, and Trade Route Envoy is going to be a really nice 4-drop as a result, potentially 4 mana 4/3 draw a card, which is absolutely fantastic. And if you don't draw a card, then it starts fueling your +1/+1 counter synergies on its own, and it's basically a 4 mana 5/4. Then at number 3 is Anok Wayfarer. So it's 2 mana and it mills 3 cards, so that can fuel your graveyard, get maybe mill over a Renew card or a Harmonized card or something like that, and then you can put a land card from among them into your hand, so it gets you a little bit of card advantage potentially. Or if you don't do that, you can put a counter on it to get the +1/+1 counter synergies rolling. So either if you miss on a land in those 3 cards, or if you just don't want to draw a land at that point, then you can make the Anok Wayfarer a little bit bigger, which is a nice optionality to have. Moving on to the common combat tricks. These are cards that are going to be used if your opponent makes a suspicious attack. These should be the first ones to pop into your mind. And so white gains access to Lightfoot Technique and Rebellious Strike at 2 mana. Blue gains access to Humbling Elder at
Hey guys, this is Tono. Today we're going to be talking about this new format that Wizards of the Coast has officially announced and will be running at some WPNs. I think most will be aiming towards running it or being pushed towards running it. And there is definitely a potential, I would say, 99% chance that at some WPNs this is going to be replacing pre-releases, or at least, I can't understand how they would be able to run pre-releases plus this in regards to time-wise. So this new, format is around Commander and stuff, and I'll talk about, more about the format soon. I'll talk about, the Commander Party promos are changing as well. They're not going to be Commander Party promos. They're just changing to Commander promos. Now, I rarely ever do negative videos, so I hope this doesn't come across as a negative video, because I do actually really like this format and the idea of this format, but hopefully the feedback that I'm going to share here will, if it reaches WTC, comes across as constructive, or at least, informs you guys as to what I think about it. So let's start off with the promos here to start off with. So with Edge of Eternus, they're going to be changing the Commander Party promos, so they're no longer called Commander Party promos. They're just going to be called Commander promos. These are going to be now rewarded in 3 different ways. One will be that Commander Party that's going to take place in the middle of the season, usually after a few weeks after pre-release. They usually do that. There's also going to be 2-headed giant events, which are designed to, you come along and you bring along a friend, and then you both are on like a team essentially playing Commander, and you'll get one of the promos from that. And then the last one is this new format that I'll talk about soon. And we don't know entirely how, the WPNs are going to divide up the promos. There's potential that you're more likely to get one of the promos from doing the new format or something like that. Keep in mind that there is going to be, sent out more promos to each of them to support all 3 ways here, but the actual order that they're going to take place in is going to be the new format. It's going to take place around pre-release, starting at pre-release day, and Commander Party is not usually until a few weeks later. So just kind of keep that in mind as we're going, and we're thinking about how this is going to affect things, because I potentially think the new format is going to have a pretty big effect depending on your LGS that you're going to. I think my LGS is great. I don't think it's going to affect it too much, luckily, so this isn't going to be affecting me too much, I think. But for some people, this is going to be a huge thing. Now, before we do get into what the new format is and everything, make sure you guys subscribe. I'm on a aim to hit 25,000 subscribers by the end of the year. At the moment, we're going to hit it around October 4th. However, I want to see if we can push that forward. Can we get there before August or something? I do breaking speed content. As soon as anything comes out, I'm instant speed there, waking up at 5 a.m. to make videos for you guys. So if you guys could subscribe, that would be amazing. Thank you. So this Commander Box League, so this is the new format. Essentially what you're going to do is you're going to construct a 60 card deck out of the contents of a single play booster box. So you're going to buy a whole box, right? A whole box, a whole 30 packs. You're going to open those up, and then you're going to build a 60 card Commander deck from that. You can include anything that you get within the play booster box, so any, like box toppers, any, side pieces, like if they've got like a bonus sheet or something like that in there, you can include it. Not the buy a box promo, that you will get a buy a box promo if you do this. You can include multiple copies of any cards you pull, so not singleton here. However, they also made it so you can ignore the color identity rule in deck building. So you can have a commander that is it, but then your deck actually has like Grixis stuff in it, so you got blue, black, and red, or you don't have to have your color identity of your deck match whatever your commander is. Realistically, your commander could be anything. It could be slightly related to your deck, it could be completely unrelated to your deck. You obviously want some synergies there, especially because you're going to cast your commander more often, but it doesn't need to have your deck reliant on your commander, which I'll get into why I don't like that in a second. And then you're going to be split up into pods of 3 to 4 players with normal commander rules, 40 life, command damage, etc. So Again, just to kind of summarize, each person will buy a box of the set. That means that, you have to go buy a box, and then you have to have at least 2 other people buy that box, hopefully 3 other people, and then if there's a 5th person that buys it, then good luck to them. They need to wait for another 2 people to buy another one. You then will open up all the cards, build that deck, no singleton, no color identity, and you can only use cards from the box or box toppers, and then you can choose anything to be your commander. So the format, I just think the format's pretty lame, to be honest. I think it's just missing that flavor of Commander a lot. Now, I'll talk about my experience with like Commander Sealed in a second, but this is missing that flavor of Commander. I understand why the singleton rule is not there. That makes sense, especially because, you're reliant on one set. There's only so many cards within a set, and there's only so many cards within a certain color combination of that set. But if you then also remove the color identity, that's just removing it, in my opinion, too far from Commander, because now all of a sudden, you can have your Commander just be like, this green, blue, 2-drop that's going to come out, but then your whole deck is like a full Wooburg deck or something like that. Like, it no longer feels like your Commander is a part of the deck or running your deck, or however you kind of build your deck, a vital piece of your deck, when your Commander can be anything unrelated from your deck. I hate removing that color identity. That is awful to me, especially when you're opening 30 packs, right? You're going to be opening 30 packs of whatever set this is. That's like 420 cards. You're obviously going to get double ups in there because, that's how things work. But they genuinely always have at least a cycle of like gold colored uncommon legendaries that all have to do with the set and like to do with that color combination. So I don't know, I hate getting rid of the color identity. As I said, I don't mind getting rid of the singleton, but getting rid of the color identity too is just silly. In my experience, and this is the alternative that I had, I did this with my 2 brothers. We bought a box of Lord of the Rings set boosters together and then split it into 3. So we all had 12 boosters each. So that's 144 cards. We easily built a 60 card commander deck, not singleton though. Like, as I said, get rid of the singleton because we're just focusing on one set. You can't really have that singleton in there. But we did have that color identity matching fine within the deck, right? Like, I run Gimli and Legolas as my commanders. And then my deck was built around, actually I think it might have been the other Legolas because they allowed me to rule 0 it in. And then you could easily build a deck built around them. One of my brothers built like, I think it was a Azorius deck easily. And that's fine. I think the big thing here is that we also allowed the monocolor commanders all have partner thing. Monocolored legendaries all have partner, which is a rule when they do the commander drafts for Commander Masters. Commander Masters and, like the original Commander Masters, and then Commander Legends also had very similar to this. Commander Legends introduced like the Prismatic Piper, so that way you had a commander that you could choose any color with. But I think just having like the monocolored legendaries, being able to choose like to have partner, it's fine. I can't understand why you wouldn't be able to build at least a 2-color deck very easily from 30 boosters, let alone from 12 like that we had. And we had an absolute ball playing that. That was so fun, right? So what am I talking about pre-release? As I said, I do think that in some places this is going to replace pre-releases and mean that there's going to be less pre-release events. So Watsy said that this new Commander Box League will take place during pre-release week, starting from pre-release day. In fact, down here I have their actual statement where they said, we recommend scheduling times each day during pre-release weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, to ensure play opportunities and encourage turnout. Now, I don't know about your LGSs, but my LGS currently opens at about 11 a.m. And then they do a pre-release at 12 p.m. and then a pre-release at 6 p.m. So I don't understand how they're going to also fit in a Commander Box League in the middle of that without actually cutting one of those. They've got they've got 5 pre-release events on in a weekend. I can't understand how they're going to replace one of those with this. So the first round of Commander Box Leagues will start alongside the Edge of Eternity's pre-release events as well. All right, like that's the thing, is they're very much starting at that pre-release event. It's not starting like, a couple weeks later, which I think would be great, right? Like I think that this is the kind of thing you could do a couple weeks later and be fine. Obviously they want people to start out strong, buying the set straight away, but who knows? The other thing is that not every store is going to, but as we've learnt with Final Fantasy, some are just downright greedy. So replacing a pre-release where people are, you know, buying a, let's say $60 pre-release or something like that. I don't know. It depends on what it is. Like Final Fantasy here in Australia, this was an $80 pre-release. Replacing an $80 pre-release with a $360 Commander box league makes sense financially if they only have a limited number of slots that they can actually do these events in. Like, you know, as I said, my LGS can only do 5 events really on the weekend. So replacing one of those with this, yeah, I don't know. I cannot imagine a world where this is not right. Final Fantasy play boosters at my LGS were out of stock the day the set were released. Not just from pre-orders, and people pre-ordered a lot, but also any boxes that they had up on the sets by the end of that Friday night, which is our Friday Night Magic, where we have our first pre-release, we have our, you know, Commander guys come in and stuff. All of those boxes were gone. And, you know, even the next set that they had come in, they're all gone very quickly. I think it's now the third wave of them getting stuff in, and now they've got some sitting there still. I don't even know if they do still. I haven't been in there in the last couple of days. But it's going to get people to buy boxes more, which is already an issue when these boxes are going very quickly for certain sets. Don't get me wrong, I love the idea of Commander Sealed, and as I said, I've done it before and I really love it. And I do think this is a great way for people to, I'm buying a box of, like, you know, Final Fantasy anyway, right? Like, I'm just going to take this home and open it and then, you know, sort it into my decks and stuff. But this allows me to take this box and now be able to do something with it, and then I still get the cards and everything. But it's also going to potentially encourage people to spend more, right? People who weren't previously going to buy a box of, let's say, you know, Final Fantasy, Edge of Eternity sort of stuff. They're more encouraged and more likely to spend more and buy that, which is obviously what Wizards want, don't get me wrong. But it's just, you know, especially if there's prizes involved or even the promos potentially locked behind it at some LGSs, they could easily say, here is the, you know, promos for this, here's the promos for, you know, we have less promos for the Commander party now because we put more into this. I don't know. I just don't know how well this is going to go, and I don't know how well people are going to take it. And I just worry about the negative effects it will have on both, you know, getting product, people, you know, being able to get, like, you know, being able to buy even single boosters, right? Like if they have to set aside whole boxes for this, yeah, I don't know. And, you know, the fact that I just don't like the format. I just think the format is missing the soul of Commander as well. Like, maybe that's just me though. So, you know, in summary, the rules of the format, I think, miss the flavor of Commander and should be at least have the color identity matter. Color identity matter, there would be huge, and I think that fixes a lot of the issues. I'm worried again that some LGS is going to switch out pre-release days for it, and I just don't understand how they could not at certain places. And I'm also just worried about it encouraging people to spend more or spend more than they can afford, right? Going out and using, like, you know, Afterpay. We have Afterpay here in Australia. I don't know if you guys have that over wherever you live, but like the pay in for stuff. Doing that to, you know, buy a box so that they can do this with their friends or whatever in this seemingly very crippled economy. So let me know what you guys think. I hope you guys had a wonderful day, and I hope this video didn't come across too negative. Have a great day and goodbye. Guys, this is Torno. Today we're going to be covering everything to do with Edge of Eternity. So this is an upcoming set for Magic the Gathering, as you can probably tell by the fact that I'm talking about it in my Magic the Gathering channel, etc., etc. There is a huge reveal panel coming up later this week in MagicCon Las Vegas. Primarily going to be focused around this, but we may see some Spider-Man or Avatar stuff as well. This is an upcoming space opera / science fantasy based set. So you're looking at, you know, Star Wars kind of style thing. And it looks really, really cool. It's going to be very interesting to see how it kind of goes. I'm pretty excited about it. It looks like they've gone pretty in-depth with it too, which is great. The set releases August 1st, which is going to be about 1.5 months away. And yes, I do realize that Final Fantasy only just released and we're going at breakneck pace, etc., etc. I'm not going to be talking about that or giving feedback on that in this video. So, as a thank you to everyone who's become members, this video did become a member only video at the start here, early access essentially. I am dedicated to making sure that nothing's behind a paywall or anything like that besides deck tech. So even if you just support by chucking a subscribe, thank you so much for that. It, you know, it helps grow the channel and everything like that. But I did want to say thank you to those members who have joined up and, you know, supporting the channel that way, because this is my dream, and thank you so much for helping support my dreams. So, the lore of the set, this set's going to be fairly disconnected from current stories. It takes place in the Edge, which is going to be the very edge of the multiverse, or the plane that is right on the edge of the multiverse, that borders the blind eternities. There is not much known about the storyline yet, except that it does take place in space, there's different planets and stuff like that, and that Tezzeret is going to be serving as the primary antagonist here. This is the start of the final arc in the current storyline as well, the metronome arc as we're in. So we're going to be going into the next arc of that. We don't entirely know what's going on. The current storyline kind of ended with them going inside the meditation plane, Jace doing some funky stuff and, you know, disintegrating. Nicol Bolas has been released, Ugin's released, and we don't know entirely what's going to happen or how entirely that ties in here, but we're going to have to see. But from what we do know and what we've been told, this is going to be fairly disconnected from current stories. So we've got some art here going through. We haven't actually seen any cards yet, but we have seen a lot of art. We've got Tezzeret Cruel Captain there, and then there's this other Tezzeret that's shown here. I don't know if this one's going to be a card or if it's just like a, you know, a key art or something like that, but I absolutely love this one. I really hope this is like art, because like a card, and I really hope I can use him as a commander as well. I don't know if he's sparked or desparked or what. Looks like he's got his dark steel plated armor there though, which is cool. We've seen a few different art pieces though, like this one's Cosmo Grand Zenith. We've got the Lux Knight Breacher here. We've also got like a star whale, a huge freaking star breach whale, which is really cool. We've got some other stuff going to be showing up here. So this one here is Gorodoro Loyal Lieutenant, which is a Karvu. So we're going to be seeing a whole bunch of creatures that we're familiar with, not necessarily all aliens. However, I would not be surprised if they don't use like the alien, you know, new creature subtype in this. However, you know, Karvu in space is very interesting there. We've got angels as well. This one here is Astelli Reclaimer, and God, this is just really cool. I do wonder if this is like if there's a person in here or if it's just like literally a star angel as well. We've got a Baloth here. This is Baloth Prime. We've got Famished World Sire here, which looks like a giant bug eating a world, which is really cool. Tapestry Warden. We've got Dawn Sire, Sunstar, Dreadnought there. Now, we do know there is going to be a Mythic land cycle as well. Ultra Pro put up their listings, and there is a Mythic land cycle. You can see here Mythic land black, Mythic land blue, etc. And there's Mythic land other here. We're not entirely sure what this means beyond them most likely some very, very strong lands. The only previous Mythic lands were like back in Zendikar Rising, I believe, and they were MDFC ones. So wouldn't surprise me if we don't see something very similar to that. And they are all monocolored as well. And MDFC lands would be interesting. It would be very interesting to do 2 sets back to back with like multi-face cards as well, because we just had that with Final Fantasy. So more multi-face cards. I'm always okay with that. I'm always okay with any kind of modal, if it's like, you know, modal or, you know, actual modal cards or something. So I would be definitely okay with that. And then we've got some art. This is most likely going to be these lands. So we've got Ulthros Titanic Gold Core, which just screams like a white land or a blue land there. Cavaron Memorial World, which is definitely like a red land. Green is Avenda Waking Haven. We've got Adgala. Oh, maybe this is the white one here, and then this other one is the blue one. Yeah, that would make more sense. So this is Adagaia, I think it is. Windswept Bastion. And then we've got Susa Secondi, Void Altar, which is very cool. And then Radiant Summit here. So I don't know entirely like if they're all going to be like what kind of lands they're going to be or not. Who knows? And then there's some other arts for them as well. So this is most likely the red one, the green one, blue or black there. I don't actually know which ones are which. Yeah. We've also got the headliner. So this is going to be similar, like, you know, the Traveling Chocobo was the headliner, the Mox Jasper was the headliner, etc. There's going to be multiple different arts for it. There's going to be likely some different treatments, and then a serialized version of it. Likely, I would assume there's going to be a serialized version of it, because we've had serialized versions of these headliners in every set so far this year. So there's also a potential that we see Eldrazi here. If you have not seen this, this was a little bit back on Magic Arena. They had like all the Infinity lands show up in the daily deals. they do tend to tease things in Arena every once in a while. Like for example, when they tease the Avatar set, Avatar The Last Airbender set. So they did all the Unfinity lands. They then had Karlov Mana sleeve. Now we do know that Niv Mizzet is trying to set up like a multiversal essentially hub at Ravnica and stuff like that, which was kind of like the whole point of Karlov Mana, was going into multiverse, dealing with all of that. It would make sense if he's trying to connect to the very edge, especially if there is something out there in the blind eternities that we need or something. And then there was also this All Is Dust sleeve. This one here was pulled from the secret lair for, I think it was the Strixhaven Mystical Archive. And yeah, it's just really cool. And, showing off Eldrazi right alongside these. From memory, the Eldrazi did come from the Blind Eternities, or, so we could see something like that, which would be very, very interesting. So we also have like all the art pictures here. I'll go into the decks in a minute, but we've got the play boosters, we've got the collector boosters, bundle, pre-release booster, and then we've got the Edge of Eternities commander decks there. Now, if you guys are liking this content so far, again, reminder, please subscribe. We got instant speed breaking news. As soon as this stuff comes out, I will be making a video. Even if I have to wake up at 5 a.m. to make this video for you guys, I will do it. I'll get up at 2 a.m., whatever. You can also support on Ko-fi if you want to just buy me a coffee as well, for when I get up at 2 a.m. to do the videos. So we've got World Shaper here. So this is the first of the precons. This one here is Sacrificing Lands, Grow Back Stronger. Reminds me a lot of my favorite deck, which is the Edge, what is it called? I can't remember that. The Desert Bloom. Desert Bloom from the OTJ precons, and this one looks to be potentially similar to that. You're sacrificing your lands, and then it's Grow Back Stronger, which is very similar to what it said on that deck. But this one's Jund instead of Naya, so we're likely looking at some landfall. There's an Insectoid on the land here. Now, one thing that I really, really like about this, and I really hope it's the case, similar to when you looked at the face covers of the Dragonstorm precons, like the front covers of the Dragonstorm precons, they had the dragon and then they had like the actual commander there. I really hope that this is like a actual vehicle that you can use as your commander, kind of like Shurikai kind of thing. And then you've got your actual commander here, or like, this could be a commander or this could be a commander, like showing one being a humanoid, an actual like, humanoid, and then one being like a ship, like the Shurikai. And then we've also got counterintelligence here. So this one here is boost artifacts and proliferate counters. While this could be +1/+1 counters, similar like, Optimus Prime, it would not surprise me if this one was more like, charge counters. Because we haven't really had a charge counter precon, and charge counters are like this really cool mechanic that I'd love to see. There was robots in were Azorius within Aether Drift, so we could definitely see some of that kind of stuff show up here as well. Some like artifacts matters, and proliferating up those charge counters kind of stuff. Again, a big ship, so it could be potentially like a Shurikai style thing there too. We also know there's going to be a bonus sheet. There is 1 to 45 within the actual play boosters, and then down here within the collector boosters, there's 1 to 80. Now, that is very interesting because it is very, very likely that that's going to be, so 180, for if you don't know simple maths, is 45 times 4, right? So that means that there's going to be one version of it, two versions of it, three versions of it, four versions of it. 3 of those types of versions are going to be only from the collector boosters. Very likely, I'll show you something in a minute as to why that is the case, but we also have special guests returning as well. And it doesn't say guaranteed. It doesn't say that they're guaranteed to contain these yet, so we'll have to see that too. The Galaxy boosters also are confirmed to have Galaxy foils within them. Did I say Galaxy boosters? The collector boosters will have Galaxy foils. So there's 0 to 3 Galaxy foils within each collector boosters. These were within Infinity and they were absolutely stellar. Yeah, I made that joke. They've got like starry kind of sky on them, which is what I'm talking about when I'm saying about how 4 different versions. There's going to be a normal version, similar to like the Danny Pink one here, a normal version, and then an extended art version, then the normal version with Galaxy foil, then the extended art foil, extended art Galaxy foil. Because normal foils don't have a different thing, but when they're different foiling treatments, they will actually have a separate entry down here. So, what is likely on this bonus sheet? Given that it is EOS, that is the code for it, EOS. The S likely refers to something, space, ship, solar. I would imagine that it could be something like either ships or vehicles as a bonus sheet, which would be great. Or it could be like Imagine Space, similar to like the Imagine Critters that we had from Bloomburrow, which was all different. Hey, what if this creature was on Bloomburrow? Like that, except it's in space. What if, you know, Khan was in space kind of thing? So I'd love to hear from you guys as to what you're thinking. I managed to actually sum that up all within 12 minutes. I hope you guys had a wonderful day, and goodbye. Hey guys, this is Torno. Today we have the preview panel, or a summary of the preview panel. For some reason they didn't actually stream it or anything like that, so I have managed to gather this all from everything that was shown, and you know, someone was streaming it. It wasn't an official stream, so I've gone through there as well. So let's go through. There was some absolutely huge stuff, primarily around Edge of Eternities, but we had, like, you know, the lore and the story for there, some insane new cards from Edge of Eternities, a huge new rules change as well for Commander. They also showed the Avatar, The Last Airbender, one card from that, and then we've got some Strixhaven and Lorwyn stuff later on too. So first there was a note from the president of WotC, John Haidt, just saying about how Las Vegas MagicCon next year is going to be in Las Vegas. Las Vegas MagicCon. MagicCon is going to be in Las Vegas, Amsterdam, and Atlanta. I was really hoping for Sydney, but fortunately not going to reach down here in Australia. Should I make it? Should I try and get to one of these? So starting into Edge of Eternities, before we do start that though, only 18% of you guys are subscribed. This is the best place to get the instant speed news. I am uploading this video. I am doing this video right now. The panel has just finished. I was up at 5 a.m. to start doing this for you guys. So I would love if you guys could just, you know, just shoot me one subscribe, would be huge. I'm trying to hit 25,000 by the end of the year. So the plane, the Edge, is the furthest edge of the multiverse, and that's where the Edge of Eternities is going to take place, in the Edge. And it's bordering directly onto the Blind Eternities, which is famously where the Eldrazi are. It's like the outside the multiverse, essentially. And this is more than just a Magic the Gathering plane. It's a whole new setting for Magic that is vast. It is about the size of a full universe. Now, the actual set of Edge of Eternities is not going to take place in that. It's going to take place in one solar system of that. However, there is absolutely huge amounts of vast space that they're able to explore here, and it's going to be a huge new setting from what they get, like from what I can gather from what they're saying. And our story is going to be taking place in the Sothera system, which is this one here. It's a single contained solar system. At the center of it is Sothera, which is the super void, a partially collapsed black hole, and that's going to be the big part of the storyline. This is the most standalone story of recent times. You don't need to have seen stuff previously. And I know some people are thinking, oh, this is just a hat set. This is just them going to space and stuff. I don't think you guys understand what a hat set is. A hat set is where you take all your favorite characters and you just put a fancy hat on them, and then you're doing a murder mystery and stuff. No. This is not that. This is a completely, almost standalone area. We've got Tezzeret over there, but besides Tezzeret and one other new face, which they didn't reveal, which I think that if you guys saw my video from yesterday, you can probably gather as to what it is, or at least what my opinion is of it. It's going to be, you know, a standalone, new, completely new area. There's 11 episodes for the story, as well as 5 side stories and a Planeswalker guide, and it's all written by Seth Dickinson, which I don't know exactly what he's written, but I know that it's something to do with sci-fi. Yeah. And the first one of these is meant to be live today. So Sothera at the center finds itself at the clash of these two faiths. There's one side is the Monoists, who want to essentially blow up the black hole in the middle and make it fully collapse into a black hole. And then on the other side, you've got the Sunstar Free Knights, who want to essentially fire a huge laser into it to restart the sun, which is really cool, really interesting. They did something similar in like the Captain Marvel movie, where they had Captain Marvel race through a sun to reignite it, which is just really cool. I love that kind of idea. So our story is going to follow Sammy and Tanuk, who are 2 new characters. It seems to me they're doing like a Guardians of the Galaxy-esque kind of thing, which again I love, so I'm down for it. And apparently they hinted that there may be something at the middle of Sothera that may be escaping, which is interesting. This big black hole in space. So some art here, some concept art or art from cards. I'm not sure entirely if it's going to reach cards. We've got these here, which is I am blocking it, but these are lands lands are a big deal within this set. You know, we've got space set going on, and these are the borderless celestial basic lands, and oh my god, they're so good, right? I absolutely love these. I really hope that we get to see like that we don't have normal lands. I really hope that we just keep full art lands all the time, in my opinion. I love that. But given they call them borderless, I doubt it. But either way, you know, lands are a big deal within this set, so they've got some really great lands. These ones are all space and planet themed. So, and this here is the bonus sheet. So this is the Stellar Sights bonus sheet. They're going to be bringing lands in from Magic history and giving them like a space treatment. So this is Mutavault getting a reprint here. A great reprint as well. And then we've also got the Collector Booster exclusive version. Now, they didn't say it's Collector Booster exclusive, but given it's got the Galaxy foiling and that is only within the Collector Boosters, yeah. So this is going to be the bonus sheet, similar to like the the Through the Ages one for Final Fantasy. From what I can gather, not going to be guaranteed most likely, but some really great reprints on this. So the mechanics, it's going to be a lands matter set, and Gruul is landfall and Boros is tapped creatures. You'll see later on as to why that's important. They showed a couple cards that were like the signpost cards for Gruul and the signpost card for Boros. There's a new card type, which is Spacecraft. This is similar to Crew. You're going to tap creatures down and it's going to put charge counters on it instead of like, you know, crewing it. However, and that the charge count is equal to whatever its power is. And then once it gets to that certain tag, so this one here needs 7+, that's going to turn it into an artifact creature, and then it remains as an artifact creature. They said even if counters are removed in whatever way, it does stay a creature, and you can add counters any other way, like, you know, proliferation. We'll see the commander card later on that proliferates like crazy. And then a rules change here as well. Legendary vehicles and spacecraft can now be commanders. I went and had a quick glance through. I don't think there's a huge amount of legendary vehicles that were great at the moment, unless you're running like a colorless commander deck, I guess. But I assume someone's going to make some really fun decks out of that. So we also have half the shock lands getting reprinted into standard. Yeah. Given the fact that they're rotating standard after 3 years, they said, hey, you know, we can add these back in, we can reprint them. It is only half of them getting reprinted into standard, but oh boy, these are, yeah. Edge of Eternities has just instantly jumped up for so many people as soon as they saw this, right? Like, these are just amazing, definitely needed reprints, and definitely, you know, going to be chasers for the set. So getting into the actual cards, we've got first up Sothera the Super Void. So this is the headliner for the set. Basically, they add in a few different versions of it. It's a fancy mythic, etc., etc. It's actually really bonkers, right? Like, it's a grave pact, but instead of the creatures that your opponents have dying or getting sacrificed, they get exiled. So whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent chooses a creature they control and exiles it. And then at the beginning of your end step, if a player controls no creatures, if any player controls no creatures, you're going to sacrifice Sothera, then you're going to put a creature card exiled with it onto the battlefield under your control with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. So it's got like a reanimation. It does reanimate an opponent's thing, but still reanimation. And then also like that grave hate deck, like it stops your opponents being able to put their stuff into the graveyard as long as it's from the stuff that your stuff's dying. And yeah, it's really interesting. I really like it. I think it's a very, very interesting card. And these are the 3 different versions of it they showed off there. So we've got the regular version, which I showed just then. We've got the Japanese showcase here, which is bonkers great. Like, I love this. This is really cool. And then we've got this one here, which is the Singularity Foil headliner card. And they showed that off. It's kind of like an oil slickish kind of thing. It's really, really cool foiling on it. It's going to be a huge chase of the set. They didn't show a like a serialized version of it, which as well is interesting because I figured there was going to be a serialized version of it, but maybe this is going to be rare enough that it's not going to be. Into the actual other cards as well, we've got Sammy, Ship's Engineer. So they have at the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, create a tapped 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. So with the whole like the spacecraft thing, that obviously works into tapped creatures. We had tapped creatures as the theme previously within, what was it, Duskmourn had a theme of tapped creatures as well with a survival mechanic. There's some really cool stuff that you could potentially pull off with this. Sammy being like the engineer slash captain of the special ship that we're going to be following, which I'll show you in a minute, is really cool. I really love this. And we've got a cute kitty there too. And then we've got Tanook Memorial Ensign. So this is the other character that we're going to be following along with Tanook. Landfall, whenever land you control enters, deal 1 damage to each opponent. Then if this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn, draw a card. So great. They also notably pointed out that this card here for Tanook is a kind of flashback card. So this is back when he was in the Navy, the Memorial Navy. What that means at the moment, we don't know a huge amount about, but maybe we'll get like a modern day version of him with like actually on the ship. Who knows? Either way, very cool. And you can see this is Kavu. They said specifically in this setting, while they are tagged as Kavu, they're called Cav instead. Yeah, that's all they said about it. We've got Harmonious Grove Strider here, so they just wanted to briefly show, I guess, the fact that lands matter kind of thing. Power and toughness are equal to the number of lands you control, and then it's got Ward 2 as well. And then here, this is the Ceremia. So this is the ship that Sammy and Tanook are on. So it has, whenever it enters, search your library for a legendary card. So that's 3. Notably plays directly into Sammy, who is 4. We've got, so find a legendary creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. And then it's got that station ability. Tap another creature you control, and then you're going to put charge counters equal to its power onto this spacecraft. Station only as a sorcery, and it's an artifact creature at 7+. And it's got flying, and other tapped legendary creatures you control have indestructible. It also said other, so I guess it's not going to be indestructible itself. You'd have to find a way to, I guess, and constantly be able to tap down. I wonder if we're going to have actual vehicles as well as the new spacecrafts, because actual vehicles would be better to be able to tap things down, because I guess this doesn't need to, like, once you get to 7+, you can still keep tapping things for it. So I guess that's not too bad. You can still, yeah, I guess you can kind of over thingy it if you want to build up the charge counters more than you need. Then we've got Tezzeret Cruel Captain, which we showed briefly yesterday, so I'm not going to cover a huge amount. Very strong card. Whenever an artifact you control enters an artifact, not even one or more, you're going to put a loyalty counter onto him, and then he's got a great ultimate where it gets to make your artifacts into creatures, into robot artifact creatures. And then we've got the alternate art here by Magali here, or Borderless Triumphant cards, they called them. So that is hot. This is really great art, right? Like, that's amazing. I love that art so much. All right. And then in Commander, we've got both precons will contain a legendary spacecraft. As I said before, legendary spacecraft or vehicles will be able to be used as commanders. So you can use the legendary spacecraft here as your commander. However, they also notably said that they were showing off the secondary commanders today. So that means that the actual primary commanders, I guess, are going to be those spacecrafts. Srazrel? I don't even know how to pronounce that. Srazrel. Genesis Shepherd. So they're going to cost 5. They are very Jund. This deck is going to be very Jund, apparently. It's got flying. You can play lands from your graveyard. Whenever you sacrifice another non-token permanent during your turn, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to Srazrel's power on up to one other target creature. That is very cool. You need a way to be able to buff him up, I guess. Like, buff them up. Once you get, those +1s going onto Srazrel, then, once you start sacrificing things, you're going up and up. Oh, God, that's going to be pretty bonkers. And then our other one here is Kilo, Apogee Mind. So Kilo has haste, and then whenever Kilo becomes tapped, proliferate. And that is abusable as all hell. Anything like, a Paradise Mantle, and then you untap and, be able to constantly proliferate. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's insane. I cannot imagine how much people are going to abuse that. All right, now we've got Avatar: The Last Airbender. So they showed off an amazing art piece here, as well as, you know, it being a card. So this is the last set that's coming out this year. It's got dual-faced cards, which we'll show in a second, and bending is a new mechanic. They didn't really announce what it was though, but you'll see on the card that they specifically talk about bending, and not even just like bending. It's like specifically fire, water, and earth and air bending. And then the first look is going to be August 12th, 2025. So that will be not long, a week and a half after we see Edge of Eternities get released. So this is the card that they showed off there, Avatar Aang, who flips into Aang, Master of Elements. So he has flying and firebending 2. So it's specifically firebending 2, which is interesting. Whenever you waterbend, earthbend, firebend, or airbend, draw a card. Then if you've done all 4 this turn, transfer Avatar Aang. So as you flip Avatar Aang, he's got flying, spells you control, spells you cast cost, Wooburg less to cast. At the beginning of each upkeep, you may transform Aang Aang, Master of Elements. If you do, gain 4 life, draw 4 cards, put 4 +1/+1 counters onto him, and then he deals 4 damage to each opponent. So you're obviously wanting to kind of flip him constantly, get that, water bending, fire bending, earth bending, air bending going. I have no idea what the hell this mechanic could be, so let me know. And we also see this set icon here, which is interesting too. It's just literally Aang's head. All right, we also had the announcement of Lorwyn Eclipsed, January 23rd, 2026. So this is going to be back to the cycling of day and night there. It's going to focus more on like the classic Magic, as well as being a new take on the plane. Apparently the elves are going to be less racist. Shadowmoor and Lorwyn kind of combining together, which you'll see in a minute. This art is, oh boy, that is insanely good art, right? Insanely good art. And this is the kind of art here from Mark Poole, showing like that combination of Shadowmoor and Lorwyn as like the planes emerging and stuff. So there's some really cool stuff they could kind of pull off here, which is going to be really cool. And then finally, we've got Secrets of Strixhaven. So this is going to be another new set coming out 2026. So I'm very interested to see exactly what takes place here. They didn't really announce much of it. They showed off the Elspeth story that's happening. So this is going to be specifically around the untold story of Elspeth, as Heliod's kind of cast her down and everything. So they're going back, they're showing some of those stories that didn't actually see release via Dark Horse Comics, which is really awesome. And then they're going to be bringing in a new game mode, I guess. A new format called Pick 2 Draft, which is basically exactly what you think it is. Each time you draft, you pick 2 cards, and then it's 4-player draft pods instead of 8. So it's going to be faster drafting, lightning drafts they used to call it at MagicCon, and yeah, it's going to be an official format from now on. So I'd love to hear from you guys as to what you think. I hope you guys had a wonderful day, and goodbye. Hey guys, this is Torrent. Today we're going to be doing underrated Magic the Gathering cards that I think you guys should be playing more of. So these are cards that I personally think are underrated, whether you agree with me or not. Who knows? Let me know. And these are cards that I love. Some of my pet cards that I'll find any excuse to run in decks if I can, slot them in. I will definitely try to. And the great thing is that a lot of them aren't too expensive either. Some of them are a little bit more on the pricey side, more because they are rarer to get rather than actually being very strong. But still, these are cards that I absolutely love, and you can definitely check out if they will fit into your decks currently. So let's start off with Descent into Avernus. Obviously I'm going to love all these cards that are on here, but this is the one that I think is potentially my favorite card in Magic. So at the beginning of your upkeep, you're going to put descent counters onto this, and then each player is going to create some treasures, and it deals damage to each of those players. So the great thing I love about this is that it just speeds up the game, right? Like, it is going to make the game so much faster, because now all of a sudden at the beginning of your upkeep, on the first turn it gets back around to you, everyone's going to lose 2 life and create 2 treasures, right? Then it gets back around again. boom, now it's 4 and 4. It can get really out of hand, especially if you do have, like, you know, this fits into burn decks where you can make the damage higher to everyone else. You know, it fits into any kind of treasure-based deck as well. I don't know if I currently run it in my Edward Kenway deck, but it's definitely a card that would potentially be able to fit into that, because that's, you know, got treasures in it. Any kind of artifact-based deck can use this, any sacrifice-based deck. There is a lot of decks that, you know, any aggro-based deck, right? Like, if you are going to be a very aggro player where you're trying to deal as much damage to everyone else as fast as possible, this can slot into it really well, because now everyone's taking damage, so they're going to be lower, and then because you're, you know, potentially more aggro than they are, boom, you're just getting in more hits really, really fast and kind of burning everyone out really quickly. And, you know, you also get the treasures, and because of the fact it's at your upkeep, you're the first one who gets to use that treasures from that round, right? Which is great. You know, it doesn't give everyone treasures at the beginning of, you know, their upkeep or anything. It's purely your upkeep.
You will find reportage.
Hey guys, this is Tono. Today I wanted to do a video on the bulk of Final Fantasy. Honestly, there is so much bulk that I think is worthwhile in here. What do I define as bulk? I'm just talking commons and uncommons here. Even rares, you know, there's a bunch of bulk rares that are potentially worth it. I'm not going to really cover them here because for all I know, in the next kind of couple weeks, people are going to find them and then they're just going to shoot up in price. But either way, you know, I want to go through the commons and uncommons that I think are worth kind of paying attention to. While some of these are going to be pretty narrow in use, I do think that a lot will have use within budget decks. However, you know, some may find use in other decks, even beyond budget. Let's not forget about Stock Up from OTJ. Oh, sorry, not from OTJ, from Aether Drift, which was a very, very good card. I actually really like Stock Up. It's getting a lot of play within standard and stuff like that. It's, you know, high cost because of that, but it's also really great for Commander, in my opinion. A really, really great card. I think it's one of the best versions of these, like, you know, look at the top, put some into your hand, put some in the bottom kind of cards. So, you know, some of these may shoot up in price, you know, once people start looking into standard and stuff, but I'm not talking about it from that point of view. I just wanted to kind of talk about what I think are the good kind of commons and uncommons. Now, a couple of things before we get into that. Make sure you guys head on over and join our community Discord. I'll put the link down below for that. We're slowly kind of starting to build this up. Once it starts building up more, I'm, you know, not sure entirely what we're going to do. Maybe we'll start doing some, like, you know, giveaways on the Discord. Maybe we'll start doing, you know, some competitions of some kind or something like that. I'm really looking forward to kind of building up that community though. And, you know, we've got some amazing mods over there. Thank you so much to those guys. And I'm looking for like one more mod as well if you guys are interested in that. And also, thank you so much for everyone who's become a member. If you do want to support the channel, this is a great way to do it. You get early access to some videos. I'm going to start doing more member exclusive stuff, which I've said a few times, but we have had the months from hell over here, super duper busy. You know, my schedule, I have autism and I've talked about that a number of different times. My schedule being thrown out really throws me out. So I've been having trouble getting to do that, but this is like, you know, we're getting to the point that things should return back to normal. So I'm going to start doing those. And, you know, we're up to 16 members at the moment, which is amazing. So let's start off with the comments. First up, we had the White Aura Slide. I really love this because it's not only a mana rock at a not too bad a price, right? It's not a great price, you know. Best mana rocks are probably around 2. Once you get up to 3, it's getting a bit pricey, but this is 4. But it also exiles a non-land permanent. It's not even just a creature, just any non-land permanent. When this comes in, it can exile it. It's also an artifact, so it triggers all those artifacts and stuff. If you've got, like, you know, artifacts you want to, like, you care about artifacts entering, etc. We've got the weapons vendor here. Not only does this guy draw your card, but at the beginning of combat, you get to reattach a equipment for paying 1, which I like. I think that is a good kind of common here, a good way to kind of just, you know, move one of those equipments across for pretty cheap, as well as the card draw when it comes in kind of makes it a little bit better as well. We got the You're Not Alone. So this is like a giant's growth, right? But if you've got 3 or more creatures, it's just better. And it's only cost you 1 to cast it. It's an instant spell. I really like it, especially if you've got like a John Benton deck. If you've got, you know, 3 creatures, potentially do like Manadox plus John, this is going to be great for that. Dreams of Laguna. I like this because it's Surveil 1 and draw a card. Now, this is obviously 1 more expensive than you'd hope to pay for that price, but On top of it, it does have the flashback, so you can play it again later on. The flashback being there is really great in my opinion. It kind of really helps you kind of be able to use it later on, especially if you do have any kind of leaves, when cards leave the graveyard kind of triggers. This kind of works well with that too. We've got Magic Damper. This is essentially a reprint. Functional reprint from one of the cards from Bloomburrow. It gives you +1/+1 to a creature, hexproof, and untaps it for the cost of blue. I think that's good. It's not obviously going to like counter a spell. It's not like we've got 1-cost counter spells, right? They usually give something back to someone though. This just lets you give that hexproof to potentially kind of counteract a removal spell cast towards your commander or something. We've got Rook Turret. I really like this because there's any artifacts that enter. It is a bit costly, 4, but it's any artifact enter and you may draw a card, and if you do discard a card, I think that works well. It's kind of like the Surveil one. There's what Golbez I think it is Surveil one whenever an artifact enters. This is similar to that, except it's going to also instead draw your card and then you discard one from your hand instead of the Surveil. So you're actually getting card draw advantage immediately. We got Black Mage's Rod. I like this because not only does it come in as a 2/1, which means you can use it as a blocker if you wanted to and then reattach the equipment later on, but it's also just got that little ping there that works well. You know, this is what Coruscation Mage is, a 2/2. However, the advantage of this is that it is black, like mono black. So most of those kind of, when you cast things are on red creatures, this is on mono black. So yeah, I think that's really kind of brings it up and really helpful for like any kind of black or non-red spell slinger deck. We got Cornered by Black Mages. You can make someone sacrifice something. So because it's target opponent, you get to choose who does it. So you can target someone who doesn't have, like, you know, an artifact creature they can just chuck away or something, like a token creature. And then you also get to create that wizard on top of it, which is good too. We've got Resentful Revelation. Oh boy, I really like this one. So it's going to cost you 2. You look at the top 3, you put 1 into your hand and then the rest into your graveyard. You get to flashback it later as well. Mono black, as opposed to like a blue version of this, like a Fact or Fiction or something. You get to choose what it is yourself as well. Overall, you know, this is good, especially if you're in like a graveyard based deck. Like, I think I should probably be running this in my Disa deck, because then I could draw 3. I can put the into the graveyard the well, it's not draw, look at the top 3, put into the graveyard the Tarmogoyfs, and then they can come back anyway. We've got Vincent's Limit Break, and this is the one that kind of inspired me to make this video, because oh boy, this is a I'm really surprised this is a common. So not only do you get to pump up a creature, right? So you get to potentially, like, if you put enough mana into this, you can make a creature into a 7/2. Not only that, but when that creature dies, it comes back to the battlefield tapped. Now, it does revert back to its original base power and toughness after that. However, there is just so many different uses for this. You know, a big blocker. You could turn like a Thopter into a big blocker, or an attacker, or whatever. You can use it offensively, you can use it defensively. There's a huge amount of uses for this. We've got Haste Magic here, so the target creature gets +3/+1 and gains haste. That's not awful. It's not too bad. But then you also exile the top card of your library. You may play it until your next end step. Now, the great thing about this is, 1, you can target any creature with this. You could use this on an opponent's creature. You then will exile the top card, and because it's an instant, right, you can cast this on an opponent's turn, and then you can play it during your turn. So it's just essentially a card draw, right? Like, it's just +3/+1 to a creature and then card draw. You don't need to pay 2 if you cast it on your turn, because, you know, I mean, you pay 2 on an opponent's turn as well, but because it's not on your turn, it doesn't matter quite as much. Yeah, I just think there's a huge amount of uses for this. We've got Laughing Mad here. Just essentially what Electric Revelation. Yeah, just pay 3, discard a card, draw 2 cards. I like that. It is obviously a bit more expensive than you'd hope for that kind of cost, but it does have the flashback to kind of, you know, bring that positive up there. Red Mage's Rapier here, job select, so you get to create that 1/1 and attach it to this. But whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it gets +2/+0. It's also not too expensive to reattach. Not great, but not too expensive. The great thing about this is that equipments are not creature spells, obviously. Yeah, it was obviously that it is. So that means that when you cast this, if you've got an equipment-based deck and you start buffing up whatever your commander is or whatever that's got your equipments on it, yeah, it's going to be really great, I think. And yeah, not too bad to attach it as well. We've got Suplex. Now, I've got Suplex in here. If this was instant speed, it would just instantly be like one of the best kind of abrade versions, right? However, it's not. However, it does only cost 2. It's XR target artifact. That's the thing that kind of takes it above and beyond, because now you can exile someone's like One Ring or any indestructible things. Just being able to exile it immediately is great. I had a fringe use for this in my pre-release. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it said someone had like something about be able to bring it back, and then I was exiling it instead, which was really good. Yeah. And as well as the fact that, like, you know, this is just target artifact. It's not target, like, non-creature artifacts. So if their command is an artifact, you can just exile it. And they can't, like, you know, pump it up to avoid it or anything. We got Summon Girlfriend, Ifrit. Obviously, it's not Girlfriend. It's Guardian Force or whatever it is, but I call it Girlfriend. It's got the discard a card, draw a card. You do that twice and then add red for each time. I just like this guy. It's just good, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. You're paying 3, you're drawing a card, discarding a card, then drawing a card, discard a card, then draw a card. But then you get 2 mana on turn 3 and 4 that's out. I just think that's good. Yeah, no comment. It's just good in my opinion. We've got Commune with Beavers here. So this is a sorcery. Look at the top 3 of your library. You may reveal an artifact, creature, or land from it. I just look at the top 3, choose one, put it into your hand, rest to the bottom. I think it's good, especially because it's just mono green, right? So this is a really great kind of turn 1 green play, because turn 2 and turn 3 you probably want to start ramping and stuff. If you don't have a Soul Ring, this is a good. Put a forest out, tap it, look at top 3, grab your Soul Ring, put it into your hand, boom, turn 2 you can play it. We've got Prisha's Wandering. So obviously, you know, this is a slightly more expensive version of Kadama's Reach. Right, you're searching up a land, a Kadama's Reach. I think it's Kadama's Reach, right? The one that just searches up one thing. No, maybe I'm thinking of Rampant Growth, right? So you're paying 1 more for a Rampant Growth, essentially. However, 1, you can find towns with it. That's good. 2, it then puts a +1/+1 onto a creature you control. Better. 3, it's an instant. That instant speed instantly makes it just really great, in my opinion. Like, there is just not enough instant speed land tutors like this. You could use it in someone's end step, and then you get it ready for your next turn as well, so then it doesn't matter that it comes in tapped. But the addition of it having a +1/+1 counter on it is good, in my opinion. We've got Blitzball. I don't know. I like Blitzball. So it's 1 more than a like mana. What? An Arcane Signet. Tutors like this, you could use it in someone's end step, and then you get it ready for your next turn as well. So then it doesn't matter that it comes in tapped. But the addition of it having a +1/+1 counter on it is good, in my opinion. We've got Blitzball. I don't know. I like Blitzball. So it's 1 more than a like mana. An Arcane Signet. But you get to potentially sacrifice it to draw 2 cards later on in the game when you don't need that mana anymore. And it's a common. So the fact that it's a common, I think, just makes it better. Tutors like this, you could use it in someone's end step, and then you get it ready for your next turn as well. So then it doesn't matter that it comes in tapped. But the addition of it having a +1/+1 counter on it is good, in my opinion. We've got Blitzball. I don't know. I like Blitzball. So it's 1 more than a like mana. An Arcane Signet. But you get to potentially sacrifice it to draw 2 cards later on in the game when you don't need that mana anymore. And it's a common. So the fact that it's a common, I think, just makes it better, because now it's going to be really, really cheap. Any kind of artifact-based deck you can potentially add. All you need to do is deal combat damage with a legendary creature, which in 75% of decks is pretty simple. So into the uncommons here, we've got Poo Poo UFO, and so I did a draft for this last night for Final Fantasy, and this boy carried it away alongside the Primeval Titan I got. Just ignore that. Yep. No. But the Poo-Poo UFO, because I only had the Primeval Titan out for 2 of the 6 games. This, and I won both of those because it's fucking bonkers. This boy just tap, add a land, tap, add a land. So it's just additional ramp each turn. Not the first turn it's out, the second turn and beyond. It's great. We've got Sid, Timeless Artificer. I just really like him for any artifact-based deck, especially because you can have multiple of him. We've got Garland, Knight of Cornelia. Whenever you cast a non-creature, surveil one. Great surveilling. The actual flipping and stuff like that, not so great, but the surveilling's good. We've got Garnet, Princess of Alexandria. Any Saga-based deck definitely wants to use her because now you can remove counters off your Sagas and then put +1s onto her. We've got Judge, Magistrate, Garbonath. So anytime an artifact or a creature dies, put a +1 onto him. Boom. Just build up those +1s. Really simple. And the fact he's got Menace is good too. Rydia. So Rydia is very unique in that a lot of... Oh, well, sorry. I should say that I don't think any creature in red or green has landfall, draw a card, right? Now, she does require you to discard a card to be able to do that. But even, let's just ignore this part here. Let's just ignore the whole Saga thing because, you know, that's there. That's fine. If I'm playing like a, like a landfall deck, if I look up landfall and draw, there is only like, there's 10 different cards that can do it. Or maybe not even that. I think there's only 9. But like you're looking at Tatiova, which is cost 5. This is turn 2 that you're getting this out. Really simple, really great. We've got Quina, Q, Gourmet. I like it because it's going to get you frogs in addition to the other tokens that you get. So now whenever you create a food, you're creating a frog too. The frog could be a food depending on what your deck is, which is good. We've got Saz's Chocobo. Again, another really great turn 1 play in my opinion for a green landfall deck. Just starts pumping up really, really easy, especially in like a limited format. It just, yeah, I think that, you know, while the Primeval Titan was amazing, this little dude here won me, I think 2 of the games as well. It was great. Tifa's Limit Break, just a huge finisher, triple the toughness and power. Obviously that costs a lot, like you're paying 8 to do that, but it is huge. It is a finisher. You've got like a 6/6, boom. Now that's an 18/18, potentially with trample or something. It's insane. We've got Gallup's Final Act. I like this because you can use it to, you know, buff up your creature a little bit. And then if your creature's going to die, now all of that +1, all that is counters or whatever that are on it, or just as power overall, it's just going to shift over to one other creature that you've got. So your opponent thinks that they're going to remove something, right? They've cast their death spell, they cast like, you know, their murder or something like that on your creature. Boom. Now all of its power goes onto another creature. You can do this at instant speed as well. There is a huge amount of uses for this that are really great. We've got Fang Fearless, however you pronounce that, Icy. I don't know. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, draw a card and you lose 1 life. There was a similar card from Dragonstorm that did this without the lose a life, but it also was not in black. It was like a Simic card, I think. And next up we have Overkill. So the great thing about this is that it bypasses Indestructible. It just gives target creature -9999 until end of turn, which means that it does technically die. However, because it's not, you know, dying in the traditional sense, it's not getting destroyed. It is going to allow you to be able to kill those off, which is really good, a really interesting kind of bypass for that. And, you know, it's only 1 more expensive than what you'd be hoping for a kill card. So, unfortunately, it doesn't have like the additional like remove an enchantment or anything like that, but you don't even need to pay life for this, which is good. It's also instant speed, which is great. We've got Phantom Train. I love Phantom Train. You can sack anything at instant speed to turn it into a spirit creature, which is good. You can sack as many things as you want in a turn as well. So, you know, your board's dying, boom, everything gets eaten by the train. You've got a huge train, and then you can bring it all back somehow. We've got the Freya Crescent. So I like her because she is a mana dork, a red mana dork, which is good. But not just that, she also has this flying, which while it's not going to be relevant a lot of time because most of the time you're probably going to use her to tap out the red and stuff, you can potentially get her big herself and then throw her at people because she has flying. We got Opera Love Song. So while you're probably looking at this and being like, oh, this is not great, like, you know, this is just a normal instant a normal like impulse draw. It is not, because it's instant. You can cast this again on an opponent's turn, impulse draw 2 cards, and then you can play them on your turn, which is good. You can also buff things up if you wanted to instead, which isn't bad. You can use it, like, you know, to get that final hit in on someone or something. But I really like the fact that you can impulse draw, you know, at the person just before yours, end step or something, and boom, now you get to be able to play those cards on your turn. We got Swallowed by Leviathan. So counterspell is like a normal counterspell is 2 blue, right? Like the actual traditional counterspell. This is 1 more than that, but you get the Surveil 2 kind of tapped onto it. In most decks that you're most likely going to be running this in, you want to be able to have stuff in your graveyard, whether it's a Spell Slinger deck would have stuff in its graveyard, whether it's, you know, a self-mill deck, you'll have stuff in your graveyard, to the point that this part here where it's they need to pay 1 more in each is just irrelevant, as well as the fact that you do get to Surveil 2 prior to that as well. So, you know, worst case scenario, you play this, you haven't got anything in your graveyard yet, you can Surveil 2, chuck both of those in the bin potentially, and then they need to pay 2 extra, which, you know, they might not want to, or they might not be able to. We got Ash, Princess of Dalmasar here. I really, really like her. So whenever Ash attacks, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them and put it into your hand. So you get to essentially kind of impulse draw up. It's not impulse draw. What is it? Just draw up? Maybe it's impulse draw. I don't know. An artifact into your hand, which is good. The rest go to the bottom of your library in a random order, but, you know, you get to, especially in like an artifact-based deck, whether it's, you know, just normal artifact, whether it's equipment or whatever, it's going to be useful. You can get some really great stuff just by being able to get this kind of free card draw. This is essentially like draw an artifact from the top of your library. We've got Battle Menu. I really enjoy Battle Menu because it's modal. Modal spells are some of my favorite spells in Magic because of the fact that you get to like choose, and they're just more versatile. They have a lot more uses, whether it's, you know, the tiered ones that we showed before, whether it's like this with the Battle Menu, being able to like choose any kind of different whatever you need at the time. Do you need some life gain straight away? Do you need to destroy that creature over there? Do you need to buff up your creature, or do you need a creature? Yeah, there's just a whole bunch of different uses for it that you can really kind of, you know, do a lot with it. We've got Restoration Magic, talking about tiered cards. This one here, you can protect one thing that you've got, you can protect one thing you've got and then gain life, or you can use it for a very awful price of 5 to protect everything that you've got. It is all permanent you control, gain hexproof and indestructible. You do gain 6 life on top of that as well, which is nice. But most likely, you know, just paying even just a white to give one thing hexproof and indestructible is good. You can pay 1 extra if you've got it spare to gain that life too. Most likely you're not going to use it for this, but these first 2 are pretty decent. So I'd love to hear from you guys as to what you think. Are there any that you think are worth adding into your decks? Any of these that you think that I've missed? Let me know. Have a great day and goodbye. Before we get started, apologies, I could refer to it as Commander Masters 3 potentially, while I meant Commander Legends 3 or Commander Masters 2. Either one would have been a better option than saying Commander Masters 3, which is just plain wrong. Hey guys, this is Tono. Today we're going to be talking about why I think Final Fantasy is Commander Masters 3. So this is the new set, over half revealed now. And so far we've seen some absolute banger cards, but to me at least, I think it's become increasingly clear that this set is pretty designed around Commander. Maybe you guys disagree or not. That's what I want to make this video about, to show my point of view and stuff, and then I can hear from you guys down in the comments. I don't think that's a bad thing though, right? We've had some sets in the past that felt like they were designed more around Commander, like, you know, OTJ felt more designed around Commander, and to be honest, I really liked it. I thought that it was decent. I thought it was really, you know, a very fun set. This set, you know, looks like it's going to be absolutely huge for Commander players. Like if the boosters end up becoming just as available as other boosters, then it would probably be the box that I would suggest people buy if they were looking to literally buy a box to open 4 magic cards to start Commander. Let's go through a number of different reasons why I think so, and then you guys can let me know if you agree with them, disagree with them, depending on what they are. So let's start off with the bonus sheet, which I think is the most explicit one. This is just so crazily Commander focused that, you know, I think that it's the first thing that kind of made me start leading towards this. There is a whole bunch of partner creatures within it, which are just, you know, huge Commander staples, like, you know, using them as your commanders. There's a bunch of Commander staples overall in it. Some reprints that people have been begging for in Commander for a while. Obviously, you know, these cards aren't just legal in Commander. These ones here are obviously going to be legal in whatever format they're already available in. So, you know, whatever other format you guys are playing, that you can play these in. But they are, you know, definitely really big within Commander. So looking at a few of them, you know, we've got an Ishai Ojutai Dragon Speaker up here. Partner. Huge, right? A Chroma's Will, a big kind of finisher in so many different decks. We've got Kefka's Tower here as Bolas Citadel, like an absolute black staple. Rhystic Study used all the time in Commander, like a huge Commander staple. And yeah, like, you know, there's some big Commander staples seeing reprints here, which is definitely going to drag people in to want to buy the boosters just to try and get a chance at these Commander staples. Next up, we've got the legendaries. So this is a quote: with over 100 legendaries creatures in the set, we wanted to capture the look and feel of these Final Fantasy characters. There is so many legendaries across the set that are definitely, you know, some are aimed towards Commander, which we'll talk about in a couple different points later on. But overall, you know, just so many different legendaries. There's a huge amount of choice. If you open a booster pack, you are very likely to get a legendary creature within that booster pack to kind of start looking at maybe building as a Commander and stuff. Which is great. You know, as a Commander player, this is great. If you are a standard player, or if you hate Universes Beyond, maybe you're getting really salty and you're going to go, you know, threaten to burn my house down or something down below. But to me, I don't mind that. I think that it's a very fun and interesting kind of thing. Just a huge amount of variety. Whatever kind of creature that you'd want to be able to play from Final Fantasy, you have the opportunity to potentially use it. So, like, you're looking at some of them, they synergize well with the actual set as well. Like, you know, Barret and Cloud both synergizing well with, like, equipment and crit creatures and everything. You've got, like, Kefka and Noctis, which are more kind of Commander focused, which we'll talk about a little bit later and stuff. But, you know, just other legendaries synergize well with it. Like, Noctis will still work very well with a whole bunch of the stuff from, like, you know, Aether Drift and stuff, because they had a whole bunch of artifacts within there. There's a whole bunch of artifacts in this set. Kefka will work with all the discard stuff from the previous set from Aether Drift as well. You know, there's a bunch of stuff that's going to work well with these creatures within the existing stuff, but they're just a huge amount of legendary creatures, right? Next up, we have the flavor / cameo mechanic. So I want to talk briefly about this because there is a huge amount of legendaries, which we talked about just then, but a huge amount of them also just don't necessarily sync with the set or with the current standard meta. While, you know, Belthier and Fran here can rely on the vehicles from the previous set from Aether Drift and stuff, the actual, like, there's not all that many vehicles from this set that have been revealed so far, and there's some absolutely random, like, flavor and cameo mechanics, to the point that there was more than I would expect within a set, right? Like, there's a huge amount of them that just aren't going to do much or anything synergize incredibly well with the whole set. They can synergize with the, like, you know, standard meta and stuff, but just like not even necessarily a standard meta, just those cards that are legal within standard, but not a huge amount will go like well there or anything. So they're obviously insanely flavorful, and I do think the set is very well crafted, don't get me wrong, but they're looking just more and more designed to be used for Commander, most likely. Having a look, you know, like Genova here, that's specifically giving stuff mutants and buffing up and turning creatures into mutants and everything. But the second part here reads more like you will want to use this as a mutant Commander or in a mutant-based deck, right? Edgar here does stuff to do with coin flips. I don't think we've seen a single coin flip card within the set so far. No, we haven't, besides him. And I don't think that there is any stand.
Strength training, now at a new level. Gym Monster 2 is an all-in-one design that covers...
We got Dark Confidant. So he's a reprint. So this version of it is from Final Fantasy 14. I don't believe it's anything special. It's just a villain from Final Fantasy 14. It's a reprint that was very in demand. Free card draw.
It's $800. That's right. It's $800 for a collector booster box of Final Fantasy. Or at least it was when I bought this one. I actually paid closer to $850 for it. It's been a week since the set released. What's this currently going for on online marketplaces? Oh my God. It's 12 booster packs of standard. 12. Why? It's not a master set. Do you remember when I was angry about them increasing the price on modern masters to like $9.99 a pack from $6.99? And I was like, this is an outrage. $9.99 for a pack of modern cards. Ridiculous, I said. And now here y'all are paying this much for 12 booster packs of standard. I did a giveaway on my Whatnot stream where I gave away 5 winners a choice of either a collector booster box of Final Fantasy or a brand new PlayStation 5. Want to know the results? All 5 of them picked the 12 packs of standard. Anyone want a PlayStation 5? Apparently not. How is this? All right, well, we're gonna open this one up because this is, no one wants this. But we're gonna open this up and we're gonna see if I can get the amount, well, not that I paid for it, but the amount that it's currently selling for. You think I can do it? Apparently 5 of you do. Will we get there? How can I afford to do it? Wait till you see the ad. There's an ad. But, you know, I'm gonna guess prices and I'm maybe gonna complain about some things. And you know what? I'm gonna praise some things too, because there's positive stuff. Oh, I'm probably gonna complain. You're the one who clicked the video. You know who I am. You know what this channel is. You know what don't get mad at me because you came here to watch this. I don't think that's fair. You are the ones coming here for the professor complaining about Final Fantasy prices. So, oh, you're so grouchy. Well, shit, yeah. Is this new? All right. We're gonna try and be a little positive as we play the Final Fantasy Collector Booster Box game. Oh, it's Casual Prof. Hey, what's the matter? Aw, I just saw Marvel Thunderbolts this weekend, and it was really sick, yo. But why is that a bad thing? It's a great thing, but now I'm sad because I wish I could be a Marvel Thunderbolt. Well, maybe you can't be a Marvel character, but now you can play as one. What? Yeah, with Marvel Strike Force, sponsor of today's video. You can assemble your very own team of your favorite Marvel characters and fight to save the entire universe from threats like Doctor Doom and Apocalypse. Power up your characters, which will let you complete more missions. It's the best. You can even play against other players in PvP modes like Alliance War and Arena. Wow, that sounds radical indeed. And you said you like Marvel Thunderbolts, right? Well, I've got excellent news for you. New characters are constantly being introduced to Marvel Strike Force, and guess who the characters are for June? No way! Yes way! This June, Marvel Strike Force is giving away Red Guardian, Elena Belova, Ghost, Taskmaster, and yes, the Winter Soldier himself, all for free! Just use promo code BUCKY to unlock these 5 powerful characters. This is an exclusive code, and it's only available for a limited time, so don't miss out. I'm doing it now. I'm doing it right now, all right? I'm doing it right now! While he's busy doing that, check out these sweet gameplay videos. There are so many ways to battle with your favorite characters on Marvel Strike Force, from campaigns to Blitz to Arena. There's also Alliance War, a massive weekly Alliance battle, as well as raids and the Cosmic Crucible, where you can go head-to-head against other players in a tournament setting. Right now, you can also unlock the latest legendary character, Quasar, for free by competing in the Harbinger event. Use my link in the description or scan my QR code here to download the game for free now and start unlocking these free characters. Thank you, Marvel Strike Force, for sponsoring this video. Okay, I am triple checking that everything is recording because unlike other collector booster box games where if I make a mistake, it's happened at least once and recorded an opening without turning on the cameras or my audio. You know, it sucks. You got to go spend another couple $100. Let me check my audio levels. Okay, great. But here, this is in the $800 range, okay? It's show the price one last time that we're using editor. Oh my God, here we go. Okay, I'm triple checking again. Red light, red light, red light. I don't even want to guess prices as I go through this. It's crazy. We are recording this after. Oh, I cannot believe this. It's like, it just feels wasteful. It's not, I love Magic, and I love Magic cards having value, but this is like, it feels like it's too much to me. It just feels like there's a point where even if I get $1,000 in this $800 box, is that really worth it? I don't know. It feels like it's too far. It's cool to spend $4 on a pack and, oh, I pulled a $20 card, you know, or spend $4 on a pack and I didn't get $4 in value at all, but I got cards I can play with that are cool. And somewhere along the line, we ended up here. This is after launch. This is probably going up for you a week after launch. Our day is actually that we're pulling prices probably the Wednesday before the Friday that this goes up. And yes, people ask, where do we pull our prices from? Is it TCG Player Marketplace? And predominantly, yes. We're not sponsored by TCG Player. We're sponsored by Card Kingdom. Card Kingdom, who has a union and welcomed its union. I'm actually going to chat about that in a moment, but let's do at least one pack where I guess prices. Editor, show everything. I don't even know. All right, that's cool art. I actually really like that art. I actually really like this card too. It's a good card. Tella, Great Sage. I don't even know, is that the alternate art or the inset art? It's got to be, I'm going to guess high. $15. $15. I don't know if, I hate the way these cards look though. These little screen grab cards, they looks like a fake thing. You know, one time, my mother-in-law bought a pack of Pokemon cards for my kiddo. And he opened them all and was so excited. He was like, whoa, I got a Charizard and a Pidgeot and all these big things. And I looked at them and they were all fake. And she picked it up like she was downtown at one of those little boutique stores or something. And they were all, the paper felt bad. And I didn't have the heart to tell them they were fake. So I was like, yeah, cool, buddy. You know, and this looks like those fake cards. I don't even know what the hell this is. I can barely read this. Carpet of Flowers. $10? That's not, is it foil? I can't even tell. This is, I think, not foil, editor. You can double check because you'll have it in front of you. Gobez, Crystal Collector. Another one. Is this the super art? There's so many styles too. It becomes hard to know what's what, but I think this is, no, that's a pretty good one. Let's say $8.50. All right. These are the big ones. I think what we really want, though, are the names that even I, a non-Final Fantasy fan, recognize. So I think this is only $18. It's not even foil, but 18. Let's say $18. And then this is definitely $5. All right, the Wind Crystal. Been there. Maybe about an $8 card in foil. So, hang on. If this is $800 divided by 12, all right, I'm gonna do some maths. Oh, and Full Art Land, you know my rule. It should be $2. Is it $2? It's beautiful, by the way. That one's very pretty. All right, so if it's 800, it's probably more than 800. It's probably like 850. But 800 divided by 12 booster packs means we need 66.66 What an apt number. Dollars. Are we at $66? No. And now we're going into, oh, wow. It's Vanille. I played her in my Final Fantasy episode of Shuffle Up and Play. And that's really cool art. That's awesome. That's got to be like and she's part of the meld for Ragnarok. Come on, that's got to be a $30 card in this big, expensive $800 booster box. Show me 30 bucks. All right, now we're into, oh, she's an uncommon. She's no $30 card. I take it back. Show me $10.
Get ready to elevate your shopping experience at Lulu. ADCB Lulu Platinum Credit Card now brings you the great...
I take it back, because she's an uncommon. Now we're into the uncommons. Are there uncommons that we need to be keeping an eye out for, editor? You're going to have to keep that eye out for. I will go through every pack, but if it's less than $2, we don't want to bother showing the price. So you're going to just have to keep your eyes open, editor. And people in the comments, if the editor misses something, can shout out, add up how that would have changed the box tally. That's called good engagement. But I don't think anything here. Is this foil King of the Dwarves worth more than $2? I don't think so. Is this Ash, Princess of Dalmasca, worth more than $2? I don't think so. And if it's not, if I'm correct, and none of these worth more than $2, then the question you have to ask yourself is, why are they even in the $800 box? Blitzball, it's common. It's foil. I bet this is not $2. And if it's not, what's the point? What is the point? So we are using, we like to use for booster box games, both collector, and we're gonna do an old-fashioned one for Final Fantasy. So stay tuned for that. I think we've found a way to fix them and have me chat during them and stuff. I will not be naming prices in this, editor. You'll just have to show it, keep a tally. And people ask, like, where do you get your prices? And we used to use a combination of like eBay, TCG Player, and like Star City and Channel Fireball used to be a little more relevant price-wise. But over time, it did just turn into the best way to use and get prices was to use TCG Player market price, because it's the marketplace, online marketplace, and it's a good way to show value. I'm not sponsored by TCG Player. I'm sponsored by Card Kingdom, but Card Kingdom is not an online marketplace. They do have prices, and my sponsorship with them is a handshake. And I've said this before, not all of their prices are the best. Some of them, though, are really good. They often have a lot of availability of some really cool deals. And then sometimes it's like, no, I'm gonna shop elsewhere, preferably at your local game store. Although with Final Fantasy, as crazy as it is, I've been saying the local game store gouging is ridiculous. And you go into Best Buy or Target and people are reporting this and getting, MSRP pricing, which is in some cases hundreds of dollars less than TCG Player market pricing, than your local game store. And I hate to say it, but that's why when I do my shout out for shop at your local game store, I don't say no matter what. I say when it is reasonable, when it is affordable to do so. Like, there's a big difference between, hey, I'm gonna pick up this card, it's $3 each. Oh, my local game store has them for $3.50. Well, I'd rather spend that $3.50 instead at my local game store instead of $3 on TCG Player or Card Kingdom or Star City Games or Cool Stuff Inc. because I'm supporting that place I hang out at. So that extra 50 cents per card, my game store's cool. I play here. I want to keep it employed. So sure, I'll pick up those singles there for 50 cents more. But when it's $900 or whatever for a collector booster box, oh God, I gotta guess on this. This stilt skin, look at that. Now that, I gotta admit, is adorable art. This is a really cool commander. If you haven't seen our video on the best commanders, check it out. Is this $15? Well, I'm gonna put that one aside because I'm building a commander deck. And anyway, I'm not gonna guess all the prices though. So that's the idea. And the reason we use marketplace pricing is it gives us a little bit of a basis of what the average for card sales are. But as TCG Player started shifting to pre-sale, which they didn't used to do, the pre-sale prices are ridiculous. They're not what you should ever buy. There's no situation where you're gonna, there's like one card out of 1,000, literally. Oh, it was at pre-sale for $2, and then it turned into a big modern card or something, and now it's $20. That almost never happens. It happened back before Commander a lot more, but pre-sale prices is always more expensive, and I'll never do the booster box game using pre-sale pricing. It's ridiculous, just ridiculous. And you can't sell it for that, and you shouldn't buy it for that. But for having to do our Commander prices and stuff, we need the review to go up the day of, and so we have to use pre-sale pricing, and we take that into account, and we try and show other data to help you make an informed decision. So that's the setup, right? And now here's the pitch. We were gonna do a video on it, but the union settled right when we were getting ready to record it. But TCG Player shut down because they were bought by eBay, who also bought Channel Fireball. And they shut down their distribution center. And I'll have some links to this information. But there was a lot of issues with the TCG Player union, and eBay is notorious for union busting. And a lot of people claimed that they were just shutting down this long time, I believe in Syracuse, distribution center because it unionized, which is in line with other tactics eBay has taken. The union called for a boycott, and we were going to do a video where we were going to try and do like we're pro-union here, very much so. And we stand in solidarity with the union, and we were going to talk about it and share it, and then they settled. And the union said, all right, we reached an agreement. But I don't know. I'm going to stop short of offering my commentary on the agreement, because there is this side, though, that they all got compensation, which is great. We like that. We like to see it. But they are still shutting down that center. It sounds like, and that's not great. That's less great. There's another vanilla. I wish I had the other part. This one is not in foil. So people were saying they don't want to shop at TCG Player. Definitely when they were following the union's call for a boycott during the strike. And Card Kingdom, sponsor of this channel, does happen to be a union shop. Card Kingdom welcomed the union. Now, you can go find all kinds of articles, and yes, I am sponsored by Card Kingdom. I'm also pro-union. That's one of the reasons I am sponsored by Card Kingdom, and have been over the years, is I like Card Kingdom as a company. They're, a corporation, and so they're still inherently evil. Sorry, #sponsored. But they're less evil, and they're independently owned and operated. I know many of the people who work at Card Kingdom, both in the distribution. Whoa! It's a surge foil. There we go. It's Dion. Look at that in the surge foil, and it flips into this cool Saga Radical. So what is the value here for this surge foil? $50. I have no idea. I'm just gonna say swing big. Show me $50. Boom, that's why this is so expensive. Oh, boom, huge. All right, Deadly Dispute, less so, $5. Oh, Tifa. There she is. Beautiful card. Now, Aether Drift, take note, that's how you do gold. That looks like gold, not piss. What is that? Got to be like a $20 card, right? I know. I said I wouldn't guess prices. They're pretty. I like this set. I just don't like the cost of this set. Yeah, these are so beautiful. Again, my issue is the pricing. Even as a non-Final Fantasy fan, I can admit this is cool. I want to play Final Fantasy on my Super Nintendo. My issue is the pricing. Anyway, and my issue with non-union versus union and all this stuff is there were issues with Card Kingdom forming its union, but at the very least, when workers said they wanted to unionize, Card Kingdom's reaction was they published this article saying, we welcome the the union and the talks with the union. And whether or not we agree with this being the best thing for our workers, we are about that philosophy. And then, as they enter into negotiations, there were definitely things where they said they're stalling, they're strong-arming, this and that. But TCG Player and eBay did some terrible, if you compare to those articles, things where they spread misinformation, they threatened to fire people, all this stuff. And you never know the full truth, but I'll always side with the union account of things.
You can feel it in the air.
Alright, welcome back to TCG Love. I opened almost every Final Fantasy product. Collector booster boxes we opened, play booster boxes we opened, even the starter kit. We didn't open bundles and pre-release kits yet. And I'm really curious how these ones are comparing to each other. So we're gonna do another comparison video today. A bundle versus pre-release kit. The bundle goes for around $60 and has a bunch of swag in here. The pre-release kit goes for around $40 and has some swag in here, which is gonna be worth the money more. I think we're gonna start with the bundle because I already showed you my pre-release deck once. And I'm gonna scan all the rares and mythics, and then we will see which has more value inside. Which will be more bang for your buck, the $60 bundles or the $40 bundles? Which should you get? If you just want a little taste of the set, we got this beautiful bundle with a nice box. Love these boxes, always have, always will. And we get a spin down here. One side has the Planeswalker symbol, and then we have a little Moogle symbol here from the Through the Ages set, I guess. Do we get the Through the Ages card here guaranteed or not? We get 2 traditional foil extended art legends. Interesting, alright. It shows Sephiroth and Lightning here. I don't know if they're random to the legends or not. We got some punch outs in here, and we got the legends here. It seems like there are always gonna be different legends. It's interesting because I do have a few more bundles that we can compare it to. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 play booster packs versus 6 play booster packs in this one. So I'm just gonna scan all the valuable cards and we will see if the value, how much the value is below $60 or maybe, I mean maybe it's even above $60, who knows. And then I'm gonna see the same for the pre-release kit. Actually, before I show this one, let's open this one because this is the most unique part of this bundle. Except for the spin down, we had Saphir Almasi, so one of the extended art legends, and Rufus Shinra Uncommon. So we got maybe one rare, one uncommon. I'm gonna scan both of them, I guess. So Rufus is... No, this is not search foil, come on, what are you talking about? Why is the foil version... This can't be true. I will just keep it unfoil. I don't think that's possible even. Extended art foil being $115. There must be something wrong with the scanner. Rufus Shinra. I hope the scanner is not completely crazy here. What is going on? What is this? No way, right? I want to check card market really quickly. That doesn't make any sense. Saphir Almasi. Saphir Almasi. Extended art. Alright, foil. Alright, there's just one seller for the foil, and that's why it's $100 on card market. All the prices are based on card market. Well, from other countries it's $30 for the foil. That's impossible. But it's already 2 weeks after pre-release. I don't know. I mean, the prices should have stabilized. I guess I'll just keep you... I give you this one. I give you this one, alright? I'm not gonna give you the $100 for the other one. I don't think that's possible. Maybe I'll fix it in post. But I'll give you this one, and it's already the first coin for you guys. We will also open some Patreon packs at the end of this video. Some collector booster packs for my Patreons. For some extra coins. But yeah, what else you have in this little pack here is a bunch of basic lands. A set of all 60 lands, including the wastes and foil. And then a set in non-foil, and these are also worth quite a bit. So by the end of this video I'm gonna do a little summary. I'm gonna go to the Google Sheet and I'm gonna add the value of these basic lands to the total of the bundle, to the value of the bundle. So we're gonna have a little bit more accurate, and I'm also gonna do the same with the spin down. I'm gonna add the value of the spin down. I'm gonna double check it on card market, and to the bundle, and then we'll see if the bundle is worth it more or not compared to the pre-release kit. We got Eden Seed of the Sanctum full art. It's uncommon, but I think I'm just gonna scan it anyway. 7 cents. All right, I shouldn't. Matoya Archon Elder is the rare here. 35 cents. Got another foil basic land here. And while I keep going with these play booster packs, you guys can listen to Mini-Me here. Hello, Mini TCG Love here. While I'm opening these cards, let me really quickly tell you guys about the sponsor of today's video, Tolarian Library. Oh, just a moment, wait a second. Alright, 15 euros, just wanted to quickly say, for Yuna, Hope of Spiral, $15. Alright, keep going, Mini-Me. Alright, so if you're looking for really high quality proxies, then definitely check out tolarianlibrary.com. They have foils, they have gilded foils, fractured foils, surge foils, they have everything. And it's actually really impressive how good these proxies look. I will definitely get a lot of these myself just to fill out my collection. So if you want some proxies, whether it's to fill out your collection as well, or for playtesting, or to stay competitive with your friends, or so you don't have to swap cards between commander decks even, then you can find the link to Tolarian Library down below in the description. And with the coupon code TCG Love, you get 10% off any order, while also helping this channel to stay afloat. So I would really appreciate it if you guys would check them out, and I want to say thank you to Tolarian Library for sponsoring this video. And now, back to the video. Alright, I think Mini-Me should be finished talking, so you heard him, guys. Support the channel by checking out the link, really appreciate it. Let's keep going. I do have a little bit of an issue between my sponsors currently. Some drama, maybe, if you can call it that. I can talk about it in the end of this video, explaining a little bit what's going on behind the scenes. If you're interested. Oh, we got a Sephiroth just in time. Fabled Soldier. Damn, this bundle is packed. Look at this. Ka-chang! $38. We are already $72 without even the basic lands, so we are already above what I paid for this bundle. That's great. We did get lucky, obviously. After I open the other bundles, we can get a little bit more sample size. But in this battle, the bundle is leading 87 cents. Alright, 3 more packs, and then we go to the pre-release kit. We got Genji Glove. We got Aerith and some full art here. Ooh, look at this. The Emperor Hell Tyrant, a reprint of Yawgmoth, Thran Physician. Yawgmoth, Thran Physician, $15, 48. That's not too bad. Yawgmoth was not, no, it wasn't Phyrexian, right? It's not, also not the one from Duskmourn, and they all have similar names. Exactly, I think Yawgmoth was a more old school villain. Summon Leviathan, $1.74. And the last pack for this bundle, a very good bundle by the way, is, come on, Triple Triad, alright. And that's it. Alright, not too bad, not shabby. We got $91, that's insane. That's 9 coins for you already, guys. So you can claim these coins by leaving a comment under this video. These coins will help you in the next giveaway. If you want to know about the next giveaway, do check out my participation video in the description. To participate, I'm gonna raffle away a Sephiroth Surge Foil that I pulled in the last giveaway. I'm gonna raffle away this Nyx Bloom Ancient. And if you want to know how to participate in this giveaway, yeah, listen to the participation video. There are some people that were confused with my last explanation, so I'm just gonna relate you to the participation video. The doubling season got claimed, by the way, and I'm also gonna give away in the next giveaway on the 27th, I think we decided, right? 27th June? Yes, 27th June. I'm gonna give away another play booster box for Final Fantasy. I'm gonna rip the packs live. The participation video, to participate, you need at least 200 coins, which you have enough time to claim until then. And yeah, that's basically it. And so leave as many comments as you can until then to claim as many coins as you can from these videos. And yeah, the more coins you have, the higher chance of winning something. Don't miss out on any coins. I do have a cool idea for collabing with smaller YouTubers where I tell them to put coins in their videos, and I can send you guys over there to their videos, and then you can claim coins from other people's videos. Is that cool? And I think I'm gonna do that this month. Soonish, I guess. Let me actually quickly clean up the scanner here. I'm gonna get all of these cards. I'm gonna put them here. I'm gonna just clear it. We are close to 90 anyway, and now we'll see how the pre-release kit compares to it. Move my first play booster pack. As per Origin, so for pre-release kits you get 6 play booster packs. You can build your deck out of these when you participate in the pre-release event, and then that was a great promo card. It's probably even more valuable as the promo version. I cannot change it right now on the scanner, but in my summary at the end of this video we can double check. Cypher Almasi, again 10 cents. Memories of Nibelheim, shouldn't be worth much. Alright, let's go. That was the third, this is the third pack, yes. Alright, ooh, we got Kane, Traitorous Dragon. I don't think I pulled Kane yet as a single card. That's cool. I want to keep this one. I hope it's not too expensive. Awesome, 87 cents. That one goes to me. I'm a big Final Fantasy IV fan. I think that's my favorite Final Fantasy yet. We'll see how 9 goes. We got, ooh, Sin Spira's Punishment. I don't think that's worth much though. 7 cents. 2 packs left. I hope the pre-release kit at least can cover its cost. But yeah, obviously, these are the same play booster packs, by the way, as with the bundles. So if we pulled the Sephiroth in here, it would already cover the whole cost of the pre-release kit. We didn't, so it's random, but I do think the bundle is always worth more. The promo card is really worth it. The basic lands are still worth something in the bundle, and you get also the spin down. 16 cents. We got Yecht here and nothing else. Alright, that was a little bit of a weak pre-release kit. The promo card kind of saved us here, but $29 for the pre-release kit. I'll give you one more coin because we are so close to $30 for this one. So there you go, guys. The bundle wins this one. We got quite lucky with the packs in there. Once I open a little bit more stuff, we get a little bit of a bigger sample size, I guess. And then we can compare the data. I'll be doing a summary at the end of this video after I open some collector booster packs. And I have 4 collector booster packs for Final Fantasy Patreons. And then I still actually didn't open everybody for May. So I'm gonna open some Tarkir booster packs for these 5 dudes here. We're gonna start with the Final Fantasy one though. And I do need to crack a new collector booster box here, because we did go through the old one already. And yeah, good luck to you guys, Pamela Roy, etc. Some new people, some old people. I think I'm just gonna move these ones quickly out of sight, out of mind for now. And we're gonna open this beautiful $700 collector booster box here. And I'm gonna use a spin down. A D12 for Pamela Roy. Alright, we're gonna alternate, right? Pamela Roy, which one you get? It's a 3. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Next one, Ion Phone. Also a 3. 1, 2, 3. Since I'm alternating, I'm doing like this. Okay, Sam Bedwell. Bit blurry. I don't know why it printed so small. You get a 5 this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, and we got Peanut Man as the last one. Peanut Man, you get number 8. Is it in frame? Was it behind the scanner? I hope not. It was an 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, let's open these ones first and then we're gonna move to Tarkir. So thank you very much to all my Patreons for supporting me. Good luck to you guys. Hope you get something good here. I'm gonna add all of the cards. Oops. Can't forget this one. Move this to a pre-release kit. Actually, now I regret that I give you an extra coin, because we're just gonna add to this number here. No, I'm just gonna clean it then, as I'm gonna get confused while editing. Alright, Pamela Roy, your collector booster pack. Good luck. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Some comments and uncomments here. Let me double check if my phone's not too hot. Last time it just fucking died when it overheated. I hope that's not gonna happen here. Alright, I'm gonna keep an eye out for it. Pamela Roy, you get Balamp Garden. Actually gonna move the scanner quickly as well. Out of sight from the card slinger here. Oops. There you go. Alright. Where's your Balamp Garden? There. This is going for 35 cents. Alright. This goes here. Next rare. The Fire Crystal. Oops, I'll drop on the floor. That's not good. $4.63. Some value. Sin, Unending Cataclysm, or whatever it's called. It's $1.68 for extended art. Alright. You got Ultimechia. $2.02. You got Battle of Big Bridge again. Full art, beautiful cards, 80 cents unfortunately only. And fancy foil for you, Pamela Roy, is not the Golden Chocobo, unfortunately. Hope Estheim. Is it worth something? Foil? $3.13. Alright, that wasn't much of a value, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Pamela Roy. I'm just gonna move on with Badwell quickly before my phone potentially crashes. That would be bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got nothing here. Midgar City of Mako. $2. Yeah, these collector booster packs go for $60, by the way, so the same price as a bundle. And look at the value that we pull from these. I mean, the problem is variance. For some reason nowadays, oh, we got Cloud here, that's not too bad. For some reason nowadays, only $4 for Cloud. Ooh, I don't think that's worth much. And Walker and Foil, that might be worth something, $11, yep. And Vincent Valentine in foil. For some reason, Magic sets kind of go the way of other TCG sets, where it's mostly worthless, and then there's like if 1, 2, or 3 cards that are worth insanely much, and those few cards bump up the price of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the packs, even though most of the time you're not gonna get much. But because there's a few super valuable cards, the packs stay high. That's a little bit annoying. $1.49. Eon Phone, this is all for you, of course. You already saw it. Thank you for the support. Good luck to you with the fancy foil, I hope, because for now it didn't really pull anything valuable. Alright, we get Through the Ages card. Ooh, Gilgamesh Weapon Collector in foil. I don't think I pulled this one yet, but is it worth something? $28.97. So it seems like Gilgamesh is still played somehow, even though it's cheap, but the foil version is worth quite a bit. So fancy foil for you is another Gilgamesh. Master at Arms. Is it the same master? No. This is a reprint of another card. This is a different Gilgamesh. That's why. I was also confused. Alright, this is not the Gilgamesh that I meant actually. This is a reprint of Godo Bandit Warlord. Alright, and the last collector booster pack goes to Peanut Man. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 7, 8, 9. Why did I count 6? Oops. What am I doing here? Never mind. Memories Returning. 75 cents. You get Umaru Raging Yeti. $2.31. Squall Seed Mercenary. $2.31. Tifa Martial Artist, that's cool. It's a popular commander. $31! Actually, it rose in price quite a bit, right? It wasn't Wasn't worth that much in the beginning. Or maybe I was talking about some other Tifa. And fancy foil for this slot is Nibelheim Aflame. Nice artwork. I don't remember pulling this one yet either. Is it worth something? $18.51 for the foil. Congratulations, Peanut Man. I think you got the best collector booster pack here. And yeah, thank you very much for all of you guys for supporting me. And all of you viewers can also say thank you very much, because you guys got some coins from these people here. I'm gonna open one play booster pack for all of you as well. You get the rare mythics and foils from those. And you also will get a signed card. And actually, I want to ask everybody here about the signed cards. I'm gonna quickly go through this one first. Robheim, 23 cents. Zash, Katstroy, 12 cents, worth nothing, and you get a foil here. I want to ask you guys about the signed cards. So, where is the rest? Where's the other stuff? So usually, my signed cards look a little bit like this, right? I get some rare or mythic in some special treatment. Usually it's a super cheap card, a card that nobody ever plays, and I sign it like this. With the name, right? But by now we have around 100 Patreons every month. And I noticed that if I want to buy 100 of the same card on Card Market, I'm spending too much. I'm spending like 150 bucks on the cards, plus shipping, which is insane. I have to buy from multiple people, and the shipping just adds up, even if the card is just 5 cents or something. What I got suggested quite a few times is signing basic lands instead, because basic lands is actually something people can use and play. So I'm thinking about signing Final Fantasy basic lands. Now the question is, how do I distribute them? Because now I have maybe 15 different signed cards for the for the month of June, right? And well, I always also was thinking, okay, maybe I'm only gonna sign for June this basic land, this planes, and then for July this planes, and then we basically have 1 year of Final Fantasy signed cards coming up. And then every month you're gonna collect, and then by the end of this year you have a whole set of basic lands signed by me. I really enjoyed the way I did the signed cards before, because everybody got the same signed card. It kind of turned into a collectible even sometimes for people. There were some people that like, please, I cannot miss this month. I want the signed card for this month as well. I cannot miss it. And people enjoyed collecting the signed cards like that as a collectible. And I do feel like signing a different basic land for everybody every month is a little bit destroying that. But the fact is, I cannot keep up with the signed cards if my Patreon also gonna keep growing. And sometimes, like for now, like for the June card, the Sage of the Skies, right, the rare one, I almost bought out all fucking offers on Card Market. Like I ended up already buying cards for $1 on Card Market because I bought out all the cheap ones. It's crazy. So yeah, just tell me guys, what do you think? Like how should I do it? Would it be, oh, we got 2 mythics here for Peanut. Man, Peanut getting all the luck. Why is it always one Patreon that gets all the luck? Alright, these are not that expensive mythics, but not too bad. Just tell me what you guys think. I'll probably also ask the question on Patreon, and then you guys can go to Patreon if you're a Patreon and answer it me there. Maybe I'll do a poll or something. And yeah, I wonder how I should do it. That's still fun, but that's more manageable to me. Otherwise, it cuts into my Patreon winnings, and those are also very slim already. Even though I have so many Patreons with such expensive tiers, but the collector booster box is really cutting into that stuff there. Either way, let me know what I think. Maybe go to Patreon and let me know there as well. I'm gonna open 5 more collector booster packs for Tarkir Dragonstorm. For these people that I forgot to open for. Oh no, wait a second. Oh shit. Peanut Man and get... Oh fuck. Oh fuck. These guys were friend of the show tier. These guys were friend of the show tier. These guys are super fans. Uh-oh. They shouldn't have... I shouldn't have opened the collector booster pack for these. Oh man, that sucks, because now I really calculated the collector booster packs exactly out. I have to give these 2 collector booster packs to somebody else. Who will get Peanut Man's collector booster pack is gonna be happy, I guess. I don't remember what Sam Badwell pulled. I'm gonna, I guess, roll a die next time. I'm sorry. That sucks really bad. I'll figure something out. I'll throw some extra in. Yeah, that's also something. If I do mistakes like these, usually I tell people, I'm gonna do something extra for you next time as an excuse. And I could throw in some other signed cards from the same set, you know, then he has a little bit more of a complete set. Something like that. Anyway, I have still 5 collector booster packs here from Tarkir. This was my last Patreon box. And I'm gonna spin these. We have 5 packs, so a D6 should be fine. We got a D8 here, we got a D4 here. Well, this is a D6, I guess. So, Bayern München fan, which one are you gonna get? You got the number 1. There you go. Cogitator, now we have 4 packs left, so I'm gonna spin a D4. Cogitator, Authenticator, a 2. 1, 2, we're gonna alternate, alright. It says 2 here, right? You saw everybody. Alright. MTG Squirrel Hunter. 3 packs left, so I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3. We got a 3. MTG Squirrel Hunter, I'll show you guys. It's a little bit of shit worthful to see on camera, I guess. Just before now, are you gonna get 1 or 2? I'm just gonna do odds or evens, right? Let's use this one. You get it for well, odds, you get this one, even, you get this one. It's odds, you get this one. And that much you get this one. Alright, we got this one out of the way. I'm also gonna give you I think this is all collector booster packs, yeah, now I didn't make a mistake. Alright. Man, that mistake really sucks. That's the first time I did that. These labels, I knew it. They would bite me in the ass. I did put a little asterisk if it's collector booster pack and no asterisk if it's no collector booster pack. But then I completely forgot. That sucks. Bayern München fan, this is for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we got some old school Tarkir here. I'm gonna remove the Final Fantasy filter here. You get all of these, obviously. Well, old school Tarkir. You know what I mean. Avenger of the Fallen. 12 cents. We got Will of the Sultai. $1.15. We get Zilizi. There's only a few cards that are worth something here as well, unfortunately. And you didn't pull any of those, unfortunately. I'm sorry, man. And we got Marang River Regent and baby version as well here. $4.63. I guess at least something. Thank you very much, Bayern München fan, for the support as well. Old school supporter. I hope you can enjoy some of these cards. I'm gonna open the play booster pack for you in a second. Cogitator, Authenticator. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No Dragon Island. I got Rediscover the Way. 2 cents. Transforming Flourish from the Commander set. 2 cents. We got Thunder of Unity. 2 cents. Can you believe that? Oh, Shiko, Paragon of the Way, maybe a few bucks. I don't remember exactly. $5. And fancy foil for this is Draco Genesis in foil. I think this was worth something as well. $9.26. So not too bad. MTG Squirrel Hunter. Good luck to you. Thank you for the support, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright. What do you get? You get Maelstrom of the Spirit Dragon. 70 cents. Teval's Judgment. Ooh. $6.95 for the extended art. Cheaper than the non-extended art for some reason. Raw of Endless Song. 5 cents. We got Clarion Conqueror here. $1.39. And fancy foil is... Ooh, All Out Assault in the Dragonfire frame. Not this Halo foil. Was it Halo foil? I even forgot what it's called. The swirly foil. $2.87. Damn, that's a cheap one. But yeah, I guess that was the Ghostfire frame for this pack. Just before you, good luck to you. I noted down that you get 2 Play Booster packs. I'm not exactly sure why, but I will... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I will listen to that. I guess you paid a little bit too much at one point. You get a Dragon Island. And actually, should I scan it? Is it still worth something? It is $3.42. Let's keep going. Awaken of the Honored Dead. 6 cents. You get Will of the Chess Guy. Yep. All these wills are worth something, it seems. You get Hair Heirloom. That rose in price a bit. Is it still up there? $2.90. Alright. We got Saberang River Regent, which was worth something, right? $2 as well. And fancy foil for you is...
Today we're looking... Could birds be a real deck in Final Fantasy Standard? Let's raise us some Chocobo and try to find out. Hello everyone, it's Seth, probably better known as Saffron Olive, and it's time for another edition of Much Ado About Nothing. And this week, we're heading to our new Final Fantasy Standard format to raise some Chocobo. That is right, we are playing Bant Chocobo Birds, and I gotta say, this is easily my favorite deck that I played during early access. This deck is just so much fun, and it was shockingly better than I expected it to be. But let's talk about the Chocobo, what they're trying to do, jump into some games, see the deck in action. So our deck is built around a bunch of Chocobo, which are apparently really big chickens from Final Fantasy. They're pretty cute, at least. So the theme of Chocobo in this set is landfall. So if you look at our creatures, we have like Zaz Chocobo, a 1-mana 0/1 landfall, put a +1/+1 counter on it. We got Gishald Reeds, a 2-mana sorcery that makes a 2/2 green bird, a Chocobo. With landfall, gets +1/+0, can flash it back for 7 mana. Then we have what is sneakily the best card in this entire deck, I think. Side Quest Raise a Chocobo. 2-mana enchantment. It makes one of those bird tokens. A 2/2 with landfall, gets +1/+0. But then at the beginning of your first main phase, if you have 4 or more birds, you flip into Black Chocobo. And this is the real payoff. Black Chocobo, a 2/2. When you transform into it, you get to search your library for any land, put it on the battlefield, tap, and then shuffle. And then it has landfall. Birds you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. So this flips around, it grabs a land, so it works like a ram spell eventually. And then it landfalls for everything on top of our normal landfall triggers. And it is pretty easy to get a board state where you have like 4 or 5 birds and you flip this around. And because of all the landfall triggers, you just kind of kill your opponent on the spot with a bunch of really massive Chocobos. But these landfall Chocobos are kind of the core of the deck. In the early game, we're adding these landfall creatures to the board. Then we have our big rare Chocobo payoffs. Traveling Chocobo, ridiculous in the deck. 3-mana 3/2 bird. Lets us play birds and lands off the top of our library, and it Panharmonicons birds and also land. So with all of our landfall stuff, if we have Traveling Chocobo, landfall triggers twice rather than just once, which makes our creatures even bigger. And then Choco Seeker of Paradise, a 4-mana Bant 3/5 legendary bird. Whenever we attack with 1 or more birds, we look at that many cards from the top of our library, put 1 in our hand. Any of the lands we find go into play, the rest go to our graveyard. So if we can get a few birds on the battlefield, this is just a massive source of card advantage and combo kill potential, because all the lands we put into play are going to trigger our landfall abilities, maybe twice if we have Traveling Chocobo, make our team huge, kill our opponent with a big attack. We also have some non-chocobo birds. So Mockingbird is basically in our deck because it can copy all the tokens or Zaz chocobo.
The crypto industry moves fast.
Code MattCaster, link below in the description.
Perfect.
Welcome back everyone to another Magic the Gathering Market Movers, and today is June 25th, 2025, and before I jump into things here, as per usual, I want to go over the affiliate links in my description. I do have a Dragon Shield discount code as well as a Card Trader discount code, and you can use those codes down below in the description to get 5% off of your first order. Now here are my lovely Patreon supporters. You guys are the reason why I can make content like this on a daily basis, so thank you all very much. With that being said, let's get moving. Starting our losers list off today with Yuna, Hope of Spira, and this is the borderless copy from Final Fantasy. It's down 6.88% from $42.32 to $39.41 for its market price, and its average price is $42.85. Terra, Herald of Hope, another borderless Commander Final Fantasy card, down 6.96% from $66.35 to $61.73 for its market price, and its average price is $68.71. Graha Tia, Scion Reborn, and this is the borderless copy from Final Fantasy. It's down 7.14% from $19.90 to $18.48 for its market price, and its average price is $21.18. Lightning Army of One from Universes Beyond Final Fantasy. This card is down 7.27% from $19.25 to $17.85 for its market price, and its average price is $21.60. Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier, and this is the extended copy from Final Fantasy. This card is down 7.66% from $61.87 to $57.13 for its market price, and its average price is $63.66. Kato, Bane of Nightmares from Duskborn House of Horror. This Planeswalker is down 8.10% from $13.45 to $12.36 for its market price, and its average price is $15.70. Wooded Foothills from Modern Horizons 3. This fetch land is down 9.61% from $13.63 to $12.32 for its market price, and its average price is $13.45. Yuna, Hope of Spira from Final Fantasy. This card is down 10.29% from $13.80 to $12.38 for its market price, and its average price is $17. Voice of Victory from Tarkir Dragonstorm, and this is the borderless copy, down 10.60% from $10.66 to $9.53 for its market price, and its average price is $10.68. The Earth Crystal, and this is the borderless copy from Final Fantasy. This legendary artifact is down 11.70% from $11.28 to $9.96 for its market price, and its average price is $12. Traveling Chocobo from Final Fantasy. This card is down 12.58% from $30.50 to $26.68 for its market price, and its average price is $33.51. BB Orniteer from Final Fantasy. This card is down 12.61% from $57.65 to $50.38 for its market price, and its average price is $62. Our final loser on our list today is Storm Chaser's Talent from Bloomborough. This card is down 13.33% from $9.75 to $8.45 for its market price, and its average price is $10.12. And now we're going to be taking a look at the biggest winners of the day, and we are going to start that list off here with Blessing of the Oracle, which is also a Chroma's Will, and this is the showcase copy from Final Fantasy Through the Ages. It's up 5.46% from $31.16 to $32.86 for its market price, and its average price is $36.15. Next on the list is Stoneforge Mythic from Double Masters. This rare is up 6.13% from $21.68 to $23 for its market price, and its average price is $24.18. The borderless copy is sitting at $33.33 for its market price, and its average price is $61.50. The Worldwake original copy is sitting at $19.65 for its market price, and its average price is $23. And the special guest version of the card is sitting at $30.70 for its market price, and its average price is $35.32. The Grand Prix promo copy is sitting at $20.55 for its market price, and its average price is $30. The Secret Lair Series copy is sitting at $26.97 for its market price, and its average price is $29.61. This card is seeing modern play in Hammer Time decks as well as Death and Taxes. However, it's also being played in Death and Taxes as well in the Legacy format, and of course in the Commander format, and newer commanders like Cloud, Midgar Mercenary, and Cloud X Soldier. Next on the list is Summon Yojimbo from Commander Final Fantasy. It's up 6.67% from $18.15 to $19.36 for its market price, and its average price is $20.50. The borderless copy is sitting at $21.40 for its market price, and its average price is $24.49. The Surge Foil copy is sitting at $17.47 for its market price, and its average price is $36.50. And you can find this in the Commander Precon from Final Fantasy Counter Blitz. This card is being played as well in commanders like Terra, Magical Adept from Final Fantasy. Next up is Danny Pink, and this is the extended art copy from Doctor Who. It's up 8.73% from $13.98 to $15.20 for its market price, and its average price is $25.15. The regular copy is sitting at $12.82 for its market price, and its average price is $13.85. The Surge Foil copy is sitting at $11.76 for its market price, and its average price is $39.48. And the extended art Surge Foil copy is sitting at $19.51 for its market price, and its average price is $46.18. This card is being played as well in the Commander format, in commanders like Marchesa the Black Rose and Titus, Yuna's Guardian. Next up here is Displacer Kitten from Commander Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate. This rare is up 9.36% from $15.81 to $17.29 for its market price, and its average price is $17.68. The pre-release copy is sitting at $28.38 for its market price, and its average price is $30.91. The extended art copy is sitting at $18.65 for its market price, and its average price is $20.34. And the white bordered Mystery Booster 2 version of the card is sitting at $16.63 for its market price, and its average price is $16.86. And this card is being played as well in the Commander.
Whether or not you've realized it yet, it is time to talk about Edge of Eternities, because there's some stuff going on with this set and in the collector boxes that we need to talk about. We are back again for another video, and welcome everyone. Now, at this point, you're probably already thinking to yourself, why is the Moxman talking about Edge of Eternities when it isn't being released till August 1st? We have no new spoilers, we got no leaks or information coming out, we don't even know the whole story yet. What could he possibly have to tell us? I know it's killing it, it's getting to you right now. I'm dragging this out. Welcome back everyone. MTG Moxman here, thanks again for hanging out today. Now, we know that this set's going to be out August 1st. We'll get spoilers and stuff later on. We know Final Fantasy's brand new and everyone is just glowing, basking in the glory of this set. Having a great time doing it. I'm getting annihilated everywhere I play now, and I'm trying to catch up to the gameplay. That being said, Edge of Eternities is not a powerhouse IP. It's an in-house set. There have been rumors discussed about the Sliver homeworld. Tell me that won't get a few people. There have been rumors that we are going to see Nicol return. About time, and I hope it's just a gritty death match of all kinds of craziness. Now, we've also heard it's a space set, and that doesn't sit well with a lot of people, okay? I understand all that. But there's more going on than that we need to discuss. You see, I track as many places as I possibly can when it comes to the pre-order pricing for products. I like to see what's going on. I like to see what stores are charging. Now, between the US, Canada, tariffs and fees and import taxes and everything else, it does get a little bit zany out there, but I like to at least kind of get a figuring idea of where things are going to be. I want to show you something here right now. I want to share this with you guys. So here, in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, you can see at 401 Games, they are sold out at $419.95 Canadian per box, plus taxes. Add on another 13%. If you're in the US, you would knock off about 40% of what you're going to see right here. That gives you an idea of the pricing of this product. Can you believe this? That pre-order thing is sold out already. Blows your mind, right? It's gone. They don't have any more. Let me show you something else. If I jump over and I show you Amazon.com, this is a US pricing, pre-order the boxes, $2.99. Okay, follow me along here, boys and girls. This journey. Okay, if we're at here in Toronto again, and we can find boxes, there's 7 of them available at face-to-face for $429.99. Then they're sold out too, right? Now, let's jump over and let's take a look at TCG Player. Well, they're selling boxes left, right, and center. You can see 5, 10, 15, 20 boxes in any given day. Okay. So the sales are real. The sales are real, Mox, man. They are selling. They are hot. Now, as a Magic lover, I think this set's actually be pretty good. I have a belief after seeing what happened with Tarkir Dragonstorm, after Duskmourn, Bloomburrow. Honestly, I've enjoyed a lot of the sets this year. I like what I'm seeing. I like what Wizards of the Coast is producing. And we know with the Play Booster boxes, this IP, since it's not, a mega thing that's had to be loaned out, this is an in-house IP, we know that the Play Booster boxes will be reasonably priced. There's no additions onto those, at least not yet. We have a FOMO event that causes the box prices to go through the roof. And we know collector boxes are a little more exclusive, a little harder to get. Now this is where I'm going to drag in Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy boxes are like $950, over $1,000, sold out everywhere, crazy stuff going on. I remember we gave away a box here last weekend. Crazy how exciting this set is, how amazing it was. We know from before, and including things like Bloomburrow, the video I did yesterday, those boxes are hard to get for the collector boxes. They sell out, they're difficult. We saw what happened with Tarkir Dragonstorm. We see things like, well, pretty much any collector box is selling out. So now I just showed you a whole bunch of sales, a whole bunch of craziness going on for a set not released, no spoilers, no leaks, no story arc changes, nothing to tell us it has some crazy serialized cards inside, no chase cards announced, nothing like that. And we see those sales. Now here's the thing. I checked all of these stores just yesterday. Just yesterday. It said more than 10 plus for sale. Okay? I've checked with a lot of my other stores who don't even have allocations, and most of these guys still have plenty of product available. So this is where things get a little bit weird for the Moxman when I'm trying to track down the prices and report it to you, the viewers out there. Something is not right. Something is off, and I think something is a little bit, I don't want to say manipulated, but I think that the stores have caught on to, and I have no verification whatsoever. I have no idea who's doing it, but it looks like we're seeing a little bit of jumping. Now, when jumping happens is when you release slow incremental amounts to build momentum into a sales margin event. So you say, okay, I got the first boxes here, man. They were $389. That was 401 Games. Then, after the release of Final Fantasy, the $389.99 became the $419. Face-to-Face showed theirs at $429. Knowing that these collector boxes are going to be really big things, the prices have been increasing because they know they're exclusive, they know they're harder to get. Now, that means the prices are being adjusted accordingly, even without knowing what these sets are going to do. This presents us with a couple of problems. I have no problem with the store marking up prices on those boxes. None whatsoever. That is the store's prerogative based on that catchment area where they say, I'm going to sell 10 boxes at this price, 10 boxes at this price, 10 boxes at this price, and so on and so forth until we find the ceiling. Okay? I have no problem with that. That is capitalism. Okay? What the market will bear. My problem is going to be is if these sets don't do well. If this isn't a set like Tarkir Dragonstorm or a Bloomburrow. If it's a, I'm not saying it is, but if it's a Karlov Manor, it's going to crash really hard. If it's going to be even things like Thunder Junction, they're still available. They're not sold out. They've been marked up a little bit in price, but they're available. Duskmourn, still available. Okay, Aether Drift, readily available. I did a video just a couple of days ago. 174 bucks a box. Part of me always says, now you got to order on the pre-order to make sure you get the product if you really want it. But with this particular set, not knowing anything, and being a new set, like Tarkir Dragonstorm is a revisit. We've been there before, okay? Bloomburrow with the anamorphic animals really grabbed people, and to me, when I look at what the possibilities could be, this set may go to the moon. And maybe some people know something that the Moxman doesn't know. But the sales are huge, which is just massive, and they have incremental price increases, at least in Canada, as we go along. So as we kind of do the stop motion thing where it's like, sell this many, oh, it's sold out, raise the price. It's sold out here, raise the price. That's going to keep going. And they're going to keep releasing more and more when they find out their, closer allocation numbers, when we start seeing spoilers if something just blows people's minds. And I'm not sure how I feel about players diving in early on this because it's not normal to do so when you see the price increasing ahead of time. Usually we start seeing the spoilers, then we jump in. But it looks like a lot of people are jumping in way ahead of time. Okay, way ahead, without even knowing what the set's going to be. And a part of me says, you are taking a chance. You are being risky. You're a brave soul. You're just betting it all, saying this set's going to be a $500-600 box for those 12 packs, which are an in-house IP we don't know. I mean, chances are it's going to be bomb. That's my personal belief. But when you ask the Moxman, hey Moxman, would you put $600 on that, $500 on that it's going to be the bomb? I would have to take a step back and say, no, thank you, sir. I'm willing to wait because I don't think it'll sell out quite that quickly. And I do think they probably increased the production numbers of this set, so we're going to have more collector boxes around because the market just keeps getting evaporated. Either in-house IP or Universes Beyond, it's just getting evaporated at the beginning, other than Karlov Manor. So I want to leave you guys with that information to say the sales are super high. They are way higher than they should be when we compare it against Duskmourn, Karlov Manor, Aether Drift, or Outlaws of Thunder Junction, but not against Bloomburrow, which did extremely well. Not Tarkir Dragonstorm, that blew things out of the water like Bloomburrow, and of course not a Universes Beyond product. An in-house IP set against those ones, it's doing way better than they did at the same time, and that is something we need to be aware of, because I don't know if your store is giving you allocation numbers early and saying, hey, you can pre-order. A lot of stores don't like to carry tons of inventory, and I'm not sure if the stores are going to risk it. They may have risked it for Final Fantasy because, hey, they knew it was going to be a big thing, but when it comes to an in-house set and they've had some bad burns already, they may not be willing to do so. So take that, keep it, and let me know what you guys think. Drop comments in the comments section. You're going to be buying this one, you're going to be skipping it, you're going to wait to see the spoilers, maybe jump on the train later on. I need to know, guys. But either way, I'll recap, sales are really high. Way beyond what they are normally at this time, and we've seen incremental increases in prices that still have the product being bought. Something to keep it. Guys, have a great one. Thanks again, and don't forget Saturday. Saturday is the top 10 hottest selling cards in Magic. I put that video out every week. We'll see what's going on.
This is Pod 5.
Set from Magic the Gathering is creating mass hysteria over these 1 of 77 golden chocobo cards, and the reason will blow your mind. Today, we'll be looking at why and seeing what the likeliness of pulling one of these golden chocobo cards is for ourselves. The fantasy is finally over. We finally got a Final Fantasy collaboration with Magic the Gathering that is finally here, and I'm saying final way too much.
The Magic the Gathering Secret Lair Final Fantasy collaboration is here, and guys, people are losing their minds over these cards. Not because we're beloved fans that love to see our favorite characters from Final Fantasy on the Magic the Gathering cards, but because the prices of some of these cards make you want to cry a little. They tell you to go out and get a job, but if you pull one of these bad boys and you invest that thing, or even hold it, I don't know, it might be worth a lot of money. So guys, in today's video, we're going to be breaking down the prices of some of these top valued cards in the Final Fantasy Magic set, and we're also going to be taking a look at what the likelihood of you pulling the #1 Golden Chocobo, or I should say one of 77 Golden Chocobo cards in this set. And guys, it is freaking crazy, okay? It is absolutely crazy. We do some numbers, we crack some stuff down. And to top it all off, we're going to be cracking open some packs to see if we can pull something good. So guys, before we get into it, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I'm almost at 1,000 subscribers. The channel just needs 1,000 subs and I can finally monetize. This is a brand new channel. I'm trying to do a bunch of research to give you guys value on the card games you love the most. So if you want to support me, be sure to leave a like and subscribe, and let's get into it. So as we all know, Magic does this thing with Secret Lair where they basically connect with brands and bring those brands to the card game, which brings new fans and new players to play. All right, so we get it. Final Fantasy's here, whatever. So let's talk about the prices of some of these cards. So guys, the Golden Chocobo cards are already shattering records, if you ask me. There's only 77 of these bad boys in the entire world, and they are going for $30,000 Canadian, or like 22,000 US, okay? Which is astronomically higher than I ever thought Magic cards would be, because I'm personally only getting into the Magic Gathering stuff now, although I played it for years, but getting into the actual market and understanding this, like I do with the One Piece and Pokemon series, it is pretty, like, eye-opening, I have to say. Magic has obviously been around for a long time, but I had no idea these cards could be so expensive. So I say, let's take a look at the market, and see what these prices are for ourselves. All right, guys, so we're over at TCG Player where we're looking at the prices. Just a quick disclaimer, the Golden Chocobo cards do not seem to be located here on the website, but we will get into some numbers shortly. But taking a look at the #1 card, we've got the Traveling Chocobo, the color green. That seems to be the highest card next to the Golden Chocobo cards, being listed here for about $900. Now, there's a variety of these cards. As you can see, there's a pink one, which is going for $375. So as you can see, there's quite a big jump here. I would say the average price for a lot of these cards has been around $1,000 plus. Now, for some reason, the other two are not as pricey. I mean, as you can see here, the blue and the yellow are not really going for as much, which I don't agree with. I love the blue one. The blue one looks fantastic, but that's just me. I'm just biased. But we can see here that the yellow one is being listed for about $200. So the prices have definitely dropped a little bit from what I'm seeing, but it's still obviously new. And then of course we've got Cloud and Sephiroth that are the #1 character cards. Cloud, of course, being almost a $300 card. No surprise at all. I mean, look at this card. It is gorgeous. And Sephiroth is looking pretty good as well. Card is listed for $288. And by the way, these are US prices. So, I mean, like, they're pretty high up. They're pretty high up there, I gotta say. So, guys, the Golden Chocobo prices are all over the place. I mean, some people are trying to sell these bad boys for hundreds of thousands of dollars now, which is absolutely insane. We've got a listing here for the, I don't know, is that 41? The 41th Traveling Chocobo being listed for $150,000, which is freaking crazy, man. That's insane. And I found this article here where they actually kind of talk a lot about all the people who've been pulling their Golden Chocobos. So yeah, as we can clearly see, very expensive cards. And if you pull one, let me know in the comments below. So now that we've looked into the prices of these cards, let's start getting into the juicy bits. What are the chances of you pulling one of the 77 Golden Chocobo cards? Well, guys, I hate to break it to you, but this is probably going to be one of the lowest numbers I've ever reported on this channel so far. So just a quick disclaimer, Wizards of the Coast doesn't really disclose certain information about how many packs they've made or how many cards they've printed, especially when it comes to newer sets like Final Fantasy and Secret Lair cards. And Secret Lair cards are also different. They only make them in limited quantities because they are kind of like a special event in a way. So keep that in mind. However, I have certain numbers that I've already broken down that we're going to look at today to see how likely it is to pull a Golden Chocobo. And guys, you're probably gonna tear up a little bit. So there's only 77 Golden Chocobo cards in the entire world. So if we do a little bit of calculating here, the percent chance of you pulling one of these out of those 10 million packs is 0.0007% chance. But let me give you a little bit of hope, because let's cut that in half and imagine that there was only 5 million of the collector's edition packs made, which does increase our odds a little bit. So out of 77 cards in the world, that brings our percent chance of pulling one up to 0.00154% chance. But out of hope, let's just say there was only 1 million packs printed for the collector's edition Final Fantasy set. Well, it's still pretty freaking low, man, okay? We are looking at 0.007% chance. Astronomically low. So just to put this all into perspective, if 10 million packs were created, that is 1 out of every 129,870 packs. If 5 million packs are out there, that's 1 out of 64,935 packs. And if 1 million packs are out there, that is 1 out of 12,987 packs. So yeah, don't get your hopes up for these ones. These are pretty crazy if you ask me. And I mean, the price is really showing for it. These cards are going for crazy numbers. But hey, you still got your chance getting the Traveling Chocobo, which I mean, they seem more common, but you know, the golden cards are ridiculous. But hey, listen, you know, Final Fantasy set has got some fantastic looking cards. If you're a Final Fantasy fan, you're gonna finally finalize your Final Fantasy collect. I'm gonna stop doing that. It's not even funny anymore. You're just gonna really enjoy this set. So pay for the chance, stay for the cards. You know, the cards are beautiful. But anyways, now that we've discussed all this stuff, let's open up some packs and let's see if we can pull something good. All right, you've made it to the best part of the video where we finally start to crack open some packs. So guys, I went to my local card shop and I bought the pre-release kit. As you can see right here, it comes with a really nice dice. You can get one of 15 and there's some rare dice. And of course, we get a gold stamped land card. We got Midgard, very nice indeed. So yeah, we got 6 regular booster packs we're going to be opening today. You can't get the golden chocobo without buying the collector's boosters, but those are going for about $70 each. And I was like, you know what? Why not just get the pre-release kit? I mean, this is a very new set anyways, so this can introduce myself and you guys, ooh, this is a nice looking card, into the game if you still haven't bought any yet. And so far, I really got to say, I do enjoy the art of these cards. Final Fantasy is a fantastic series. I will admit, I have not played too many of them. Final Fantasy VII will always be an OG, will always be one of the OG games for me. But there's definitely a lot of characters I'm not going to recognize still. This is a beautiful swamp, by the way. But yeah, not bad for the first pull. I really enjoy the Secret Lair series, which again, may be a controversial... Oh my god, look at that card. Which may be a little bit of a controversial take, but I do like that Magic's doing this. I think it's a really fun way to bring new people into the card game itself, and it's really unique. And look at the art of these cards. These cards are fantastic. Look at this, Eden, Seed of the Sanctum. Oh my gosh. Evil Awakened. Okay, I'm digging these cards. These are very nice. Ooh, Adventures In. That's pretty. I like that. I'm a big land guy. We got another one. Very cool. Windurst. Very nice indeed. All right, we got 2 packs open, but yeah, guys. So the last time I actually invested in Secret Lair cards, believe it or not, was the Lord of the Rings series. So obviously, I love Lord of the Rings, and I just figured, why not? I didn't really know at the time that Secret Lair cards were going to basically disappear off the face of the earth because I wasn't really knowledgeable about the market, but you know, I'm very thankful I have that set because I cannot find Lord of the Rings cards anywhere. Oh, look at this. Ooh, not bad. Summon GF Ifrit. Okay. All right. I'm really digging these cards. We got an Ice Land. Not too bad at all. But, ooh, another land. We love it. Trino, Dark City. But yeah, like, the thing is like, I'm glad that I invested in that Secret Lair series. And, of course, Final Fantasy is massive. So I figured, why not? Let's do a video. Let's talk about it. But so far, with summoning Fat Chocobo, oh, that's hilarious. We found our Chocobo, guys. But so far, I gotta say, these cards are just drop-dead gorgeous. We haven't pulled anything crazy yet, but I am really enjoying this. Ooh, Garland. We love that. Oh, we got another land. Very cool. 2 lands. Capital City. Nice. Very nice pull here. And we're just getting lands. Oh, here we go. We got a little art card. These are pretty cool. So, I mean, are these just like a little gimmicky kind of thing Magic's doing. I'm only just starting to realize what these are. I've only been starting to buy packs lately. Yeah, I mean, they're cool and all, but are they worth anything? Well, let's find out if we pull something good. We got another fat Chocobo. I had to do like a double take looking at that. But yeah, so far so good, guys. A lot. Instant ramen. All right, we like that. We like that card. But yeah, what kind of decks are you guys planning on making with the Final Fantasy set? Are you going to be making Cloud? You're going to be making a Sephiroth deck? Oh, that's a really nice looking card right there. What is your strategy? Because there's so many character cards you can put in this. Delivering Moogle, we like that. The lands in these packs are crazy. And oh, nice! We got a gold stamped card. Okay, an Urk card. All right, this is the first of my. This is the first time I've got one of those. I actually just looked it up, and it's worth like $8, which I thought would be worth a little more, but I guess, you know, it is just a little bit of a side thing. But how cool is that? Pulling a gold stamp card. Ooh, Barnabas, looking good. Wow. I actually looked at the price of that card. Apparently, it's not that much. But hey, this is the regular set. I know Wizards of the Coast. I know they were putting their money into the collector's boosters, but I'm still really enjoying these cards right now. We're on our last pack, and guys, looks like we found our Chocobo. How funny is that? But yeah, guys, these are really nice cards. I really enjoyed this set, and yeah, this is great. Alright guys, and there you have it. That is the full breakdown of the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering Secret Lair collaboration, okay? I hope you did enjoy this video. If you did, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe, guys. Treasure Theory, we're going to be exploring all types of cards, okay? We're already touching Magic. We got Magic, One Piece, Pokemon. Let me know in the comments below. Do you want to see more videos like this? Do you want me to expand my reach a little more? And if you want to stick around, another video should pop up on the screen. Be sure to click it, and I will see you over there.
There are 3 secret layers that we're getting alongside the Final Fantasy release. All of the non-foil versions of these are surprisingly $30, and the foil versions are $40. The 3 of them include Secret Layer Final Fantasy Game Over, which has, across these 5 cards, $35 worth of value. There's Secret Layer Final Fantasy... Pronounce Grimoire for me?
It's pronounced Grimoire. The emphasis is on the second syllable.
There's Secret Layer Final Fantasy Grimoire, which is worth about $42 worth of value. And there is Secret Layer Final Fantasy Weapons, which has $59 worth of value contained in it. These are some of the best secret layers that we've seen in a long time. Let's break them down. Joel R. Magic is brought to you by Card Conduit, the best place to sell your cards quickly and easily on the internet. TCG Player, the best place to buy them. Dragon Shield, the best way to protect them. And Moxfield, the best way to put your deck lists on the internet. In addition to the drops that we already looked at, they also announced the Gilded Lotus Secret Layer promo that's going to come with select bundles. Now, these drops are all over a month away, but with Final Fantasy being so expensive, and honestly Magic now and going forward being a game that you very much need to budget for, I thought it'd be a good idea to go ahead and take a look at what they're offering and what we're going to get. This one is Final Fantasy Game Over. We've got Day of Judgment as Spira's punishment here from Final Fantasy X. This card's worth about $1. This card gets reprinted all the time. It was last in Foundations, so it just recently got a major set reprint, but it wasn't even expensive before that. We've also got Absorb into Time, which is Temporal Extortion. This card was only in Planar Chaos. This is a very scarce card. It's about $16, so this reprint may bump the price down in the short term, but remember that the IP tax is going to apply to all of these. You heard me shocked in the opening that these are $30 and $40. I would have assumed these were $40 and $50 or even $50 and $60, especially looking at the value that they've put into these. But Temporal Extortion is the leader of these 5 at $16, having only appeared in Planar Chaos. You've also got a Toxic Deluge, which is just a generally awesome commander card to own. This one's got Kefka from Final Fantasy VI, so I know that a lot of players, a lot of collectors are very much going to want this one. As for Toxic Deluge, it's a $5 card. It was last reprinted in Modern Horizons 3 Commander Masters before that. In this drop, we've also got Unseat the Usurper, which is a Praetor's Grasp. It's $12 for the new Phyrexia OG version of this, and then there was a Secret Lair version that's $17, but this is the second most expensive card in this entire 5 set here of Game Over. And then you've got Star of Extinction appearing as Meteor Fall with Sephiroth art. That's 7 mana, destroy a land, and then 20 to each creature and each planeswalker. This one was from Commander Masters. It was an Ixalan originally. It's about $1. It doesn't represent a ton of value. Overall, though, across these 5 cards, Praetor's Grasp represents about $12, Toxic Deluge at $5, that Star of Extinction for $1, your Day of Judgment for $1, and then Temporal Extortion there being your best card in the set at $16. $35 worth of value total for the non-foil there. Let's take a look at Secret Lair Final Fantasy Grimoire, a word I knew how to pronounce before today. You've got Yuna's Holy Magic Prismatic Ending appearance here. This card's like 50 cents. This is not a valuable card at all, but it's got Yuna on it from Final Fantasy X, so I'm assuming that that is going to drive the price somewhat. Now, the headliner in this set of 5 cards is Cyclonic Rift, appearing as Hope's Arrow Magic. This card is $35. It was last reprinted in Ravnica Remastered at the beginning of 2024. Got a nice little parfait, 3 different treatments that stack in value in that set. We've got Cyclonic Rift here in this that you can just purchase for $30 straight up, contributing $35 worth of current value to the lair. You've also got Noctis's Death Magic appearing as a version of Damn. Now, this is a targeted removal that can moonlight as a full board wipe. About $2 or $3 on Damn. Not a ton of value there, but the Final Fantasy 15 art, like all of these, is just going to be incredibly desirable and push the value of these past what would be typical. Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt's an interesting card because really this card is like $1, maybe less. You can go get copies of Lightning Bolt. Card's been around forever. However, the Secret Lair versions that come out pretty often typically command about a $5 price point. I'm assuming Vivi's Thunder Magic is going to be a little bit more than that even, because with the reaction that I've seen to the VV cards that we've already gotten, people are very much going to be wanting this Lightning Bolt version of Vivi's Thunder Magic. So I would assume that this card's going to be 5 to 10, maybe even more, and I would price it at 5 for the purposes of this, just because Secret Lair versions are pretty consistently $5 at the very least, regardless of if they're, you know, a Storm one or just a random like Artist's Lair Lightning Bolt. You've also got Heroic Intervention just straight up in the set, which is nice. This card's down to $12 at this point. Was more scarce, was more expensive, but they've reprinted it quite a bit. It has been since Doctor Who that we've seen a version of Heroic Intervention. It was in Commander Masters before that, though. That brings the total value of this, with the $12 from Heroic Intervention, the $5 from the Lightning Bolt that I'm going to assign to it, the $2 to $3, we're going to call it $2 for Damn, the Cyclonic Rift around $35, and the Prismatic Ending about $42 worth of value in Grimoire. So that one's a pretty sweet one too. And then we've got my personal favorite, and definitely the one I'm getting, even though the other two are going to get a very solid look from me, is Secret Lair X Final Fantasy Weapons. Now this Secret Lair is sick. We've got Staff of the Storyteller as Yuna's Sending Staff. This card's about $6. It's only been in Paubo Commanders. Phyrexia All Will Be One. Phyrexia All Will Be One. Paubo Commander. Came out in those decks. Hasn't been reprinted since, so this is our first look at it. Since then, about $6 of value it's gained since it was originally released in those precons. We've got Clive's Invictus Blade. Looks so cool to me. $5 to $6 on Blade of Selves here. This was just in the Tarkir precons. It was in the Assassin's Creed Secret Lair last, those Da Vinci sketch equipment, if you remember those. That's where we last saw Blade of Selves. But Clive's Invictus Blade here is going to be a top choice for it, just hands down. You've got Umezawa's Jite as Cloud's Buster Sword. $10 for the last Secret Lair version of Umezawa's Jite. The OG version is like $15. So I would say this is going to be pretty much around that OG or even higher. I mean, Cloud's Buster Sword, I'm assuming we're going to get, at this point we haven't seen it, but I'm assuming we're going to get a Buster Sword in the main set. But having a second one, people are going to want this for their commander decks. They're going to want this. They're just going to want this across the board. Collectors, this one's going to have more of a price, but for the purposes of this, we're going to price this around $10. Colossus Hammer here, $3 on value for Colossus Hammer. This one was last appeared in Secret Lair Evil Dead, and that was like $15. And then if you remember, LCI gave us these borderless treatments. These they were in the commander set, but they were just in a special slot in one of the boosters. I have to look up exactly where they appeared. But that was one of the last times we saw Colossus Hammer. That's around $7. I'll throw it up on screen. You've probably been looking at it this whole time I've been talking about it. And then we've also got Sword of Truth and Justice, which is the headliner in this group. This is $35 worth of value for the Modern Horizons version. The Retro and the Secret Lair Nils Ham version that also exists is nearly $40. I'm assuming that Titus's Brotherhood sword is going to be more expensive. Did I say Titus? I meant Titus. I've been practicing that in the mirror all night. It's Titus, not Titus. Overall, across the $35 from Titus's Brotherhood sword, the $3 from Gaia's Dark Hammer, $10 from Cloud's Buster sword, you got $5, we're gonna call it, on Clive's Invictus blade, and you got $6 on Yuna's Sending Staff. That's $60 worth of value in a $30 layer. Y'all, they are pulling out the stops for this one. Let me know if you're going to buy Secret Lair X Final Fantasy. These look so cool. I'm a big fan of the choices, of the IP usage here. Let me know what you think down in the comments. If you've watched this far, thanks so much. If you got any value from this video, subscribing helps me so much. And if you want to support me directly, go check out our Patreon. You can get, I didn't have the sleeves ready. Here they are. Here they are. You can get a free pack of Joel R. Magic Dragon Shields if you sign up at the right level. Go check it out. Play Commander with us every Thursday night. I'll see you in the next video. Bye. When it comes to trying to decide for yourself if the Final Fantasy precons are worth it for you to buy, you could just look at them and go, all right, the red, white, black Revival Trance deck with Terra Herald of Hope has about an $80 market value and has about $60 worth of reprints within it. Or you could take a look at the green, white, and blue deck Counter Blitz featuring Titus, Yuna's Guardian, having about an $86 market value and containing about $98 worth of reprints within. We could take a look at the white, blue, and black deck Scions and Spellcraft featuring Y'shtola, Knights Blessed, having $125 market value and featuring about $75 worth of reprints within. Or we could take a look at the red, green, white deck Limit Break featuring Cloud X Soldier, having about $132 market value and containing about $118 worth of reprints. We're going to take a look at all those aspects for each individual precon and hopefully help you make a good buying decision. If you would take a look at the timeline, I've got the whole video ordered from least valuable reprints in the deck to most valuable reprints in the deck. So scrub through for the deck that